last thing to wake him. He tossed and turned, throwing a pillow over his face. He hated the alarm, sometimes wondering why he reset it every night. The alarm shook hard on his dresser for 3 minutes before the man had had enough. He tossed the pillow aside and slammed his hand on the silence button. I need to set this stuff on my phone next time, he thought, but he knew it was futile. He would always turn to the alarm clock. There was something odd about this morning. He couldn't put his finger on it, so he moved to open the curtains. The light from the rising sun cast its warm rays into the room, yet there was still a faint unease. It could have been the cold lingering in the air this morning, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't hear the chirping birds, but maybe they didn't come out every day, a thought he held a while as he stared at the tree growing close to his bedroom window. He could hear the soft sounds of the television playing the weekday news. He wasn't sure what they were talking about, but he knew it was the outbreaks going on in town. Probably another government scheme, he thought to himself, as he got ready to get on with his day. He let out a sigh and moved sluggishly to the bathroom. He turned on the tap and ran the water through his hands. He scooped a handful of water and splashed it over his face. With his eyes closed and water dripping down his chin, he opened a mirror cabinet before him and grabbed a face wipe. He concluded he hated the mornings. Closing the cabinet, he saw a post-it note on the mirror. He smiled, already knowing who it was from. "Don't forget the meeting. Also, love you." "From Amy," he read aloud, colour rushing to his cheeks. He looked in the mirror and grinned at himself, grabbing his toothbrush. Sure, he looked tired with circles under his eyes and his haywire brown hair, but there was youth to him, the youth he'd spent staying up all night with his girlfriend, Amy, to watch old zombie movies. His phone buzzed somewhere in the room, and he had to run out of the bathroom to get it. He scanned the small room and found it sitting on the dresser. He reached for it and unlocked it to see a message from Amy. "Just wanted to check in on you and remind you that we're meeting in the sports hall after work. Love you." He smiled, pausing for a moment to think of a response. He was always surprised to find that after 3 years of dating Amy, he still struggled with the right words to use when talking to her. He loved her more than anything, and that was saying something, considering his addiction to fish and chips on a Tuesday night. After typing a short message, he hit send and tossed his phone on the bed. It felt warm just thinking of their rendezvous later on that day. It made the morning bearable. He wished he could stay in and get an extra hour of sleep, but he had to be at work. The day shifts at the local supermarket were so demanding that he often wondered how anyone could stand the early hours. He got straight to brushing and his hygiene, trying to get lost in his thoughts as the rest of Stoke-on-Trent got ready with him. It wasn't long before he'd thrown a red jacket on and was out of the door. The morning was cold here. Whether it was colder than usual or if it was just a slight change in temperature from stepping out, he wasn't sure, but the morning was cold. He walked down the street, headphones over his ears. The route was so familiar to him that he swore he could walk it in his sleep. He walked by a few houses, crossing the street, and taking a turn at Carter's Bakery. It was run by Mr. Carter, the last generation of the Carter family, who ran the bakery. He had no kids of his own and had dedicated most of his life to the place. Mr. Carter was setting up fresh bread and pastries on the display, and he wanted to get some. He pushed the door open, and the bakery rang with the soft ding of the door chime. "Hello, Adam," the baker greeted cheerfully. "I see you're heading out, yeah?" "Just wanted to grab some pastries," Adam said. "Let me get the change out of my bag." Mr. Carter waved his hands, going to the counter to grab a bag and fill it with a couple of items. "It's on the house. You work so hard," the baker said. Adam smiled, grabbing the paper bag and heading out of the door, excited to get to work to eat his breakfast. He turned the corner, now halfway to work, and suddenly something clicked. Birds chirped every morning at his window, so why weren't they there today? Suddenly, not even the smell of fresh baked goods could shake off the eerie feeling that engulfed him. He was aware of his environment, and Adam could tell something was off. The streets weren't as busy as they usually would be, which would have been insane on a Sunday morning, but this was a Wednesday in July. He looked down at his phone, hoping to get a text from his boss, Mr. Porter. That wasn't something that worried him too much. However, he couldn't shake off this odd feeling, especially now that he'd walked past 4 stores that should have been bursting with life. Adam's suspicions were only confirmed by the silence of the car park. There were only 2 cars parked there, Mr. Porter's, and he was sure the other belonged to a co-worker, Molly. However, that was the least of his problems. "Ah!" he let out. He moved back and realized he'd grazed against a large piece of glass. He looked up in horror, seeing the supermarket in disarray. He rushed forward, clinging hard to the paper bag until he was at the front door. The display windows were shattered and the shards lay all over the pavement. Where the sign should have read, "Welcome," it only had the W and E. Had there been a break-in of some sort? He shook his head. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and there hadn't been any break-ins this year. If Adam thought about a robbery, he could only think about the teenagers who pretended to buy stuff and dash at the last minute. He just couldn't think of anyone who would rob a store when there were banks out there. He stepped over a few pieces of glass going into the store, and nothing could have prepared him for the disaster he was staring at. The store was an absolute disaster. Shelves were tossed to the floor and items scattered everywhere. He moved to the cash register and found it stocked with money from yesterday, plus extra from the night shift, he supposed. This was odd. The lights flickered, and one of them dropped to the floor, suddenly throwing him off guard. He jumped, dropping the paper bag. He bent to pick it up, and then he heard something. It sounded like a body dropping to the ground. He wasn't sure, but endless reruns of horror movies had left that impression on him. He looked around the store, listening for sounds. He could hear the soft crunch of something being chewed. He grabbed the closest item to him, a pan lying over a pile of books. "Molly?" he called out as he approached. "You okay in there?" There was no response, and his heart rate slowly began to increase. What had happened here? And if it had been a robbery, wouldn't anyone have called the police? Thoughts ran through his mind quickly as he tried to figure out what was happening. He heard shuffling and realized it was coming from the back of the store. The hallway at the end of the store led to the break room and the storage unit. Were the perpetrators still here? He edged closer to the hallway and took a peek down it. The hall looked like it always did, cold, unwelcoming and dark, splitting into two towards the end, one to the left leading into the doorless break room, and one to the right, the storage unit. Adam spotted something crouched over on the floor, just mere feet away from him. He had almost missed it because of the poor lighting. "Mr. Porter?" he called out, afraid of the answer he'd get. There was a low rumbling, and a clicking sound followed. Then the person slowly turned around, catching proper sight of what he'd been staring at the entire time. Mr. Porter was hunched over another employee, confirmed by the outfit they had on, and Adam gagged at the sight. The employee lay dead, with their chest carved out, a sight too disgusting to look at. Adam turned to Mr. Porter, who stared menacingly at him with bloodshot, hollow eyes, skin looking so rotten and his mouth stained with crimson red from all the smeared blood. Adam didn't need much light to catch what he was looking at. Mr. Porter let out a guttural growl. Adam knew that this was no ordinary man. Mr. Porter roared and lunged at him, but Adam was quick, raising the pan and striking fast before the man had any chance to get him. Adam didn't put all his energy into it, but it was enough to sidetrack Porter. He stumbled into the main room, back with the disastrous setting, and now facing what he was sure was a zombie. He'd heard the news. He remembered all those outbreaks they kept talking about. Zombies? He stayed on his feet, keeping his eyes locked on Mr. Porter. The man growled ferociously and lunged at him again. Adam felt his heart rate soar so high he thought it would rip out of his chest, but he wouldn't let that thing get anywhere near him. He lifted his hands, holding the pan tightly, and swung as hard as he could. The sound of skin connecting with metal filled the store, and he sent his boss across the room into a pile of tomatoes. He let out a sigh of relief, but he was startled by the sound of his phone ringing. Reaching for his pocket, he pulled out the device and hit the accept button. "Amy," he said, keeping his eyes locked on the tomato pile. "Adam," she responded. He could sense the fear in her voice. "Amy, what's happening?" he asked. "Where are you?" He could hear low, growling sounds in the background. "I'm in the sports hall, trying to hide. There are so many people and—" Her words paused, and he couldn't hear anything. It was only the muffled sounds of whatever was going on in the background. He was so horrified, holding his breath. What's happening, Amy?" he asked. "Talk to me." "I'm sorry. These people, they're turning into things," she said. "It's straight out of the movies we've seen." She cut herself off, coming back a minute later to speak. "I can't tell if my hiding place is good enough," she said, her voice now barely a whisper. "Stay hidden. I'll come get you," Adam said. "We're going to be okay, I promise." "Promise?" "Promise." He wasn't sure of his words. But he wasn't going to feed her uncertainty at a time like this. She didn't need that. This he was most certain about. Adam stood around the supermarket for a bit, unsure what to make of himself. The thought of Amy stuck in that place made him nervous. He turned around to look at the tomato pile in the corner of the supermarket. Would they be just like his boss? He couldn't even call him that now. He had to equip himself with something. He gripped the frying pan in his hand and hoped it would be sturdy enough to do the job. He swallowed hard and walked quietly through the destroyed store, looking for anything he could grab. He noticed an old broom leaning against the wall. And thought this would be a better option for protection than the frying pan due to the distance advantage. He considered that keeping distance from these creatures would be beneficial. Adam walked over to the broom and picked it up. Putting the brush end down on the floor, he thrust his foot down onto the wood with force, causing the handle to snap at the brush end, leaving him with a wooden staff-like weapon. This'll do, he thought to himself. He made his way out into the world, and suddenly everything felt different to him. He could hear the silence and the chaos. He could feel the city burning. This was only taking up a fraction of his mind. He needed to get to Amy. Adam walked out of the supermarket, the shards of a broken door crunching under his feet. The broom was clutched tightly in his arms, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. His entire body tensed up, and he could feel his heart pounding. He was waiting, half expecting one of those things to jump out from an unseen corner and grab him. He stared at the city that he'd lived in for so many months of his life, and it looked so strange and different to him now. It was like an entirely new place. "Amy, I have to get to Amy," he muttered. The streets were deserted, but it didn't feel safe walking out in the open. The only other way to the sports hall was back through his neighborhood, using alleys and back streets to avoid being spotted, but that would be a longer process. Be safer than walking out in the open, he reminded himself. He turned around and started walking back the way he'd come. His eyes darted around, trying to spot anything that looked even remotely familiar. The place was empty except for the odd car looking like that it had crashed into something. The emptiness matched the eerie silence that swarmed the city. There was the occasional sound of glass breaking and screams, but they were far away. The only sounds close by that Adam could hear were his footsteps and the sound of his own heart beating. But then, in the distance, he could hear Mr. Carter's voice erupting from his store. It broke the silence and was filled with pain. Adam stopped in his tracks. He waited and looked around, and he thought that the zombies would crawl out of their hiding spots and dash towards the sound, but nothing happened. He took several deep breaths, trying to regulate his heartbeat before he continued walking. He felt he needed to rush to Mr. Carter's side and help him, but he couldn't. Adam had barely survived his own encounter with the zombie. He didn't want to test his luck again, and he quickly passed the store, where Mr. Carter's agonizing shrieks slowly faded into the background. "It's for Amy. I need to get to her," Adam chanted in his head. It was the only way he could cope with abandoning Mr. Carter. His footsteps quickening just a little, not nearly enough to draw any attention, he hoped, because he didn't want to end up like Mr. Carter. Finally back in the neighborhood, Adam's eyes scanned the buildings as he walked past them. There was a vague sense of relief knowing that he was getting closer to the sports hall. Silently hoping that there were other survivors from the apartment complex he lived in, he didn't want to stop and check. He couldn't deviate from his mission, not now. Walking down the pavement, he saw things he didn't see the first time. Doors smashed up and left ajar, windows broken in, and worst of all, blood. Some houses had bloody handprints and large smears of blood marking all the walls, but so far he hadn't seen any bodies yet. Adam wasn't sure how he would react to seeing a dead body. He knew that his neighbors were probably dead or worse, but he felt like seeing their bodies mangled and torn would take away the small fragment of hope he was trying to hold on to. Several cars were abandoned in the middle of the streets. Some had blood on the windscreen. Adam tried not to look at them. He could barely see through his despair. And then an animal growl made him freeze in his tracks. He could feel the sweat rolling down his back. He closed his eyes and waited for the pain that would surely flood his senses, but nothing happened. He hadn't been attacked, but the growling hadn't stopped yet, and it sounded close to him now. Slowly opening his eyes, he thought he would see one of those creatures heading towards him, but there was nothing there. Gripping the broom handle extra tight, Adam's eyes darted around to that place, and he spotted, finally, the origin of that feral sound. There was a zombie, but it was buried half under a large truck tire. The creature's lower half was barely connected to its upper half, and was in a pool of blood. Its eyes locked onto Adam as it flailed its last remaining arm around, trying to get at him, but it was stuck solid. Adam could feel the urge to hurl, threatening to overwhelm him, but he didn't. He looked away from the horrid thing and continued walking. That sense of safety he felt disappeared with each step he took. These once vibrant streets of his neighborhood had been transformed overnight into a ghost town. Stepping into the alley, Adam continued moving. The alley was dark and offered coverage from the streets. His pace quickening again, his body felt tense, the broom in his hands raised like a bat, ready to be swung at a moment's notice. The shadows in the alley seemed to look like people hunched over, and Adam flinched with each moment the shadows appeared to move, but he hadn't seen another zombie since. Was that a good thing, or a bad thing? Adam thought. He didn't care for the answer, but it was a way for him to take his mind off things as he paused for a moment to catch his breath. Leaning against a building, he took the deepest breaths. He'd been walking for a while now, and the strain on his body and his mind was finally catching up with him. He needed a break to rest his body. Adam's eyes scanned the alley once again, peering into every corner. The only other living things in this place were the rats that scurried around. Still, he felt on edge. His breathing finally back to normal, Adam got up, reached down and stretched his legs before doing the same with his arms. He wanted to convince himself that he needed to do it before continuing to the sports hall, but he knew that this was just trying to buy time. Amy's waiting for me, he thought to himself. He could hear Amy's terror-filled voice echoing in his mind. He could also hear the promise that he'd made her. He couldn't delay for a moment longer. He had to get to Amy as fast as he could. She was counting on him and he couldn't let her down. Adam moved through the alley, going even faster than before, until eventually he came to the pavement again on the other side. He had to cross the road if he wanted to continue moving, but he stopped and peered down at both ends. The roads told the same tale as before. They were filled with cars and devoid of people. Adam's eyes lingered over the buildings, searching for any sign of zombie activity nearby. He could hear some sounds coming from the buildings, but they were too far away to pose a threat. Taking a big breath before he stepped out again, Adam started to walk across the road as fast as he could until he came to the other side and quickly ducked back into the next narrow alley. This one was empty, and Adam started to feel a lot more confident. He recognized this place. He was close to the sports hall. He had used this route a couple of times with Amy, he was sure, but it was still a good distance yet, but coming this far felt like a big win. Walking further into the alleyway, Adam heard the sound of rustling behind him. On any other day, he wouldn't have heard it at all, but in the dead silence of the alley, it was loud as a speaker. He tried to ignore it. It's a rat, he told himself, before he heard the rustling again, because it was louder than before, and no rat could have made that kind of sound. His fingers tightened around the broom as he turned around, remembering what had happened to him when he froze in the last street, and he wouldn't allow that to happen again. His gaze landed on everything in that alley that a zombie might be able to hide behind, until eventually his eyes came to rest upon a very large commercial dustbin. It was the only thing remotely big enough, and it sounded like the rustling was coming from there. Cautiously, he walked towards the huge waste bin, with the broom raised, ready to lash out at anything that came at him. Peering behind it, a huge wave of relief flooded over him. There were people here, survivors, just like him. 5 people in all. The look on their faces mirrored the relief on Adam's own face. He practically beamed down at them. It had been a while since he'd last seen another human, and he slowly lowered his weapon. There was an old lady, a child, a girl who looked like she was still at college or university, and 2 boys who were brothers. One looked to be around Adam's age, and the other was younger, in his late teens or early 20s. "Adam, "You're alive," one of the survivors said. It took him a couple of seconds, but Adam's eyes finally adjusted to the dim light of the alley, and he was able to see that this was Mrs. Thompson, his neighbour. She had her arms wrapped around a young boy, who Adam also recognised as her grandson. "What's happening? Have you seen those creatures?" "Yeah, the last 2 streets I passed were empty, but I'm sure they're overrun with those things by now. We need to find a safe place. I'm on my way to the sports hall to get Amy. You should come with me." Mrs. Thompson looked down at her grandson and the frightened faces around her before looking back up at Adam. She was full of apprehension. "The sports hall? Is it safe?" "Safer than being out here," Adam replied, his voice firm. "We need to keep moving. It's the only way we can avoid these things." Mrs. Thompson looked convinced, but everyone else had sceptical looks on their faces. They looked like they needed convincing, but Adam didn't have time for that. He started moving again, and the small crowd of people followed on behind. They might not have said it, but staying behind in this alley, behind this huge bin, would eventually lead to death. They walked down the alleyway quickly before Adam stopped them once again. He peered out into the street. There was a horde of zombies at the other end. He ducked his head back in and looked at the people with him. They needed to cross the streets again, and these zombies posed a real problem. "There's a swarm of zombies on this side of the street. We will cross the road using the cars to hide from them as we go," Adam said. He turned back and peered down the street again. Motioning with his hands, everybody followed the signal and rushed across the road to crouch behind the nearest car. Mrs. Thompson held her grandson's hand as tightly as she could as Adam moved again, using the cars as coverage until he got all the way across the street. Quickly rushing into the alleyway, he could hear behind him the faint shuffling as everyone else did the same. "We're going to have to do this over and over again," Adam thought, but it was the only way he could move around without getting caught. Walking down the alleyway, they peered out into the next street. This road was free of zombies and devoid of cars. It felt like a gamble, having to walk out into the open, but Adam stepped out into the road and started walking towards the junction anyway. His eyes were constantly searching, watching for any potential zombie. Looking to the windows of the buildings, he saw no sign of life, and yet still, that feeling of paranoia was strong inside him. He walked up to the junction and looked around. The roads were filled with zombies, moving around aimlessly, but there were also cars. There were dead bodies in these cars, and most of them looked like it happened in a crash, but the others told a tale of something vastly more horrible. "Same as before," Adam said. "Step only where I step." He peered out into the road and watched the zombies, hoping that an opportunity to dash across would present itself. He waited in frustration, his eyes scanning, but the zombies didn't present a chance. "If we keep waiting like this, we will be caught," he thought to himself. He sucked in a deep breath and moved across the street now, making it to the first car. Turning around, he watched everyone else now do the same thing. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear someone pleading for help. The zombies now looked in that direction, and Adam didn't hesitate. Rushing across the road, he hopped behind yet another car and turned around and gestured towards the alley. Everyone waiting behind him didn't need to be told twice. Adam peeked out from behind the car, but the zombies were still focused on the screaming man. He rushed across and entered the alley. Everybody froze as they heard the sound of glass shattering underneath someone's foot. Adam turned around and saw Mrs. Thompson's grandson kick the glass shards away. He gripped the broom tightly, his heart pounding in his chest. He wanted to go to the mouth of the alley and see if anything was approaching, but he was far too afraid to do that. "Maybe they didn't hear it," Adam said to himself nervously. The unmistakable groan of zombies heading towards the alleyway made Adam eat his words. Looking deeper into the alleyway for a hiding spot, Adam's eyes immediately landed on a bunch of overturned wheelie bins. He looked back at the commercial bins in the alleyway, but they wouldn't be able to get to those in time, so he turned his attentions back to the overturned wheelie bins. Between them, they were big enough to hide everybody, and Adam didn't have to think of a better hiding spot now. He pointed towards the bins, and everybody raced to them. The smell of these things was awful, but once Adam heard the groans of zombies now entering the alleyway, he could no longer smell it. The fear had far surpassed any stench. Everyone crouched together in silence as the groaning, accompanied by the shuffling of feet, grew louder and louder. There was more than one zombie in that alleyway with them now. Adam looked over at the young boy. He didn't want him to reveal their location again, but Mrs. Thompson had already placed a hand over the boy's mouth. They all had the same horrified and anxious look upon their faces as the zombies came closer and closer still. Adam could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Were the zombies heading towards them or just moving through the alleyway? He couldn't tell from the groans. He just couldn't tell. He needed to see with his own eyes where they were going, and there was only one way he could do this. He leaned closer over the wheelie bins to peek over the top. His eyes were closed as he did so, but eventually he had to open them. Much to his horror, Adam could see 5 zombies now moving around the alleyway aimlessly. Their decayed and rotting flesh barely hung onto their bodies. Adam could even see their bones. He crouched with the rest, feeling only slightly relieved. The zombies weren't heading towards them, but they were still in the same vicinity, and there were more than Adam had expected. He thought that there would be a maximum of 3. He tried calculating their chances of survival, but he already knew that this was grim. The zombies were not heading towards them in particular, but it would only be a couple of steps in their direction before they were spotted. More zombies could venture into the alleyway, or these zombies could just refuse to leave, and then they'd be trapped there with no way of escape. There was just too many options. There were just too many ways where things could end so badly for them. Adam's eyes lingered until now they rested upon a pile of bricks. An idea popped into his head, but he quickly dismissed it. There were just too many zombies to take them all on. He knew how hard it was to take on 1 zombie. He couldn't imagine fighting 3, especially not with Mrs. Thompson and her grandson. He didn't know about the girl, but he was sure the brothers would be able to fight, though it still wouldn't be enough. They wouldn't be able to do any real damage before the zombies got the upper hand, and they'd all be seriously injured or killed or worse. Adam shivered at the thought. The best they could do was stay still and hope that the zombies would move on. He raised his hand and gestured for them to stay quiet, but he was sure that they could hear how loud his heart was beating. The groaning had become even louder, and it seemed like the zombies were right next to them now. As Adam peered over the wheelie bins, again his breath catching in his throat, there was a zombie close to the wheelie bins, but it hadn't spotted them yet. Adam crouched back and waited. He now wasn't sure if he should tell the others about the zombie looming so close to their hiding spot. He quickly decided against it. It was best if they didn't feel the same panic that was coursing through his own veins now. Leaning back, he waited, knowing that the chances of being caught were higher now than ever. Each second felt like an hour, and Adam was not sure how he could deal with the anxiety anymore. The zombies were still around them, and he could tell from the groans that they showed no signs of moving away. It felt like they were all in a corner, just waiting to die. He could feel his shirt sticking to his back. Seconds slowly rolled by into minutes, and Adam started to feel like the zombies would never leave. The groans, though, were becoming distant, and the shuffling of feet moved deeper into the alleyway. They weren't in the clear yet, but the threat of being discovered wasn't hanging around their necks like a rope quite like it was. The only way they would be found out now is if they made any noise, and everyone seemed to realize this, and they stayed deathly quiet. The zombies now moved deeper down into the alley, and the groans grew farther and farther apart. We're almost safe, Adam thought. The sounds became more distant until, at last, they could be heard no more. No one moved an inch. Still, they crouched behind the bins like statues. Adam could feel the breath in his throat, and he knew that no one would move until another person did. They were all still shaken by just how close they'd come to dying, and no one felt like risking that again. Peeking over the bins, Adam scanned the alleyway for signs of life, but it was empty, confirming what he thought. He came out from cover and gestured for everyone else to do the same. Adam took a breath. He didn't realize how long he'd been holding one in. Looking over at the rest of the survivors, they were all doing the same, taking deep breaths, working hard to calm themselves down. "We'll get to the sports hall soon," Adam said. He watched them for a second, and once everyone seemed rested, they continued their journey. They couldn't risk waiting around any longer, as another event like the one that they had just been through might well repeat itself, and Adam wasn't sure they would survive another encounter. Now reaching the end of the alley themselves, Adam peered out. There were no zombies in sight, but still the distant sound of them could be heard. The street was broader than any of the ones they'd had to cross before, which could pose a problem, if zombies appeared. He turned back to the group and gestured them forward, and they walked closer and closer until they were all standing on the pavement together, right across the street from the sports hall. No words were said, but Adam could feel the wave of happiness that seemed to sweep through everybody. They all stood for a moment and stared at the sports hall with a collected sense of relief. It stood like a beacon of hope amongst the devastation. They'd struggled to get to this place, but they were almost there. Almost, Adam thought. Almost. The groaning from zombies was not too far away, and they couldn't stop now, or they would never make it to the sports hall. "We've got to get across this road, now," Adam whispered. His voice seemed to snap everyone back into the situation that they were in. As they ran across the road, Adam had his eyes darting in every direction. He hoped the zombies wouldn't show, but he wanted to be prepared just in case they did. Everyone stopped in front of the sports hall doors and walked over. One of the brothers tried the door, but it didn't budge. He turned to look at Adam, signs of panic evident in his features. What good was a sports hall if they couldn't get inside? Adam walked over to the door himself, rubbed his hands around it, feeling for uniform bumps of nails and screws. He leaned on the door and tried pushing it, but there was no luck on that front either. This door wasn't opening that way either. It was obvious that they had sealed the door from the inside. It was completely fortified, and there was no way that anyone could get through. "It's sealed. We're going to have to find another way in," Adam said. They all seemed upset by this, but accepted it quickly. They had endured waves of zombies to get to this place, and all that was left now was getting in, and compared to the other problems they faced, this didn't seem so bad at all. The group started walking towards the side of the building in search of another entrance. Adam wanted to suggest splitting up, but he decided against it. Who knew what could have been lurking by the side of the building, and Adam didn't want to risk it. He could not let the excitement of the moment wash away the caution that had got them to survive so far. There were several windows, but they also were locked from the inside, and breaking them would only attract attention, which they were desperately trying to avoid. "I found something," Adam heard Mrs. Thompson say. He quickly rushed to her side to inspect it. It was a small side door that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. It was quite hard to spot because of the overgrown hedges in front of it, but it was there, and it was their way in. Adam walked over to the door and tried the handle, but it didn't budge, and he quickly noticed the padlock. It was old and rusty, and he was sure that it could be broken if he hit it with enough force. Looking around him, he searched for anything he could use to break this padlock down. Adam walked around a bit before his eyes landed on something. It was a metal pipe that was partly buried underneath the sand. Walking over it to pick it up, it looked sturdy enough and strong enough to break that lock. "Stand back," Adam whispered to the group, and he slammed the pipe into the lock with all the strength he could muster, but the padlock would not give. He thought that one hit was all it would take since it looked that old. He wanted to get this done as fast as possible before the sound attracted any zombies. Slamming the pipe into the padlock again and again, it took quite a few forceful hits before the padlock broke. Adam removed the piece that still hung over to the door, and the door finally creaked open. Now inside the sports hall, everybody quickly went into the building, and Adam turned around and blocked the door behind them again, making sure that no zombie could come through it. Their footsteps against the hard floor were the only sound they could hear now as they came closer and closer to the main hall. "Is the sports hall as safe as I think it is?" Adam now thought. They edged further into the silent hall, and Adam felt his heart drop as they looked around the place. There were people, but all of them were dead, and he feared that some might have turned. He wasn't sure if or when any one of them might get up and attack. Moving deeper into the hall, he found a man lying next to a gun. He heard one of his group members gag, but he wasn't focused on that right now. Not sure if he was right, it looked like the man had shot himself, and the two zombies that had laid next to him. Adam wanted to say that they were dead, but he didn't know if that's how zombies really functioned. Whatever else he had to do now, he had to go and look for Amy. His body felt heavy. He needed a moment to catch a breath. They'd been moving and avoiding zombies for so long now that it felt quite good to relax just for a moment, and he leaned back and took some deep, relaxing breaths at last. Everyone else sat down somewhere and was doing the same thing, taking in breaths and enjoying the fact that they were not facing the constant need to hide and run from zombies still. Finally getting back to his feet, he wasn't quite rested yet, but Adam's desire to reunite with Amy surpassed this. Carefully he scanned the faces of the dead, but he hadn't seen Amy yet. He walked around and looked at the dead bodies that were huddled in groups. He was starting to feel a little bit panicked. The sports hall seemed safe right now, so he couldn't think of any reason why he hadn't spotted Amy yet. She sounded scared. What if they got to her before I could get here? He thought. A thought that plagued him, and his worry grew even more. The rest of the group now got up and followed him. "Adam!" Amy's voice rang out, and Adam turned to see Amy running towards him. As he stretched out his arms to hug her, a great sense of relief washed over him as she threw herself at him, and for the moment nothing else in the world existed. The zombies, the humans, the collapsing city, it was all melting away, and Amy was the only thing that existed now. Adam stared into her eyes, and the joy he felt was more than he could ever express. It took less than 24 hours for Amy Jones's life to change forever, and for the sports hall to become a desolate space where anything could attack. She sat in the corner of the sports hall, in a closet safely tucked behind a pile of boxes she had stacked for herself, watching the area. She hadn't expected the day to go this way, huddled up here. She knew that no one would think of a zombie apocalypse when they drew the bingo cards on how the day was going to go. Earlier, she had slipped out of Adam's bed. She hated leaving the comfort of this most familiar place that she knew, but she also knew that she had to get on with her day, errands to run and such things like that. She went home, a short trek from his place, and got ready for her day. She'd been looking forward to their rendezvous all week. Their favourite basketball team, Northwood, was playing, and it would have been a treat to view it together. "Adam's going to run just a little late," she remembered telling one of her friends, Betsy, who had walked with her to the game they'd taken the day off to see together, along with their partners. It was going to be the perfect day. And then it wasn't. Amy looked out through the small opening between the doors of the closet, and she could see 2 dead bodies lying just feet away from her. They were torn to shreds, but she recognized the outfit. She knew what Betsy and her boyfriend wore today. She felt her heart racing and pulled out her phone. She recorded the conversation between Adam and herself so she could have something to listen to if these ended up being her last moments. She clicked play, resting against the cold walls of the closet, and listened attentively to the recordings, feeling as though it had come from centuries ago. She tried not to shed any tears, because she didn't know who might be listening. She just wanted to go home. "Hello?" a voice called out from somewhere in the hall. It echoed so hard Amy hadn't realized how alone she must have been. She had sworn there were a couple of other survivors, but she wasn't sure now. Amy and Betsy had struggled to find their seats when the game was beginning to settle in. Amy wasn't sure if it had been a full house, but it was decently packed. She stayed glued to the spot somewhere in the middle rows where she could perfectly catch the game and hopefully be able to grab Adam's attention when he came into the building. Betsy had gone for a drink when the game kicked off. Amy could remember that very well. She sat next to Betsy's boyfriend Roger and just tried to focus on the game. She wanted to text Adam again, but decided against it. She hated when games started so early in the day, and she knew she wouldn't bother Adam as he would have been trying to get his boss's permission later. "What's taken her so long?" Roger asked, his question almost drowned out by the crowd cheering Northwood, who had just scored. "Oh, I don't know, she's probably gone for a pee too," Amy told him. "You're never patient, and that's just terrible." Roger grinned at her, and he turned back to the game, and Amy didn't share that she too was worried about Betsy's long break. Amy's mind had been on edge all morning when she had heard the morning news about an outbreak not too far from town. And she couldn't help thinking about it. She didn't want another case of coronavirus where she'd spend the entire time isolated again. Amy loved the outdoors. She heard a buzzer go off in the middle of the game and looked up to see a good number of people running in the direction of the benches. She spotted Betsy in the crowd, waving her hands frantically. "We need to get out of here!" she screamed. "We need to barricade the exits!" Suddenly, Amy watched people run forward, and they threw everything they could at the large double doors of the sports hall, trying to stop anyone from getting out. She rushed out of her seat towards Betsy and grabbed her by the shoulder, trying to get the panicking woman to calm down. "Hey, what is it?" she asked. "What is it, Betsy?" Betsy turned her eyes to the entrance, watching it in fear, as though someone was going to burst through that door at any moment and slaughter everybody where they stood. "Betsy, talk to me," Amy said, shaking her hard. And then she stopped, because she heard something too, and she looked around. There was a low, guttural growl. It would have gotten lost in the commotion going on in there, but everybody had frozen still to listen to this sound. It was a low, guttural growl, and it would have gotten lost in the commotion going on there if everybody hadn't frozen still to listen. And then it came again, followed by footsteps. Several footsteps. Then silence ensued. People began backing up, trying to get into a spot where they could feel safe. Amy held her friend's hand, brushing the strands of her blonde hair that fell across her face. "We have to stick together," she whispered, watching Betsy grab Roger. "Yeah," Betsy responded weakly. Everybody waited for what felt like hours in the silence, the feeling of fear slowly lifting out of them, but then the inevitable happened. There was a crash, and they watched something emerge from the back doors. The back doors! Everyone shook with fear. They hadn't thought about locking them. But it wasn't their fault. Not a lot of people knew about those doors. They remained frozen to the spot as they listened to the growling progressively getting louder and louder, and a zombie eventually emerges from the long hallway into the main room. It was grotesque to gaze upon its ashy skin that seemed to have fallen off in places. It only slightly resembled whoever it used to be, and a woman screamed, and the zombie rushed forward. A man in the crowd came forward too, swinging a heavy laptop case into the zombie's head. Blood spattered across the floor, and the action was so intense it was able to silence the zombie, sending it crashing to the floor. He turned to the crowd, lifting the case in the air. They cheered, clapping their hands in relief and pure excitement. They had tackled the creature. In their celebration, they were caught off guard by several other zombies running into the building and lurching forward. The screams erupted into the morning sky as everybody ran, trying desperately to escape. Betsy let go of Amy's hand. A zombie had jumped on her friend, and it was currently taking a bite out of her. Amy screamed, and Roger came to their rescue, trying his best to pry the zombies off. He had no idea how these things worked. Amy felt her heart racing as she slowly backed away from the horrifying scene. 2 other zombies pounced on Roger, and they brought him down bite after bite after bite. Amy looked around, trying to find a place to escape, and she realized that some of the barricade material had been removed, but it wasn't enough. Her eyes landed on the metallic closet. She pulled out her phone. She needed to speak to Adam one last time before giving in to whatever was happening. She considered everything else a blur. "Hello?" a voice called out. Amy listened to it echo through the hall. "We're looking for survivors." She was shaking, but she was going to take her chances. She peeped out through the opening but couldn't make out much. The person seemed to be walking around with something, and whatever it was, she was sure it was heavy. "Here," she responded. She heard the footsteps stop, redirecting themselves in her direction. She was just able to catch a glimpse of a middle-aged man wearing what looked like camouflage. She finally saw what he was carrying in his hands, and it stopped her from opening the closet door fully. It was a gun. "Hey, we're looking for as many people as we can find," the man said without coming any closer. "We can get out of the city, and maybe we can do it as a team. It's not going to be a one-man thing." "That sounds lovely," Amy said, "but my boyfriend's coming to get me. We could all go together then." "There's no time to wait," the man yelled. "And what if he's already He was cut off by a low growl echoing through the building. Amy inched closer to the opening, watching the man turn around, aiming his gun at the hallway leading to the back door. She remembered that in all the chaos, she never got to seal that spot. It was the least of her problems. She was cold and dirty and hungry, and the smell of death lingered in the air and was so strong that she had to try and stop herself from throwing up all the time. Now she watched as a zombie stepped into this quiet space. As she watched 2 zombies emerge into the hallway, her breathing became shallow and controlled. She could see through a small gap in the doors, and her eyes locked onto the man in the room. He stood firm, his gun gripped tightly, facing off against 2 snarling zombies. The first zombie lunged at him, its decaying hands clawing at his chest, and the man fired, the gunshot echoing through the small room. The zombie crumpled to the ground, but the second one was already on him. It scratched at his arms and his neck and drew blood. With a grunt, the man managed to push it back and fire another shot, the bullet piercing the zombie's skull, and it fell lifeless beside its companion. Amy's heart pounded in her chest. She watched as the man staggered, blood seeping from his wounds. He looked at his shaking hands, realization dawning on his face, because he knew what was coming. With a heaving sigh, he raised the gun, his own gun, to his temple. Amy bit her lip, her hands trembling as she tried to suppress the scream. The man glanced around the room one last time, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation, and then he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot rang in Amy's ears, and she clenched her fists to keep them from making a noise. She watched the man's body crumple to the floor, joining the fallen zombies. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stayed silent, knowing that any sound could draw more of the undead to her hiding place. She held her breath for a second longer and tried to think. She couldn't take in all the horror she'd been experiencing. The day was slowly fading into night, and she was tired. She now prayed for Adam, hoping he'd show up and rescue her. She clasped her hands tight, sending her to a time when she would have asked the heavens to bless her sick mother. Now she was praying, even though she no longer possessed that faith, to anyone who could save her. She rested her head on the walls of the closet, trying to get some sleep. She was sure she was safe enough now to at least take a short nap, and as she prepared to close her eyes, she heard footsteps again. She braced herself. This would be an unpleasant experience for her if she wasn't ready. She hadn't taken on a zombie before, and she couldn't count on any of the shows she'd seen with Adam merely hours ago as a guide to help her. She remained frozen, hearing sounds of what sounded like muffled conversations filling the hall. She remembered the events that had just taken place, wanting to stay rooted, but she watched through the gap in the closet door as a man now came into view, and her heart soared. Adam! She pushed herself out of the closet, getting up, even though she felt weak and absolutely exhausted. She was that exalted. But she was so elated underneath all of this negative emotion. Adam! She called out. Adam smiled, rushing forward as he took Amy into his arms, and they hugged for as long as they had been apart. She inhaled his faint fragrance, now mixed with the scent of dried sweat. He felt her hair. She was real, and importantly, she was safe. I was beginning to lose hope, she whispered. But you're here. I am, Adam said, stroking her cheek. Someone cleared their throat, and she pulled away from Adam's body to peer behind him. The dimly lit sports hall revealed 5 other people in the room with them now, and that didn't count the dead bodies lying around the floor. The stench of death is strong here, she heard an elderly woman say. Amy's eyes adjusted to the sight of Mrs. Thompson and her grandson, Luca. The woman had owned a diner in town that Amy loved, and she was so glad to see that she was still alive. Now Amy saw the others in the room, a woman and 2 men, and she offered them a nervous yet somewhat genuine smile. After all, they had also come to rescue her. Thank you all for coming, she said. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what could have happened. You don't have to thank us. It was mostly Adam. We just tagged along, said one of the men, and the other one nodded in agreement. Amy let out a little laugh, and Adam came closer, huddling everybody together. He looked around the room, taking in the smell of the dead bodies, coupled with the look in everyone's eyes. He didn't know whether it was bravery or desperation, but the determination to stay alive was strong. He swallowed. We have to escape. We have to get to somewhere safe because, in situations like this, there's always somewhere that's safe, he said. We can't stay here. I don't think we should. But it's a sweet spot, one of the men said. Right, Charles? Amy watched the other man nod his head in agreement. No, it isn't. Even if you barricade this place again, there's no food, there's no water, and the smell is horrendous. Adam's right, Amy chipped in. So what do we do? The younger woman asked. We're going to get somewhere safe, and we're going to go to the bus depot, Adam said. I've been thinking about this for a while. We could all get a ride out of town. Sounds like a smart idea to me, Amy said. But how the hell do we get there? Charles asked. I think this is the perfect time. It's night time, and I don't think that zombies have night vision, right? Adam said. He grabbed Amy's hand and their fingers interlinked. So, we're going to quietly creep through this night, through those lurking creatures. Yes, Victor? Victor nodded. When do we start? Mrs. Thompson asked, determined to get her grandson to safety. Adam pushed through them, moving forward with Amy trailing behind him as they made their way through the dimly lit hallway of the sports area. Amy felt her heart soar. She was anxious yet filled with a sense of relief to see the spots that she had been confined in so slowly melting away. She turned her back once they were just about to turn the corner and took in the spot where she'd been hiding. She couldn't believe that she'd made it out of there, and she wasn't sure how she should feel, because there was still a sense of dread lurking. Although she'd escaped, what would become of her? They slipped through an open door from the sports hall out into the cold, harsh world around them. It was quiet, save for the loud sounds of rumbling far away, or so they thought. Amy shivered, pulling her hands to gently rub her shoulders. Adam threw his arms around her, pulling her close. We have to get across this street, to the back of these buildings, he said. We'll be able to make it quickly if we go through one of the buildings there and make our way to the other side. I noticed the store over there is wide open, and I'm sure we can just walk through it and get anything we need. He looked around to see if anyone disagreed, but they all looked ready to make the journey. Slowly, Adam led them across the street under the sickly yellow shade of the streetlight. Amy couldn't help but spot a zombie at the end of that street, feasting on something. Her heart rate spiked. They needed to get into that store, and quickly. She tugged on Adam's sleeves and nudged him in the direction of the zombie. He too was alarmed, pausing to let everyone else move before him. The store was brightly lit, power was still running, but the doors were broken off. They weren't safe, but it was something. Urging everyone to get into the store quietly, Adam and Amy were the only ones left on the street. Amy soon followed, slipping into the store as Adam moved in behind her after seeing that the zombie had just turned its head around. Everyone held their breaths for a moment, but the zombie did not come. The store was in fact a small sweet shop, and they'd have to make do with whatever items they could grab that were still edible. Blood spattered all over the place, told a story of what had happened here, and each person was morbidly curious about how things may have gone down. "Do you think we'll be okay?" Amy whispered. Adam nodded, not wanting to say a word. They moved through the store silently, crossing the counter and then making their way to the back room where the door was bolted. It was a dead end. Adam frowned. If they turned back, they would have to face that zombie out there, and it would easily spot them due to the lights of the store, but they also couldn't stay here. "We're stuck, damn it," Yonna exclaimed. "What do we do now?" Adam could hear the panic in her voice. He wasn't going to let anyone worry. It wouldn't be a wise decision for anyone to panic right now. "Okay, listen up, everyone. We're looking for a key. There has to be one somewhere," he said. "Yonna, Mrs. Thompson, Luca, Charles, Victor, you guys need to stay here, okay?" "Then where will you and your lady search?" Mrs. Thompson asked. "We'll search the store front. It'll be the two of us, which will be easier to navigate than any other number, just in case we get spotted. Okay?" Amy picked up a crowbar she found lying on the ground. "We can do this, everyone," she said. She walked carefully out behind Adam, and they began their search at the front of the store. Moving cautiously through the dimly lit store, Amy and Adam now moved through shards of glass crunching softly under their feet. Every move made now outside meant being visible, and it made them feel more exposed than ever. Amy rifled through the counter, her fingers trembling as she searched for anything useful. Adam was at the register, prying it open with the crowbar that Amy had found. A metallic clang echoed and they both froze, eyes now darting to the street. A zombie shuffled into view, its decaying form illuminated by the fading light. It paused, head turning slowly, as if sensing their presence. Amy and Adam held their breath, not daring to move. Amy could hear her heartbeat pounding in her own ears, and she prayed it wasn't loud enough for a zombie to hear. After what felt like an eternity, the zombie resumed its aimless wandering, moving past the store without a second glance. Amy and Adam exhaled silently, relief washing over them. "Keep looking," Adam whispered, his voice barely audible. Amy nodded and continued her search, opening drawers and rummaging through papers. Finally, her hand brushed against something cold and metallic. She pulled on it, and it was a small key. "Got it," she whispered, showing Adam. He gave a quick nod, his eyes scanning the store one last time before they moved swiftly to the back room and the door there, the rest of the group staring at them eagerly. "What's happened? That was quick. Did something happen?" Amy felt overwhelmed by the questions, but she was relieved. In the safety of the back room, they allowed themselves a moment to breathe, the tension slowly fading away. "We've got the key, and we're going to get out of here," Adam said, dangling it in front of them, as he inserted it into the lock. It turned with a satisfying click, and they all slipped through, closing the door very quietly behind them. They had escaped for now, but they knew that danger was far from over. The streets of Stoke-on-Trent reminded Amy of the cold once more. They found themselves walking through a short alleyway now, all huddled together, and they made it back to the yellow spotlight of the main streets. The bus depot wouldn't be far from here, and Adam knew this area so well he was confident he could walk the grounds with his eyes closed, not that he had any intention of doing so. They walked down the street, scanning every corner for any form of threat, but there was nothing, for now, just rows of nice houses where people had once lived. Amy looked at the bungalows and the two-story buildings nestled amongst each other, and wondered who had spent their lives here. She thought she saw a curtain move and looked away, her daydreaming replaced with the harsh reality that was at hand. They were faced with a zombie apocalypse, and nobody was safe. The house with all those humans would now be a gateway for the undead. Cars were parked on every side of the street, and Adam wondered if these people had gotten a chance to start their day when everything had broken out. A loud crashing noise shook everyone from their rhythmic movement, and it echoed through the streets. "Duck!" Adam yelled, softly, grabbing Amy and pulling her behind a car. The others followed suit, getting behind any vehicle they could find. Yonna had gone underneath one. She wasn't going to risk getting caught at all. Their hearts pounding hard, they couldn't tell where the sound had come from. It had just been loud, and it echoed through the neighborhood like a gunshot. Adam thought about the nights when the television from his neighbor's house would be so loud it would make cop shows sound like actual shootouts. But this was not one of those moments. They waited patiently for whatever it was to approach, but nothing came. They were once again safe to move, but Adam made everyone wait one extra minute. They couldn't risk it. The coast was clear, again, and everyone now crawled out of their hiding spots, a mixture of fear and relief flooding their faces. "Why can't we just take the cars?" Charles asked. "It's freezing now. I could hotwire a car." "That's a genius idea," Yonna chipped in. "It's not," Amy cut them off. "There are alarms in some of those cars, and we don't know which ones have them. And it won't be big enough for all of us, or strong enough to ward off the zombies when they eventually chase us down the roads." "Yeah, and it wouldn't be big enough for all of us to get in, or strong enough to ward off the zombies once we actually get moving down the street," Adam added. He thought about all the movies he'd seen, and those small hatchbacks that never stood a chance against a horde of zombies. He let out a sigh, seeing his breath in the air, and urged the crowd to push through, and the group nodded. They hadn't realized until now, but his level-headedness and determination was the thing keeping them going. "I'm so glad you took us with you," Lucas said. "I wonder what might have become of my granny." Adam nodded his head, a silent appreciation of the sentiment, but he was too tired to figure out the right words to reply to the young boy. They spotted the bus depot only a moment later. The place seemed eerily untouched by the chaos that engulfed the world. Rows of buses still gleamed under the muted lights of the building, sat parked in their designated spots, their exteriors surprisingly well maintained. Their vibrant colours stood out against the dull grey of the surrounding concrete, a stark reminder of how odd things had become. The depot itself, though void of any human presence, appeared intact. The roof was solid, with no signs of neglect seen anywhere. Though currently off, the lights were undamaged and the ticket booths were clean, their glass panes unbroken and clear. Even the signs and posters advertising routes and schedules looked as if they'd been put up just yesterday, their colours bright and their lettering sharp. The entire area was impeccably neat, as if the people had just vanished overnight, leaving everything in perfect order. They were about to leap for joy when they spotted something in the distance. Just at the entrance of the depot, the group could see a small number of zombies lurking. They let out groans and seemed to be searching, as usual, for food. Adam knew they were hungry and would feast on them the moment they got a chance, and he needed to think fast, but he just didn't know what to do. We need a distraction, he said. Something that'll get them going. I can't think of anything that will do that, Yana said. I can, said Amy. What? Adam asked, cautiously. He didn't like where any of this was going, but he did need to know. Amy looked back at some of the cars on the street and turned to Charles. A light bulb went off in her head, and she wouldn't let the idea die. Charles, you can hotwire a car, right? Yeah, he answered, nervously. Well, we're going to break into the loudest one out there and get those things following us and away from the other guys, right? She explained. I'll drive down the block and get them to follow me as far away from here as possible. Then I'll take the alleyway over there. She pointed to a side door, almost hidden from their view. And once there, I'll sneak back in through that door. Are you crazy? Adam asked, throwing his hands on her shoulders and pulling her to one side. I can't let you do this. It's a suicide mission. Look, I have to do this because it's a suicide mission if not, right? She said, taking his hands off her shoulder. I don't want to lose you, Adam whispered, leaning in to touch her forehead. I mean, not again. Look, you didn't and you won't, Amy replied softly. I love you. And it's that that's keeping us moving forward, right? Guys, can you hurry it up? Victor groaned. We've got to get going. Adam and Amy turned to glare at him, watching Charles playfully nudge Victor on the shoulder. I've got to do it, Amy said, turning back to Adam. It's the only way. Adam nodded, not sure how he would stop her anyway. This was the only way that they'd be able to get out of this depot, and it was going to have to work one way or another. Fine, you don't have a lot of time, Adam said, turning to the group. Look, we don't have a lot of time, Adam said, turning to the group. We're going to position ourselves into that corner, and as soon as Amy and Charles have drawn the zombies away, as soon as that alarm goes off, we're going to go for it, right? Everybody nodded. Right, then let's get ready. Amy kissed Adam on the cheek, saving his lips for when she got back. She moved away from the group with Charles in tow as they approached a pink car not too far from where they stood. This is perfect, Charles said. This is just like the ones that used to make horrible sounds when burglars tried to rob people on my street. So it is perfect, Amy asked. Oh yes, said Charles. Charles got out of the car and fiddled around until something clicked. The car's alarm now went off, and the timer had begun. Adam watched as the zombies turned in the direction of the sound and immediately began running towards it. They weren't slow like the creatures in the movies, but he was glad that they weren't quite athletes either. Waiting patiently as the zombies moved away from the entrance, Adam shouted, Go, go, go! Amy turned to look at Adam, giving him a reassuring look as they put their foot down and drove off. Adam took a deep breath and ran. Go, go, go! Adam instructed the team to move, watching as Amy and Charles tried to do their part. Amy turned to look at him, giving him a reassuring look, urging them to all move. Adam took a deep breath and ran. Amy got into the car now with Charles and watched as he now struggled to get the car started. She could see zombies approaching and she was terrified, uncertain that they were going to make it. She could see the zombies approaching and she was terrified, certain that they would reach them before they could get the car going. Charles, what's taking so bloody long? She asked. You said you could do this. Charles pulled some more wires and he looked over at Amy with an apologetic look coupled with fear. I just remembered how hard it was to steal these things, he said. Now looking in the mirror, Amy watched the zombies inch closer and closer, sure that they would descend upon them any second now. Charles held his breath, fear creeping into his body. Oh, we're going to die. We are going to die. Just keep doing what you're doing, Amy instructed. Just keep doing it. Focus. Amy opened the glove compartment and looked around, only finding an assortment of files. The zombies were just feet away now and would surely pounce all over the car, and everything would be done. Charles felt dizzy. There was nothing else left to try. And then something caught Amy's eye. She pulled down the mirror, and a silver key fell. She cheered and grabbed it. Move over, she said. Move over, inserting the key into the slot and then trying the engine. A zombie now pounded hard on the side of the car, throwing Amy off guard for just a moment. She let out a gasp and watched another zombie now come to the bumper. Trying the engine again, suddenly it roared to life. The zombies in front of the car now tried to hold on to any part of it as they moved. "Come and get us, you pigs!" Amy yelled, throwing the car into reverse. It wasn't fast, but she was able to shake the zombies off. As she watched the zombies come running after them, she felt her heart pound as she looked both ways, trying to find a way to escape them. "We're going to turn and make our way down that street there, and then there's an alley and that will lead us back," she told Charles, and he nodded, but said nothing else, petrified. Amy gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles white with tension. The car's engine roared as she slammed her foot down, shattering the silence of the street. She took a breath, glancing at the horde of zombies milling about and blocking the way. It was now or never. Amy floored it. Amy pushed the accelerator hard into the floor. The tire screeched as the car lurched forward. The sound drew the attention of yet more zombies, their heads snapping round in their direction, and they began to shuffle and then sprint, their guttural moans filling the air. Amy's heart pounded in her chest, and she sped down the street, the horde hot on their trail. "Stay buckled," she yelled. "Stay buckled." Turning sharply into the street, Amy glanced in the rearview mirror again. The zombies were relentless, their decayed faces twisted in hunger that chilled her to the bone. One particularly fast zombie was soon upon them, and it leapt and slammed onto the back of the car, causing it to jolt. Amy fought to keep control, her hands steadying the wheel as she swerved. "Come on," she muttered through gritted teeth, her eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. The zombie clung to the back of the car, its bony fingers scratching at the rear window. With a desperate twist of the wheel, Amy sent the car skidding, the sudden motion throwing the zombie off. It tumbled to the ground, and she straightened the vehicle, speeding towards a corner. Turning sharply, tires screeching once more, Amy brought the car to a halt near the narrow alley. Heart racing, she jumped out, slammed the door behind her, urging Charles to do the same. But he didn't need telling twice. They could see the zombies still pursuing, their forms dark and menacing against the night sky. "Think, Amy, think," she whispered to herself, scanning the alley for an escape route. The fire escape ladder was just a few feet away, just within reach. They sprinted towards it, her breath ragged. "We've got to climb," she said. "You go first, and go fast." Charles was shaking, but he made the climb quickly, and then made room for Amy. As she ascended, she looked down and saw the zombies flooding into the alley beneath her. They were moving faster than she anticipated that they could, their eyes fixed upon the car with terrifying intensity. Amy climbed faster, her hands slipping on the cold metal, but she managed to pull herself up onto the platform, sitting beside Charles now. Safe for a while, they watched as the zombies shuffled around the street below them, moving on until, soon enough, all were out of sight again. Amy turned to Charles. "We have to get down now," she said. "What? No freaking way. Did you see all of that?" Charles said, his words rushed, bile rising in his stomach. "Yes, but I also watched my best friend and her boyfriend, not to mention some random man, get killed, so... Look." She pulled Charles's head round in the opposite direction, and he could see the alleyway that she had mentioned earlier. The bus depot was now in view again. "Trust me," she said softly as they made their descent back to the street. They hit the ground, wasting no time getting towards the depot. Amy tried the handle at the door at the side of the building, grateful to find it unlocked. She opened the door wide enough for Charles to come in and shut it hard behind them both. The rest of the group stood anxiously staring, and then cheered softly as Amy and Charles came into view. Victor ran to Charles, embracing him with a tight hug, and Adam moved past everyone to hold Amy in his arms. "You scared me," he said. "I thought you were goners back there." "We were, but for only a minute," Amy said. "Yeah, that girl knows how to survive," Charles praised her. Amy smiled at him and turned her attention to Adam. "And now," she said, pulling him close and kissing him. Adam kissed her back, responding with a passion, before pulling away. "I said I'd save this for you when I got back, and I did." "Yeah, you did," Adam said proudly. He looked at the group, taking in everyone's tired expression. "We've had quite a night," he said, "and I don't know what's next. But I just need to know that we're going to get through it." "Yeah, we will, they chorused together. "All right, well look, we need to find a working bus and get going, right? We take a short break, then we start searching. Stay alert and watch out for those creatures." "Sounds fair enough to me," Charles agreed. Good. We need to get moving quickly, Adam said. It's not going to get any easier from here. Amy could hear her heart pounding non-stop in her chest as she tried to relax. She looked around the depot, trying to get her eyes used to the darkness and the dim lights. The flickering lights which hung over her were not helping with the situation, but she couldn't hear any zombies, so she was sure they were safe. Inside the depot there were a couple of functioning lights, but they were barely doing their job. The place was dark and Amy could barely see. It took a while, but her eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, and she could vaguely make out objects and people, but nothing in intense detail. However, she was too exhausted to acknowledge this fact. She leaned against the cool metal of an abandoned bus and took in some deep breaths, trying to steady her heart and calm herself down. The adrenaline gush of energy she felt from her daring distraction left her tired and spent. She needed time to get some air into herself. She sucked in one big breath before she got up and walked around the depot. She was just trying to keep herself busy while she waited for everyone else to catch theirs. Amy checked the corners of the building and inside the buses for zombies. She didn't expect to see any, but she reasoned that it was good to check anyway. She walked back to her spot by the abandoned bus and leaned next to it again. Looking around at the group, her eyes scanned everyone. Their faces all told the same tale of exhaustion, fear, and slight happiness that they were still alive. Maybe a bit of surprise too. Amy couldn't tell. Her eyes wandered a bit until eventually they landed on Adam. It was like he could feel someone's gaze on him, and a moment later she was staring into his eyes. Amy gave him a small reassuring smile, and Adam sent one back her way. Everyone in the group looked like they'd properly rested, so they could now continue with their mission. "We're safe for now," Adam said, his voice low but steady. "We need to figure out what our next move is." The group didn't exactly seem pleased with having to jump back into things so soon, but Amy understood. They could not delay for another moment. She nodded, pushing herself off the bus. "We need to find a bus that's fueled and ready to go," she said, glancing around the depot. "And we need to decide where to go." Amy looked around, her eyes scanning all the buses there. She was sure one of them might have keys inside. "Split up into groups and search. Once you find one that has keys in and is fueled and ready to go, let the rest of the group know," Adam said. There were a couple of murmurs, but the group eventually did split up. Most people checked the buses in groups of 2 or 3, while others searched alone. Amy was one of the few others. She walked up to the bus closest to her and got in. The interior matched its dusty exterior. The seat cushions were ripped, and there were stains all over the place, signs that the bus was used regularly around Stoke-on-Trent. If it works, then it's good enough, Amy thought. They didn't have time to consider things like luxury. She walked up to the driver's seat. There were no keys in sight. She came down from the seat and rushed towards another bus. This one had several dents and an otherwise clean exterior, while the inside too was spotless. Amy could feel herself being hopeful. She was certain that this bus would start. She rushed towards the driver's seat, but once again, there were no keys. She checked the dashboard and everywhere she could think of, but there was no key in sight, so here was another bus of little use to her. She waited a moment, her hands gently resting on the steering wheel. She was certain that the next bus would start. She gave it a deep search, but the results were still the same. She sighed as she walked out and headed towards yet another one. She walked along the rows of buses, stopping one after the other, searching for keys, and was starting to feel tired. Her movements were becoming slower. They had gone through a large chunk of buses in the depot, and with each flawed bus, it seemed like their chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Amy walked up to the last bus in the row. She climbed aboard, expecting failure as she had with the others. She planned on stopping if this one didn't have any keys. They would need to think of another way to get out of the city. The bus idea clearly wasn't working. "Ah, great! The key's in the ignition. Didn't have to search for it this time," she muttered to herself. The bus roared into life and stood like a beacon of hope for Amy, as if their freedom was well and truly in their grasp. She started running the controls one after the other, each one that passed the test bringing more hope to Amy's face. She tried driving the bus around so she could test the brakes and other things. Others passed the test too, but she was skeptical. She didn't want to pick a bus that would die halfway through the journey. She stepped down and popped the hood open. her eyes roaming over the engine, trying to spot anything that seemed broken or out of place. Everything looked good, but she still wanted to do one last round of checkups. She walked back into the bus and checked the controls again. When she was done checking, and all was working as it should, she simply couldn't believe it. It almost felt like she was imagining things. "Adam, over here!" she called out, the excitement in her voice clear as it echoed throughout the bus depot. Amy could hear hurried footsteps heading in her direction, with Adam at the helm. As they got closer, their faces bore the same excitement as was present in Amy's voice. They all pulled around the bus and stared at it for a couple of seconds, finally realizing that there was a way out of this hellhole. "I checked the controls and everything's functional," she said. Adam walked up to the bus and looked at it and then at her with a pleased expression on his face. "Good job, Amy," Adam said. Amy was aglow with the admiration in Adam's eyes. He nodded at her before he walked into the bus and sat on the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Amy walked around the bus, doing one last visual inspection before she finally got on board. She took her seat beside Adam, ready to help with navigation. The main doors to the depot had a sensor, but it seemed like both sensors may be damaged, and the doors had to be opened manually. Amy now stepped down from the bus and went to the doors. Pressing the manual buttons, she waited to see what the outside of the bus depot looked like, but then thought better of it in case there were zombies lurking around. She turned and headed back to the bus. The doors opened and she got in. She walked up to the front again and sat next to Adam, who was tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, waiting for the main doors to open. The doors to the depot finally creaked, revealing the world outside. The engine rumbling, the bus charged forward, taking everyone out of the depot. The journey begins, Amy thought. They were halfway to getting out of this city. She could feel her heart pounding anxiously in her chest as the bus got further and further away from the depot. There was no turning back now. Despite her anxiety, Amy did have to admit that they were covering more distance than they could have if they were walking, and the bus offered a slight feeling of safety. It felt better knowing that the metal wall separated her from the zombies, but the greatest feeling the bus gave was hope, and it was written over all their faces. They were starting to believe that they would be able to survive this horrible ordeal. Amy could see the determination ablaze on Adam's face, and she was certain that he would make sure everyone survived. "We're finally getting out of this city," she thought to herself. It still felt a little vague to her. They had managed to get a bus that could take them out of the city, but they were not in the clear yet. They were just leaving, and they didn't seem to have any specific destination in mind. Amy didn't want to just think about leaving the city. She wanted to know what would happen after. Would they just be people on a bus away from this city, or was there some place they could go and finally be free from the plague of the undead? "Where shall we go?" Adam asked, his eyes focused on the road ahead. Amy looked at Adam with uncertainty all over her face. She was hoping Adam had the answer to this problem, but it didn't seem like it. She paused for a moment, trying to think of anything that might help them. She could vaguely recall TV stations talking about the pandemic before it hit their city, but those were of little use. A conversation then came to mind. She happened to overhear two women talking, and one of them mentioned that her husband had a job in the military. The woman then proceeded to talk about safe zones that had been established outside the cities. Amy had thought it was a propaganda trick back then, but now she was counting on the woman's story. "There's a military base a couple of miles outside Stoke. They might have set a refuge there," she said, hearing how vague her own words sounded. The military base could be at any point outside the city. Amy reached for her phone and tapped the Maps application, certain that such a place would have been made visible to survivors ahead of time. "Damn it," she said, her phone not working. Amy turned to face the others on the bus. "Anybody got a phone that's working?" A rustling sound followed, and other survivors in the group took their phones from their pockets, and each gave an almost in-sync negative mutter as their answer to the question. "Weird, that is. Maybe the power grids are down or something," Adam said. The day could give the group many unwanted developments, technology downage being one of them. "Could you point it out on a map?" he suggested, gesturing towards a map sticking out of the compartment of the bus. Amy wasn't sure, but she was sure that she remembered enough from that conversation and the news to point them in the right direction. She picked up the map and opened it. It was clean and looked almost new, but it was an outdated map, and would have to suffice. She searched in the compartments until she found a pen, and then she began to trace the way to where she thought the military base might be. It was a clear and straightforward path, but with the city now overrun with undead and the destruction and abandoned cars littering the streets, she knew it was going to take a while before they could get there. Adam glanced down at the map in her hands and with a nod steered the bus in that direction. Amy looked up from the map and then at Adam as she felt the bus slowing down. They hadn't run into any zombies yet as they were avoiding the main roads as much as possible, so she didn't see any reason why the bus might be going so slowly. The road up ahead was chock full of cars, positioned at weird angles. There were bicycles, motorcycles and an assortment of vehicles that had been abandoned in the streets. The cars weren't positioned in any way that would allow the bus to pass by them easily, so they were now driving on the pavement. The pavement told a wholly different story. It wasn't littered with cars or bicycles, but there was glass everywhere from broken windows and an assortment of other sharp objects. One wrong movement and they'd get a puncture for sure, and they wouldn't be able to escape before the zombies would descend all over the place as the bus was partially on the sidewalk and now tilted at an angle. If they went too fast, the bus could even tip over. The almost silent crunch of some metal giving away under the weight of the bus now caught Amy's ear. Her eyes darted around the bus, checking for any signs of movement, but there was nothing. This didn't mean, however, that there was nothing there. The passengers barely made a sound, and Amy was sure that as long as they avoided the roads and the places that were frequently used by the zombies, they would be able to completely avoid them. The passengers barely made a sound, and Amy was sure that as long as they avoided the main roads and places that were frequented by the zombies, they would be able to completely avoid them. "So what do you think about the military base?" she asked Adam. Adam made no visible sign of hearing her words, but she knew he'd heard them all right. He tilted his head towards her, and his voice was barely a whisper when he spoke. "I don't know. I doubt I'll be able to imagine the place until we actually get there. But as long as I can talk to you without having to whisper and pray that a zombie isn't attracted to the sound, then it's fine with me." His words brought a smile to Amy's face. She leaned back against her seat and continued searching the shadows of buildings for any signs of zombies. As the bus continued on, Amy couldn't help but notice how things had changed dramatically in such a short period of time. On a regular day like this, the streets would be filled with people going about their day. Shops would be open and the cars would be on the roads and people would be alive inside them. There would be a whole lot of noise coming from the streets, the sound of cars, the little chatter between people, and a billion other sounds. The tall office buildings towering above them would be filled with people working 9-to-5 jobs, wishing they could do anything else. People standing in front of said office buildings would be getting ready for job interviews, say, or other such things. The roads would be so full of life. On a normal day, she wouldn't even be there herself. She couldn't think of what she would be doing, but she wouldn't have imagined herself on this road at this time of day. Just a few days ago, Adam and I were making plans to spend a quiet evening together. Now it seemed like the whole world is enveloped in silence, she thought to herself. That time seemed like such a long time ago. The roads lacked the people, but the cars seemed to remain there like some sort of tribute. They were yelling, it seemed. This used to be a normal city. The whole place was eerily quiet. There was the odd sound of the undead groaning, something breaking or someone screaming, but it sounded distant, and it happened so often that it felt like the city had always sounded this way. The tall buildings cast dark shadows over everything, and a certain sense of dread flowed through the air. The roads no longer felt alive, and she couldn't spot any humans on the street at all. She could only hear the groans of their crude imitations. The city had gone from being a bustling centre full of people just a couple of days ago to a ghost town. The abandoned city was now devoid of the joyous atmosphere it once had. The bus now hit a bump before stopping, jolting Amy out of her thoughts. She had a throbbing sensation on her hips from where it had slammed into the seat. She turned to ask why the bus wasn't moving, but then she realized herself. The groans are closer than before, she thought. The zombies were not in sight, but they could be heard, and they were close enough. Everyone had horrified looks on their faces as they tried to figure out what they should do next. Amy then heard an odd sound, the silent crunching of approaching footsteps. Footsteps that weren't sluggish and seemed to move with purpose. The footsteps rounded the corner, and a young blonde man came into view. His eyes were filled with relief as they came to rest upon the bus. As the bus doors creaked open, The man rushed towards the bus and eagerly rushed in. He looked flushed, but ultimately relieved to be around other humans. "I'm Stephen Bowers. I came to stay with my family, but I haven't seen them since," he said, and Amy muttered an introduction in response. Stephen opened his mouth to say something, but ever-approaching groans of the undead stopped him and drew everyone's attention away from the newcomer to the impending problem. Amy looked towards the streets, but the discarded cars and debris littering the pavement made it hard to see. They could try driving on the pavement still, but the sound of debris would now attract the zombies. "Get down, lay flat on the floor, and avoid looking at anything, especially zombies, and most importantly, don't move, don't make a sound," Adam whispered, switching off the engine. The bus was quiet as the groaning grew louder and louder, and Amy could feel her heart in her ears pounding as she held her breath, too scared to release it. The sound of the groaning grew even louder, mixed with the sound of flesh against metal. The zombies were right next to the bus. Slowly walking by it, everyone could hear them all the better, and Amy could tell it wasn't just a couple of zombies, it was a massive horde. All it would take to set them off was one sound, and hundreds of zombies would claw at the bus, trying to get in any way they could, and she didn't exactly like that scenario. Amy could feel a nagging urge to look out of those windows, but she shoved it to the back of her mind and laid there still, trying desperately not to move an inch. She wasn't as scared of the zombies as the first time she saw them, but she knew that could quickly change if they noticed her. The sound of them eventually began to fade. As long as the group didn't do anything to grab their attention now, the zombies would just keep walking, aimlessly moving around. All they had to do was wait. Eventually, the noise faded, the moans of the zombies sounding distant and farther away. The survivors for now stayed hidden just for a few more minutes, but Amy eventually got up to check to see if the coast was clear. There were no zombies in sight, so she signaled to everyone else, and they in turn slowly returned to their seats as she looked over at Adam. He had a determined look on his face as he started up the bus, and they continued on their way, despite the fear and uncertainty. Whatever the case, they were moving forward together, and that gave Amy strength. Adam held the steering wheel and turned at every corner. The town was shrinking before his eyes, and he felt it was his responsibility to keep the group safe as they got out of the city, to wherever they might find shelter. He saw zombie movies like this one, and he knew there must be a military zone somewhere not too far from the outskirts of town. He just had to keep going. He turned down a street, letting out a sigh. They had just welcomed a new member onto the bus, and Adam was worried about supplies. It was a stupid thing to think about when he thought about all the people who wouldn't be able to escape. Amy came up to Adam and sat across from him. "Hey, you okay?" she asked, staring at the road ahead. Adam didn't turn to look at her, yet he already knew her face was contorted into a worried expression. He would have laughed it off, but he was too deep in his own thoughts. "Yeah, I am," he answered, shortly. "Just keeping my eyes on the road." "You're doing a great job. It's not a big deal." Amy's words were encouraging, but he knew that it wasn't true. It was a big deal, and if he failed to get them out of here, they could be attacked and killed. "It is a big deal. Your life is practically in my hands, and I've got to keep you safe." Amy let out a sigh. "I know, but you're not doing all of this alone. You have got a team back there." She nodded. "What about the new guy?" Adam asked, trying to change the topic. "Stephen," Amy said. "The guy's lost his family and he's relieved to be here." "Yeah, poor guy," Adam sympathized, thinking about how he would feel losing Amy. Their conversation was suddenly cut off, and they came to a grinding stop. The road ahead to freedom was now blocked by a horde of zombies. They looked over at the bus hungrily, and Adam knew that they could be attacked at any moment, and he needed a plan. "We have to distract them," he said. "Amy, you take the wheel, I'll do it." Charles got out of his seat. "I helped last time," he said. "I can do it again." "Well, then I should help this time," Amy said. "It's dangerous, but I've done it before." Stephen got out of his seat. "No, I'll do it." "But you just got here," Amy said. "You shouldn't—" "But I fought these zombies all night," he explained. "I can do it. I'll get down and give you a signal to follow." "Okay," Amy said, watching him get his knife out and hold it. The bus doors opened and he got down, seemingly ready for action. He turned his attention to the approaching zombies and yelled. "Come get me!" he screamed as Adam hit the pedals of the bus. As Adam hit the accelerator and sent the bus into reverse, zombies lurched forward, chasing Stephen. He was confident now, and he was sure he wasn't going to get caught. The sun beat down on the streets, casting harsh shadows on the buildings. Stephen's breath came in short gasps as he sprinted through the streets, his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear the relentless horde behind him, their guttural moans groaning louder as they closed in. He looked in the direction of the bus and gave them the signal to get moving. His legs were burning from all the energy being exerted, but he couldn't afford to slow down now. Every second counted. He had to reach the bus. It was his only chance. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the mass of zombies surging forward now, a terrifying sea of decayed flesh and vacant eyes. Above all else, Stephen needed a distraction, something to buy him a few precious moments. Up ahead, he noticed an abandoned car with shattered windows and a door left ajar. Its fuel intake hatch was wide open. Stephen made his way over, slicing a strip of fabric from his jacket at the same time with his knife. He stuffed the material into the car's fuel tank, then pulled out a lighter from his pocket and set the fabric ablaze. A sudden flare of light and smoke drew the horde's attention, momentarily diverting their focus. Stephen held the knife tightly. He did not wait to see the results. Stephen's muscles screaming in protest, he darted through the alleyways and around the corners. His path was a desperate zigzag, anything he could do to throw off the zombies which might still be following him. The streets being a maze, any wrong turn could be his last. As he rounded the corner, he saw the bus. His face flooded with relief for a second, but he knew it wasn't over. The doors were closed, but he could see Amy through the windscreen, her eyes wide with worry. She was waving at him, encouraging him to keep going, but Stephen hadn't come this far to give up now. Pushing himself harder, his lungs now burned as he sprinted towards the bus. He could hear the zombies behind him, their growls growing louder and more frantic by the second. One of them, faster than the rest, broke free from the pack and lunged at him. Stephen barely had time to react. He ducked and twisted, but the zombie's claws raked across his arm, tearing his sleeve and drawing blood. It looked awful, but he didn't have any time to stop and think about it. He stumbled, but didn't fall. With a surge of adrenaline, Stephen turned and swung the knife, the blade slicing through the air. It found its mark, burying itself into the zombie's skull. The creature went limp, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Stephen yanked the knife free and kept on running, his arm throbbing with pain. The bus was just a few yards away now. He could see Amy moving to the door and her hand hovering over the controls. But the horde was almost upon him, their collective growls rising to the loudest frequency he had ever heard. He could feel their breath on the back of his neck, their fingers brushing against his back. They were that close. "Stephen!" Amy shouted, her voice a mix of relief and urgency. She slammed the button to open the doors, and they hissed open just as Stephen reached them. He leapt through the gap, his momentum carrying him inside the bus. Amy grabbed his hand, pulling him up as the doors closed behind him, cutting off the nearest zombies with a sickening crunch. The bus roared into life, its engines growling as it surged forward. Stephen collapsed into one of the seats, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Adam was at the wheel, his knuckles white as he gripped it tightly. "You okay?" Amy asked Stephen, glancing at him with concern. He turned his attention to everyone else, cheering as they drove quickly through the streets. Stephen nodded, still too tense to speak. Looking out of the window, he saw the horde falling behind, their numbers reducing rapidly as the bus picked up speed. He let out a shaky sigh of relief. They were safe, for now. "Oh, that was too close," Amy said, her voice trembling slightly. "Tell me about it," said Stephen, replying, finally finding his voice. Looking at his arm, he saw the wound was oozing blood. "Got a first aid kit round here?" Amy nodded and reached into a compartment above her seat, pulling out a small battered kit. She handed it to Stephen, who opened it and began to clean and bandage his wound. The pain was sharp, but it was a reminder that he was still alive. "You did great out there," Yana said. "Had us worried for a second." Stephen nodded his head. "It was easy," he said, grinning. "Not with that cut you got," Mrs. Thompson pointed out. "You could have died, young man." "But I didn't," he said. "Yeah, he didn't. Let's cut him some slack," Victor said, grinning in his direction. Stephen let out a sigh of relief. He felt good being in this company. It made things feel better. As he worked on his wounds, he glanced around the bus. It was cramped and cluttered and filled with supplies and makeshift weapons. He looked out of the window and wondered if there were any other survivors, people who they had met that needed saving along the way. He moved to the front of the bus, standing just behind Adam and Amy. If there are any survivors out there, shouldn't we help them? He said. Amy looked at Adam and then slowly turned her head back to look at Stephen. Maybe, but it'll take some time to find them, and I think we should figure out our next move before we begin to worry about the people that you want to save, she said calmly. Stephen nodded in agreement as he finished bandaging his arm and looked at Adam. So what's the plan? We're heading for the safe zone, Adam replied, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. About 20 miles from here. If we can make it, we'll be okay. How do you know there'll be one? Stephen asked. Because I just feel it. And if there isn't, then at least we're out of town, right? And then we can see what the rest of the world looks like, Adam said. Stephen nodded. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. As he settled back in his seat, his body was aching from exhaustion. The adrenaline was now wearing off, leaving him feeling drained and tired. Yona came to sit beside him, resting her head on the seat. Seems you're very brave, she said. I'm not. I just feel like I've been battling with these things for a long time, and I think I know what I'm doing now, he said, trying to sound brave. You two quit flirting, Charles yelled, and the bus erupted in laughter. At least save the conversation for the rest of us. Okay, fine. What's everybody else's backstory? Stephen said, turning to face the others. I'll go first, said Victor. My brother and I were trying to figure out the best way to spend a day off from school when the apocalypse came. Sucks. Hey, but at least we don't have to be in school, right? Hey, I'm the one paying for your school. Don't you waste it, Charles yelled, slapping his brother on the back of the head, which earned another chuckle. I had to take up a job as a mechanic to make sure this bozo here goes to college. And this is how he thanks me? Charles said, rolling his eyes. Well, anyone else? Stephen called. My grandma and I own a diner, but it's ruined now, said Luca. There was a silence for a moment. The reality of loss had finally dawned on them. They could never go back to their lives, the lives they once had. Well, as for me, if you want to know, Yona said, I was running away from home. What? Stephen said, in shock. Yeah, she shrugged. I regret it now because I'm probably never going to see my family again. Stephen let out a sigh. He understood the last part so well. Same, he said, but not the running away part, even though I did run away from London to get away for the weekend. London boy, Charles cheered. I could tell. No, you couldn't, Victor countered. Yeah, well, I was supposed to be spending the weekend with my cousin Mark, and now I won't be doing any of that anymore. Amy turned around. Well, don't ruin the mood, she joked. Adam and I have a simple backstory. We wanted to watch the early morning basketball game at the sports hall, and then this happened. Probably because you made us watch zombie movies the night before, Adam said. You were watching zombie movies? Stephen asked. You guys started this. Everyone giggled, feeling more at ease. The bus rumbled through the deserted streets, the occasional zombie appearing in their path, only to be mowed down by the vehicle. Stephen watched as the city passed by. The buildings were empty, and some looked like they'd caught fire, a freak accident of some sort. It was hard to believe that this had once been a thriving world. How did you find the bus? He asked, breaking the silence once more. Amy smiled faintly. With luck mostly. We had to battle some zombies, and I took them on myself. Yeah, but it was my idea, Adam said, and I won't let you take credit for that. Stephen nodded, grateful for the stroke of luck that had brought him to this point. He leaned back in his seat, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. The events of the past few days weighed on him, the constant danger and fear taking their toll. He occasionally thought of Mark, but the very idea made him so sick to his stomach he couldn't bear it. He must have dozed off, because the next thing he knew, the bus was jolting to a stop again. Stephen sat up, blinking in confusion. Amy was peering out of the window, her expression tense. What's going on? Stephen asked, rubbing his eyes. Roadblock, Amy said, her voice tight. Looks like debris in the road. We're going to have to clear it to get through. Stephen groaned, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. But there was no choice. They couldn't stay here. He grabbed his knife and stood up, wincing as his muscles protested. I'll help, he said, moving towards the door. Amy nodded, her face a mask of determination. She opened the door and Stephen stepped into the bright sunlight. The street was littered with rubble and broken-down cars, creating an impassable barrier. He could see a few zombies in the distance, but for now the area seemed relatively clear. They worked quickly to move the smaller pieces of debris and trying to create a path wide enough for the bus. Stephen's muscles ached with every movement, but he pushed through the pain anyway. They just had to keep going. As they worked, Stephen kept an eye on the approaching zombies. They were slow, but relentless, and he knew they would be on them before very long. Now was the time to start hurrying. "Almost there," Amy said, her voice straining with the effort. Stephen nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. They were making progress, but it was slow going. He glanced at the bus where the other survivors were watching anxiously. They all knew what was at stake. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Stephen from behind a pile of rubble. He barely had time to react. Swinging his knife in a wide arc, the blade connected with the zombie's neck, severing its head with a spray of black blood. The body crumpled to the ground, twitching. Stephen stepped back, his heart racing. The noise had attracted more zombies, and he could see them converging on their position. They were out of time. "Amy, we need to go. We need to go," he shouted, his voice edged with panic. Amy looked up, her eyes wide with fear. She nodded and ran back to the bus, Stephen right behind her. They clambered inside, slamming the door shut just as the first zombie reached them. "Go, go, go!" Stephen yelled, urging Adam to start that bus. Adam did not need to be told twice. The bus roared to life and lurched forward, ploughing through the remaining debris. The zombies clawed at the side of the bus, their moans filling the air, but the bus kept moving. Stephen slumped into his seat, his heart still pounding. He watched as the horde fell behind, their figures growing smaller and smaller until they were just specks in the distance. "We made it," Amy said, her voice filled with relief, and the rest of the gang shared her sentiment. Stephen nodded, again too exhausted to speak. He closed his eyes, letting the hum of the engine lull him into a restless sleep. When he woke, the sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. He looked out of the window and saw a sign that made his heart leap with hope. "Safe zone, 5 miles," Adam called out. He turned to Stephen with a knowing look on his face. "Told you." They were almost there. He could hardly believe it. After everything they'd been through, they were finally close to safety. The bus rumbled on, its passengers silent but hopeful. Stephen could feel the tension easing, the fear that had been a constant companion now slowly dissipating. As they neared the safe zone, Stephen could see the walls in the distance. They weren't too high, but they looked solid, which was a stark contrast to the rest of the city. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their weapons ready. It was a sight that filled him with a sense of security that he hadn't felt in a long time. The bus came to a stop near the gate, and 2 soldiers stepped forward, their expressions wary. Amy and Adam rose and climbed down from the bus. Holding their hands in the air, Amy spoke with the soldiers, but all that could be heard was her muffled voice. A guard walked over to the other side of the bus, looking at everyone seated. He walked past Amy and approached the bus doors. "We have to do a check, to be sure none of you are infected." Adam nodded, letting the door bus fly open as the guard got on board. He had a kit with him, and with it he went from Yona to the next person and the next. Amy stood outside and watched. She had been worried that they wouldn't get in because of Stephen's wounds, but it didn't look like that was going to be a problem. He was checked, and he was good to go. Amy stood outside with her hands still raised, and was the last to be checked. "Okay, you're cleared to go in," the soldier announced. "There's a medical centre that will tend to your wounds, and there are other survivors in there, so make yourself comfortable without making anyone else feel uncomfortable." Everyone got off the bus, and the gates began to open, so the group could walk in. There was relief and celebration when they saw, for the first time, what felt like a whole new world. Several people were walking around, and there were tents everywhere, littered across the zone. Adam held Amy's hand as they walked into the zone, took a turn, and then followed the instructions of a man who led them to the place where they would reside. Amy smiled at Adam. Adam squeezed Amy's hand. He didn't want to acknowledge it, but he knew it was true. Though they'd made it to the safe zone, he knew this wasn't going to be the end of things, even if they were safe, for now. The sky was painted with colours of orange, purple and a dash of pink as the evening sun shone across it. It looked like an artist had dipped his paintbrush into a jar of those colours and rubbed it across the sky, making a masterpiece. Amy stared up at it. She felt so pleased to see that something so beautiful could appear despite all the chaos. She didn't have to watch out for zombies, so she dedicated her attention to this. They were on the outskirts of the city, and they had been here for a while. It didn't take long before Amy saw that there were no zombies there. There was the occasional rustling or a groan, but it quickly disappeared before it could be considered a threat. It felt so peaceful here. The city felt so far behind them that for a split second, Amy could pretend like the zombies didn't exist or were a bad dream, only for a moment. Despite her fixation on the beautiful clouds, something else caught Amy's attention. Her eyes widened as she saw it in the distance. They could see the outline of the military base from where they were. If Amy squinted, she was sure she would be able to make out the vague and almost shadowy outline of figures. She felt a surge of hope come over her, but she also felt panicky. She knew that they were finally safe from the zombies, but she was still worried. She tapped Adam on the shoulder. "Stop the bus," she said, almost surprised by the sound of her own voice. Because of all the zombies back in the city, it had been a while since she had spoken. Adam looked at Amy confused, but he didn't say a word. A couple of seconds later, the bus came to a halt. They could make out 2 soldiers watching them, their hands nestled on their guns. Amy got up from her seat and walked over to the door. She opened it, and a second later, she was standing next to the bus. She had both hands raised in the air. She wanted to show that she meant no harm, but there were still guns trained on her and the bus. "Please," she called out, her voice steady and loud. "We're survivors from Stoke and we need help." Maybe it was the mention of the city, or the fact that there were more than a couple of survivors, but the soldiers' grip around their guns tightened. The soldiers glanced at one another and exchanged looks. Some words were shared amongst them, but Amy was too far away to hear what was said. The soldiers both had apprehensive looks on their faces, but they moved closer to Amy. "Stay where you are," one of the soldiers commanded. "We need to check for bites and any sign of infection." The soldiers walked toward them, eventually letting go of their weapons but pushing them in front, always keeping them in view like a silent threat. Amy turned and looked at the people inside the bus. They all saw the approaching soldiers bearing guns and had worried looks on their faces. "Remain calm," she said loudly, so the soldiers could hear her. She didn't want them to feel threatened. She also motioned with her hands, telling the group to calm down, but she wasn't sure if it was more for herself than it was for them. She could feel the sweat rolling down her back, and she felt incredibly anxious. They were almost there, almost safe, but she still knew that if one thing went wrong, the soldiers would not hesitate to rain bullets in on them. "There is no one infected in the group, or at least I don't think there is," she thought. The soldiers walked to them. Amy expected them to inspect her first since she was closer, but they walked right past her and boarded the bus. They didn't give any special medical equipment or gadgets, so Amy guessed the test was going to be a physical one. And she was right. The soldiers went row after row, methodically and thoroughly searching every passenger. They didn't spend anything less than 5 minutes on each one. Any time they would linger on a person, Amy would feel her heart flutter, filled with fear at the thought of what the soldiers might find. She didn't know what signs the soldiers were looking for, save for the obvious bite marks. She could only guess. Maybe a rise in significant temperature, or rather a significant decrease since the zombies were technically dead. It was the only thing Amy could think of, but she wasn't too sure of it. "No one's infected," she muttered under her breath, over and over, almost like she was trying and failing to convince herself that it was true. She knew this, but it felt like she was lying. She placed her hand over her chest, feeling her heart working overtime. Since it was a physical test, the soldiers could easily mistake any sign for a sign of infection. Amy knew that the guns they had were not just there for display. If they thought someone was infected, they wouldn't live to see the light of the next day. Amy knew this, and it added panic to her, but it wasn't the only reason. She heard the soft sound of footsteps exiting the bus, followed by, "Bus clear!" The footsteps headed towards her until the men stood there, giving her a physical test. Amy felt a new wave of fear hit. She could feel her forehead burning up. Is that a sign? Her legs had an itch. Is that a sign? A dozen thoughts were pouring in and out of her head, and each one of them made Amy question whether she had been bitten or not. Finally, the soldier stepped away after what felt like an eternity and nodded to them. "You're all clear. Welcome to the safe zone," he said with a reassuring smile. Amy felt like a weight had been removed from her shoulders. She looked back at Adam, her eyes shining with gratitude, and gave him a cheerful look that he returned. "Your bus might be contaminated, so we advise that you leave it here. We'll take you inside the safe zone, where you will be cleaned up and taken care of," one soldier said before he started walking toward the gate. People came down from the bus and started following them. Amy could feel a relief greater than any other one she had experienced in a long while. She was finally safe. They weren't just safe for a moment, trying to catch their breaths before they had to face the zombies again. They were genuinely safe in a place where they didn't have to think about zombies at all. They had finally made it through the worst of it seemed, and now they could try to get whatever normalcy they could get back into their lives. As they walked towards the safe zone, Amy felt Adam's hand slip into hers. She wanted to say something, but ultimately kept it to herself. She didn't want the pleasant feeling to be ruined by words. They just walked to the safe zone in silence. The looks on their faces did the talking for them. The soldiers who completed the checks on them stopped at the original spot where they were standing, and another soldier started talking to them. This man led them through some more gates that had a couple more soldiers positioned at them. Amy glanced around, seeing the faces of the other survivors as they were led into the base. They all had the same look on their faces, one that told of unimaginable exhaustion and tiredness, with some glimmers of hope mixed in. Amy had a similar look on her face, although she seemed more hopeful. It was true that her body felt like it could barely move, and she felt overcome with exhaustion, but she couldn't stop the hopeful feeling brewing inside her. They were being led into the safe zone, the place that they had endured so much to get to. They had gone through absolute hell to get to this place, and they were finally here. They had been through hell, but they had come out on the other side stronger than before. Amy felt safer than she had in hours, days even. On the way to the safe zone, there was a part of her telling her that they wouldn't make it. It felt like she wouldn't survive the next lot of zombies, and each second would be her last. But it was finally over. With the promise of safety that the safe zone offered and a bright, clear future finally ahead of her, Amy knew that they would be able to face whatever came their way. She felt safe, but she knew this wasn't the end of her problems. The zombies were still out there, and as long as they were, no place was truly safe. However, she wasn't worried about that. She turned and looked at Adam. As long as he was still here, with her, there was always still hope. She leaned on Adam's arm as they followed the soldier deep into the safe zone. Adam was all she had since her parents had passed away. The group all considered family left behind, pondering their fortunes in this new world. Adam thought of his parents who now lived in Manchester. What would their fate be? Was this happening there too? Victor and Charles were happy to have each other in this madness. Yonna considered the way she had left her family in a rage. Mrs. Thompson and her grandson with her, but what of her daughter, the boy's mother? Stephen thought of his cousin. Where the hell are you, Mark? A man peered out of his window, looking feverishly through the streets. He pulled the blinds shut when he noticed movement and then pulled them up again when he found the courage to peer out again. He stared in disgust at the sight of a pale, decaying creature. He wouldn't dare call that a man, but he knew it used to be at one point in its life. The zombie shuffled down the street, groaning with each step it took. He couldn't quite get the anatomy of these creatures. He learned that some were as fast as a slow jogger, and some shuffled through the streets like the one he peered at now. There was a pause, and he closed the blinds quietly and slid onto the couch. He wasn't going to focus on this zombie out there. He had other things to worry about. His cousin Mark was one of them. He went to the kitchen to make himself something to drink. The options were limited, but it'd have to do anyway. He had to rest his head somewhere, so he got his glass of water and headed upstairs. He had come to Stoke-on-Trent to spend the weekend with his cousin, away from the busy life he led in London. Here, he could always just be Stephen Bowers, but in London, he had to be the executive graphics designer for one of the biggest companies around. It got tiring sometimes. It was moments like these when he was overwhelmed that he would sneak away to be with his cousin, and they'd spend weekends playing games and passing the time. They grew up together, and Mark was his only family. Stephen wished he had stayed back. He wished he hadn't taken the bus here, but it was too late for wishing. Nothing would come of that. The end, as Stephen had been calling it, didn't start until Wednesday morning. He had gone for a jog with Mark, headphones on as they passed through the streets with identical-looking brown houses. He noticed people running frantically down the street. He thought it was odd, but he hadn't been able to process any of it at the time. He wished he had been more careful. As they got closer to the end of the street, Stephen could smell something awful. He looked forward, taking his headphones off as he paused in horror. He looked at Mark, who stared back at him in shock. People lay dead on the street, but there were other things, not quite living, pacing the streets, and one of them had locked eyes with the duo. "Run!" Mark yelled, grabbing Stephen. They booked it down the street, Suddenly realizing that everyone had been running, Stephen swallowed, turning around to see a zombie running after them in the distance. It was fast, but not as fast as they were, yet Stephen was sure it would catch up with them. His heart was already giving way. He needed to rest. He felt bile rise in his throat as the urge to throw up was proving strong. Mark slammed into him, throwing them off course and into the shrubbery. They rolled through the bushes and Stephen was just about to yell when Mark got to him, throwing his hands to clamp Stephen's mouth shut. With fear in his eyes, Stephen stared at his cousin. His vision was blurry as he tried to focus on the sounds around them. The sounds of groaning. It would have been comical, the kind of sound they would have typically associated with a Hollywood zombie, but he had no time to giggle about it, not when the zombie was standing not too far away from them. Mark was sweating now, the droplets falling on Stephen's face as they froze in their position till they could hear the groans slowly fade out. The zombie was getting further away from them. They remained in this position for what felt like hours, but it was only 5 minutes. Slowly Mark got up from his position and gave Stephen a helping hand. They dusted leaves off themselves, taking a minute to absorb the situation. Stephen stared at Mark in horror as they remained silent for a while. Mark yelled, "The world just bloody ended!" Stephen clamped his hand over Mark's mouth now, tried to calm his cousin down, because he knew that when Mark was triggered, there was no stopping him. "Calm down," Stephen instructed. "If I take my hand off your mouth, you have to stay calm, or else you're going to end up like that thing we just saw." Mark nodded his head in agreement. He was panicking, but he didn't want to end up dead, or worse, a zombie. "That's right," he said, encouraging Mark with every step as he took his hand off his mouth. Mark let out a sigh, placing his hands on his knees as he tried to get some fresh air. "This is crazy. Zombies?" Mark said. "I mean—" He let out another breath of air, his movements a little shaky. "Hey, let's go back home. We'll be fine," Stephen reassured him, leading him home as they got back onto the empty streets and jogged back carefully. This was the turning point for him. This was when Stephen knew things were going to change. Stephen woke up to the sound of movement around the house. He had a sinking feeling in his throat, but he hoped it was Mark. It had been a whole day since his cousin stepped out of the house to get supplies. He wouldn't have let Mark leave, but he knew Mark was faster and more athletic, and he knew how to scavenge for items better. It was evident in all the Easter hunt games they used to play when they were younger. "Mark?" he called out softly, coming down the stairs. "Mark, where the hell have you—" He paused when he hit the last step. The air around him grew really cold, and he looked in front of him. Something shuffled in the darkness, the moonlight shining its light through the open front door. He'd forgotten to lock it. Stephen made for the kitchen, listening to the groan of the zombie. He needed to do something. The moonlight streamed through the panes of the windows, casting eerie shadows across the room. Stephen stood in the kitchen, his breath shallow and rapid, eyes darting around nervously. The silence of the house was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of wood settling and the distant groans of the undead just outside the kitchen's reach. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum, every beat a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. He glanced at the knife block on the counter, his gaze locking onto the largest blade. The knife, an 8-inch chef's knife, gleamed menacingly under the dim light. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and he grasped the wooden handle. The weight of it felt reassuring, and it felt like a lifeline had been thrown at him. He wondered if Mark would ever do something this drastic, but the thought of Mark only fueled Stephen's fire. The thought of his cousin dead in a ditch somewhere only served to push his need to survive. He knew what he had to do. Stephen moved silently through the kitchen, his bare feet making no sound on the cold tile floor. He approached the hallway, peering around the corner with a mix of dread and determination. The hallway stretched out before him, a narrow passage lined with family photos that now seemed like relics of a bygone era. At the far end, a figure shambled into view, and its movements were slow, the ugly caricature of the person it used to be. The zombie's skin was pallid and mottled, chunks of flesh were hanging loosely from its bones. Its eyes, once human, were now vacant and clouded, devoid of any recognition or mercy. It moved with a terrible shuffle, dragging one foot behind the other. Each step it took brought with it a faint, sickening squelch, the sound of decayed flesh and broken bones. Stephen's grip tightened on the knife, his knuckles turning white. He pressed himself against the wall, willing himself to be invisible. The creature continued its approach, oblivious to his presence. Stephen could smell it now, a rancid stench that turned his stomach and made his eyes water. He fought the urge to gag, focusing instead on the task at hand. The zombie was only a few feet away now, its groans growing louder. Stephen took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He counted down, silently in his head. 3, 2, 1. He sprang from his hiding place, lunging at the creature with all the force he could muster. The knife arced through the air, the blade sinking deep into the zombie's chest. It let out a guttural roar. The sound was more animal than human. Stephen didn't stop. He yanked the knife free and plunged it in again and again, each thrust fueled by a desperate need to survive. Blood and gore sprayed from the wounds, coating his hands and arms in a slick, cold mess. The smell was overpowering, a nauseating blend of rot and iron. The zombie flailed wildly, its arms reaching out to grab him. Stephen dodged its grasping hands, his movement frantic and uncoordinated. He drove the knife in once more, this time aiming for the creature's neck. The blade bit into the decayed flesh, severing tendons and arteries. Black, viscous blood poured from the wound, soaking its clothes. The zombie's roars turned into gurgles, its strength fading away with each passing second. But Stephen wasn't finished. He stabbed again and again, his arms moving on autopilot, driven by a primeval rage and fear. He could feel the resistance of bone and sinew and hear the sickening squelch of the blade tearing through flesh. He didn't stop until the zombie's head lolled to one side, its body slumping to the floor in a heap. Stephen stood over the corpse, his chest heaving, his vision blurred with sweat and tears. His hands were slick with blood, the knife trembling in his grip. He felt a surge of triumph, quickly followed by a wave of nausea. He staggered back, leaning against the wall for support. The reality of what he'd just done crashed over him now like a tidal wave, leaving him shaken and disoriented. He sank to the floor, his back against the wall, the knife falling from his grasp. He could still hear the faint sounds of the undead outside, a grim reminder that the fight was far from over. But for now, he allowed himself a moment to breathe, to process the violence and the horror. He had survived, at least for now, and that was all that mattered. Stephen wiped his bloodied hands on his trousers, staring at the corpse at his feet. It was a reminder of the new world he lived in, a world where every day was a battle for survival. He knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. The undead were relentless, and they would stop at nothing to tear him apart. But Stephen was determined to live, to fight for every precious moment. He was determined to get out of Stoke-on-Trent, to find his cousin. He needed to survive. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. He picked up the knife once more, its weight familiar and comforting in his hand. He would do whatever it took to survive, no matter how brutal or bloody the path might be. With one last glance at the fallen zombie, Stephen pushed himself to his feet and moved forward. He needed to pack stuff and prepare for the journey out. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew he had to leave here. This neighborhood was no longer safe for him. He grabbed a bag from the closet, putting anything he could find into it. Bottled water filled from the tap, a couple of first aid bands and alcohol just in case, the few cans of food and whatever snacks he could find, and a jacket. There was more to grab, but a part of him didn't want to take too much. He hoped Mark would come back to find him, so he grabbed a flashlight and a paper and a pen. He hunched over a small side table in the corridor and quickly wrote a note for Mark to find whenever he got back. He took one last glance at the house again, closing the door behind him. He grabbed his copy of the key and slid the other under the welcome mat. He was off now into the cold night. It took some time to get used to it, but with his backpack and a flashlight, he was navigating the streets easily. The world as he knew it was so different. The once bustling streets were so quiet that he would have thought aliens had descended. It wasn't far off, either. He made his way through the streets and houses, going into some of them to scavenge. It was something that Mark did better than he had, but he was going to have to learn if he wanted to make it far. He leaned against a bed frame in one of the houses, trying to find anything he could. Stephen hit something hard. Grabbing it, he pulled out whatever it was and sat down on the floor. It was a little pink box with a bow on it. The only thing that seemed to stay preserved in this house. He let out a sigh and opened the box, staring at its contents. There were pictures of a young girl, and Stephen could see the life she used to live. She looked happy in some of these. In others, he could see the sadness or surprise she was trying not to convey. Stephen put the box back under the bed, sitting still for a moment. He was wondering if life would always be like this, terrifying, with every corner waiting to fill him with some new fear or despair. He let out a sigh and got up, ready to go back to the streets. Having decided he needed to find a new place to rest his head, Stephen turned the corner and saw something dart into a building at the far end of the street. He rubbed his eyes. He could have sworn it wasn't a zombie. He had seen his fair share of them as the hours had ticked by, but he wasn't sure if this wasn't one. He came closer, moving slowly till he could see the lights in a room a floor above him go off suddenly. Stephen stood for a long time, unsure what to make of this, as the eerie feeling of being watched began to creep in. He looked around at the deserted streets, sure that no one else was there beside him, and a chill ran down his spine. Instantly, the door to the house creaked open. Stephen stood there, watching in anticipation and fear as a hand stretched out from the darkness and beckoned him to go in. He thought about how weird all of this was, but he wouldn't say no to an invitation. He crept close enough and took the hand, and was pulled in hard to the house, and the door clicked shut behind him. "What the hell?" he let out, trying to get himself off the floor. "Hush!" a voice called out. Stephen let his eyes adjust to the now dimly lit room until he realized what he was looking at. People. Loads of them. He stared back at the blinking eyes looking back at him. "Haven't seen you around," the person at the door said. "Yeah, I'm not from these parts," Stephen responded, rubbing his head. "And also, did you have to yank me in quite so hard?" "Yeah, well, you were taking your time. The zombies could have found us." "Us?" Stephen looked over at the other people in the room. He could count at least 15. "That's a lot of us." "Yeah." He turned to look at who he was speaking to. A lady, not older than 30, he presumed. She was vibrant, held a smile on her face, and adjusted the jacket she now had on. "Wow." "Yeah, you're not bad yourself. What's the name?" "Stephen Bowers. I'm trying to find my way out of here," he introduced himself, stretching out his hand. The woman laughed, turning to the others watching. "Carry on. He's safe." The room became a murmur of sounds as Stephen noticed no one was watching him anymore. He turned his attention back to the woman he was speaking to. "Crazy, right?" she said. "A small group of people that have to coexist at the end of the world." "End of the world is a stretch," Stephen said. "But it does feel like it." "Yeah. I'm Amelia. We've been trying to stay safe from the dead guys out there," she said. "Funny enough, you're not even the first guy to move past here looking for an escape." "What?" Stephen asked, curious. "Yeah, group of wankers made their way down here not too long ago. They didn't see us or anything, but I watched them from the windows and drew the curtain when one of the ladies looked here," Amelia informed him, moving away from the door toward the kitchen. "Where were they going?" Stephen asked. "Why didn't you open the doors to them?" "They looked like they had a death wish, causing a car alarm to go off and flooding here with zombies, but I could have sworn they were heading for the depot." Stephen thought. Amelia handed him a plate with beans on it. "It's all I can give you from our ration, but if you stay, you can contribute with searches and we'd all eat better." Stephen took the plate, pulled up a chair in the kitchen and sat down. He was hungry, but not willing to eat the food he had carried with him. This would do. "Thanks," he said. "But why don't you guys want to leave?" he asked, shoving food down his throat. "Because there's nothing out there for us to see," Amelia said, "and I've no idea why you're trying to leave." Stephen grinned, putting the empty plate down. "Well, thank you for that," he said, "but I do need to be getting out of here. We don't know what's out there, so we can't assume it's going to be hopeless." "We also don't know if it's safe out there either," Amelia countered. "Maybe we should be hopeless." Stephen let out a sigh. "Well, thank you for your hospitality, but I can't stay." He got up, holding his bag tightly. He looked at the house and the people inside. He felt suffocated, thinking of how he would have to share this space with them when the idea of escaping and leaving all this behind sounded far more enticing. "Okay, deal, but don't come running back when things go badly out there, because I know it," Amelia said. "I know it." Stephen swallowed hard, watching her unlock the door for him. He gave her a long stare, knowing he may never see her again. Amelia stared at him too, seeming to understand the look he was giving her. She knew what it meant, and she wasn't bothered about it. Amelia knew people came and exited her life as easily as water flowed down a stream. Nothing was ever new. Stephen stepped out of the house, hearing the door slam shut behind him. He thought about the group of people she had mentioned heading for the depot. Were they trying to escape? Stephen wondered if he could catch up with them if he hurried, and decided without hesitation that's what he needed to do. He stopped in his tracks, staring at something in the distance. 2 zombies were making their way toward him. They were fast, and he knew he had to move quickly or they'd catch him. Stephen dashed towards a house, trying to make his way inside or anywhere he could get away. The door was jammed, and he could see the zombies drawing closer. He held the door handle and pulled hard, yanking the door wide open. Stephen's heart pounded like a drum in his chest as he sprinted down the narrow hallway, the flickering overhead light casting erratic shadows on the wall. His breathing was ragged, his muscles burning from exertion, but he couldn't afford to slow down. The growls and moans of the undead echoed behind him, a constant reminder that death was only a few steps away. He came to a halt at the end of the hallway, his back slamming against a locked door. Panic surged through him as he frantically scanned his surroundings for an escape route. To his horror, the zombies lurched into view from around the corner, their vacant eyes locking onto him with a predatory hunger. Stephen's mind raced, calculating his options. He couldn't outrun them in such a confined space. His eyes fell on a gun laying on the floor a few feet away, half covered by debris. It was a glimmer of hope in the bleakness of his situation, and he dove for it, skidding across the floor as his fingers closed around the cold metal. Stephen scrambled to his feet, checking the magazine with shaking hands. His heart sank when he realized there was only 1 bullet left. 1 bullet against 2 zombies. It was a gamble, but it was all he had. He shoved the gun into his waistband and pulled out his knife, the blade still stained with the blood of his previous encounter. The zombies were closing in, their foul stench filling his nostrils and turning his stomach. He gripped the knife tightly, his knuckles white with strain. The first zombie reached out for him, its rotting fingers brushing against his arm. Stephen slashed out with the knife, the blade slicing through the decayed flesh and bone with sickening ease. The zombie's arm fell to the floor with a wet thud, but it didn't stop. It lunged at him, jaws snapping. Stephen dodged to the side, his heart racing as he drove the knife into the zombie's temple. The creature went limp, collapsing to the ground in a heap, but there was no time to catch his breath. The second zombie was right behind it, its growls filling the hallway. Stephen pulled the knife free from the fallen zombie and turned to face his next opponent. He slashed at the zombie's face, the blade carving a deep gash across its cheek. It staggered back, momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Stephen lunged forward, driving the knife into the zombie's chest. The blade sank deep, but the creature didn't go down. It clawed at Stephen, its fingers tearing at his clothes and flesh. Stephen grunted in pain, struggling to keep the zombie at bay. He twisted the knife, trying to find the heart or the brain, anything that would put the creature down for good, but the zombie seemed immune to his efforts, driven by an unrelenting hunger. Desperation clawed at Stephen's mind. He couldn't hold out much longer. With a final desperate effort, he yanked the knife free again and slashed at the zombie's throat. The blade cut through flesh and muscle, severing arteries and tendons. Black blood sprayed from the wound, coating Stephen in a sticky mess. The zombie let out a final gurgling growl before collapsing to the floor, lifeless. Stephen staggered back, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. His arms ached and his hands were slick with blood. He glanced at the fallen zombies, their bodies grotesque and still, and relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. He could hear more zombies approaching, their groans growing louder. He pulled the gun from his waistband, the weight of the single bullet heavy on his mind. He had 1 shot left, 1 chance to get out of there alive, and he couldn't waste it. Stephen forced himself to move, his legs trembling with exhaustion. He navigated the debris-strewn hallway, his ears straining for any sound of the approaching horde. He turned a corner and spotted a narrow staircase leading to the basement. It wasn't an ideal escape route, but it was his only option. He hurried down the stairs, wincing with every creak and groan of the old wood. At the bottom, he found a heavy door that looked like it could withstand a siege. He shoved it open and slipped inside, closing it behind him with a soft click. The basement was dark and musty, filled with old furniture and forgotten junk. Stephen leaned against the door, his heart still racing. He listened intently, his breath held. The sound of the zombies upstairs grew louder, but they hadn't found the staircase yet. Stephen had a moment to rest, but he knew it wouldn't last long. He checked his gun again, the single bullet a stark reminder of his limited options. He needed to find a way out, and fast. He moved through the basement, searching for anything that could help him. His eyes fell on a small window near the ceiling. It was a tight fit, but it might be his only chance. Dragging a dusty old table to the window, Stephen climbed on top of it. He reached up and pushed at the window, praying it wasn't sealed shut. To his relief, it creaked open, letting in a sliver of moonlight. He hoisted himself up, squeezing through the narrow gap. He dropped down onto the grass outside, his body protesting the rough landing. He didn't have time to recover. He could hear the zombies inside the house, their groans turning into frustrated snarls. They'd find the basement soon. Stephen forced himself to his feet and ran, his legs pumping with the last of his strength. He didn't know where he was going, only that he needed to get as far away as possible. The sun was beginning to rise, and Stephen's need to escape rose with it. He ran down the street as fast as he could. The next day was already beginning, and Stephen wondered where he would go next if he ever found these people who were also seeking to escape. Finally, when he couldn't go on any longer, he got into a basement on the street from where he had been and found some rest. It took a lot of walking to get back to the depot. By the time Stephen had gotten there, he was sure he'd missed the group, but he needed to keep going. There was no way he would give up now. He walked down a block, and then something caught his eye. Blinking twice, he was worried that he was being tricked by his hunger to escape, but several pinches on the skin made him realize he wasn't hallucinating. There was a lone bus driving through the street. Stephen swallowed, seeing it move faster and faster until it was almost out of sight. He thought about the hours he'd spent out here. He thought about the society in the building where he could no longer return, and most importantly, he thought about Mark, who he assumed was in a large dustbin, or worse, a zombie. He found his strength, running as fast as he could, refraining from screaming, afraid that it would alert the zombies. He took to his feet as fast as he could across the street, waving his hands like a maniac. He could see his chance once the bus slowed down, a speed bump. He wasn't sure. He kissed his fingers, raising them to the sky as he got closer. "Stop the bus, please!" he yelled once he got to the side. The bus slowed down for him, and the doors opened. He was greeted by a woman that he wasn't sure was much younger than he was. "I'm Stephen Bowers. I came to stay with my family, but I haven't seen them since," Stephen said, and the woman, Amy, muttered an introduction in response. Stephen nodded, moving past the eyes of the other people on the bus, and he gave a smile where he could, just happy to be in the company of people again. Any further introductions were put on hold when familiar, groaning sounds now pierced the air. Lola sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes staring straight ahead. Her eyes roamed all over the place as she tried to fill her mind with anything other than thoughts. The small room she was in was cluttered and packed with dozens of things that weren't of use, but she couldn't get her husband, Herbert, to get rid of them. They all seemed to hold some vague importance to Herbert. Although he couldn't list a single memory of any of the objects, they just shared the room with them and consumed space. "This was the scarf Herbert got me on our first date," she thought. Her lips curved gently with a smile, and a searing pain shot through her face. While examining the room, she didn't have to acknowledge the wound on her cheek. It had been brought to her attention now, and she doubted she could ignore it again. She reached her hand up to the wound, her fingers trembling as they lingered a few inches away from it. She brushed her fingers against it, and an unbearable amount of pain shot through her body. She jerked her hand away instantly. She was sure that the wound was bad, but she was already used to having injuries like these, and a part of her felt like it was her fault. The air in the tiny room hung with the weight of her and Herbert's last argument. Sitting on the bed, she couldn't remember what the argument was about or what they had said, but she remembered the moment he had raised his hand to her. The wound hurt badly, but it was one of the milder ones he had inflicted on her. Her body still trembled, almost like he was standing in front of her. She looked around the room just to confirm that she was alone. Seeing no one but herself in the room brought some sense of relief, but she instantly felt bad about it. Herbert should be here with me. I chased him away. "It's my fault that he isn't here," she said, sorrowfully. She didn't know whether it was the loneliness or her guilt, but she was missing Herbert. The four walls of the room seemed to lean in toward her, suffocating her. The room felt more like a prison, making sure that she could never leave. She could leave at any time, but it felt like her feet were rooted there. She took in a deep breath to calm herself down, but hearing her voice in the empty room reminded her of just how alone she was. Her eyes fluttered over the clock, and she felt a sudden pang of worry. Herbert had left hours ago, slamming the door behind him. She could still feel the rattle as the door slammed into place. She wondered where he might be, when he would return, and most importantly, how he would be feeling when he finally came back. After arguments like these, Herbert usually drank a lot. He could come back feeling sorrowful, begging for forgiveness that he would discard once sober, or he could come back angrier than before. Her eyes locked into the door, and she stared at it, wondering how Herbert would be when he came back. She had gone through his escapades and abuse for years. Today is different. I will leave him for good this time, she thought. "I'm leaving this time," she said, echoing the words she had repeated time and again. The words just felt like empty shells, stripped completely of their meaning, but today felt different. She walked over to the mirror that stood next to the closet. She stared at her own reflection back in the mirror. It felt strange, seeing her face. The spot where he had hit her was swollen and discoloured with a slight purple hue. Her face seemed to have aged from when she last saw it. She was sure now, more than ever, that those words carried a bit more meaning than they had in the last couple of years. It felt like she was dangling on the edge of a cliff. Herbert's words, all the physical abuse and the emotional scars she had hung around her ankles like weights pulling her down. "I am leaving Herbert today," she said, the words leaving a sour taste in her mouth. Her voice was frightened and lacked the same conviction she said she had. There was a difference between thinking about leaving Herbert and doing it. She was never going to leave him. She knew that. Each time he pushed her to breaking point, she discovered that she had a new one. "This scar isn't that bad. Herbert would have done worse if he was mad," she said, feeling pathetic. She was on the verge of tears, but she suppressed them. She didn't want Herbert coming back to see her having a sob fest. That would only make things worse. She looked over at the clock. Herbert should have come back by now. She was feeling panicked. Maybe she had finally nailed the last coffin in her marriage. Herbert had always talked about leaving her, and that panicked her more than she would like. Despite all that he had done to her, she couldn't imagine a world without him. She pushed that thought to the back of her mind. She didn't want to think about Herbert leaving her. She had to think about anything other than that. She tried to, but she couldn't. She started pacing around the room. She walked back to her bed and her eyes happened to fall upon a small bottle of pills that was on her nightstand. They were her only form of relief. They were supposed to help her sleep, offering her a momentary escape from the nightmare that plagued her waking hours. She didn't know the company because Herbert was the one who got the drugs for her. He said that they were the only thing that got her to shut up. At first she'd been apprehensive about taking sleeping pills. She had such a hard time sleeping, but she didn't think that drugs were the solution. They had fought about that, and it ended with Herbert slamming his fist into her gut before storming out. She had spent the nights in fits of pain, waiting for when Herbert would come home, until she finally gave in and took the drugs. That was about a year ago, and now she couldn't be without them. The brands had changed over time, and the bottle she was staring at was one of the new ones. She was about to try it for the first time. This day, with the despair stabbing at her, the bottle of drugs that had been her escape took on a new form of escape. She had never thought about her drugs that way, but she felt helpless. "I will be free," she stuttered as she moved towards the drugs. She felt like she was betraying Herbert by just thinking about that, but she couldn't stop herself. Once it was in her head, it wouldn't leave. The drugs looked more and more enticing with each passing second she moved closer and closer to the nightstand. It was almost like it was attracting her to it, but Lola knew better. Whether she admitted it or not, the things that she had endured from Herbert piled up, and now they had enough weight to press her down. Her hands fluttered over the bottle for a split second before she eventually grabbed it. Her heart was pounding in her chest as she stared down at the bottle that rested in her arms. It felt like freedom was just a couple of steps away, like it hovered at the end of her fingers, waiting for her to reach out for it. You said you would finally leave him. This is the only way to do it, Lola thought. As the seconds passed, the drugs in her palm started to feel like it was the only way. All she had to do was take them, but she wasn't sure she was brave enough to do that. This was not the future she imagined for herself when she got married to Herbert. It was hard to imagine, but she knew a period when Herbert was sweet and kind. Those memories seemed distant and far away from the current alteration of Herbert she knew. She could remember a period when she and Herbert harbored dreams of starting a family. They were so full of love and life that it seemed nothing could stand in their way. She remembered having such bright futures for their marriage and all the wonderful possibilities it would open up for them. Back then, Herbert seemed to share the same vision with her. She didn't know when those dreams had died. She just woke up one day and they were in pieces. Herbert had beat them out of her. Each punch, each hate-fueled insult, each escapade that ended with him returning home drunk, they all chipped away at her dreams. Slowly but surely, they took a piece one after the other until she stopped believing in dreams. She still desperately tried to feel something, clinging to every micro act of kindness that Herbert threw her way, so she could delude herself. A moist sensation tingled Lola's arm. She stared at it for some seconds before she noticed the splash of water that decorated her arms. Another hit her arm again. It rolled down the mountains of Lola's face and hung on her chin for a bit before inevitably falling on her arms. "I'm crying," she said, her voice halfway between a sob and a laugh. The sound was crude and miserable to hear, and it made her feel even more miserable. She wiped her tears, but they didn't stop. They kept flowing down her face as she struggled to hold them back. Her shaking fingers twirled around the cap of the bottle as she opened it. Her whole body was jittery, but she didn't want to wait any longer. The cap finally came loose, but her hand was unsteady, so she dropped the bottle on her bed. Pills scattered around, landing on both the bed and the floor. She knelt on the floor and started picking up the pills. She had gathered a few in her hand before she stopped and let them drop to the floor again. She was subconsciously stalling for time. Maybe it was the fear of death, or the unshakable feeling that she was abandoning Herbert with what she was doing. She didn't know. She turned towards her bed. She quickly started picking up the pills on her bed. She didn't stop to count. If she paused, she knew that she would delay it even longer. She picked up as many pills as her hands could hold and started taking them down. She threw one pill after another inside her mouth and started swallowing. A feeling of relief came with doing this. She knew that it would be a while before the drugs kicked in, but as she took them, she felt free. There was a swarm of emotions raging in her head, and among them was the unshakable feeling of freedom, something Lola hadn't felt in a long time. She finished swallowing the pills and took a deep breath, closing her eyes. It will all be over soon, she thought, and for the first time in a long time, she genuinely believed what she said. She thought the pills would take hours before they would start to kick in, but she could feel them almost immediately. She could hear the soft growl her stomach made and the pain that she started to feel. She didn't want to die sitting up. She wanted her last few moments alive to be spent in comfort. She laid down and grabbed the pillow, clutching it close to her chest. She pulled the pillow even tighter, feeling its softness press against her skin. Her tears were rolling off her face, soaking into the soft mattress. Her last conscious thought was of a world where she could be free from pain, a world where she could finally find peace. She was starting to feel dizzy, and the pain in her abdomen far from outclassed the one flooding her face, but she didn't notice it. Her eyes were looking up at the ceiling with almost childlike wonder. She could see the world she imagined before her perfectly, the world where she didn't have to suffer, one where Herbert still had that same love he had for her all those years ago. She stared at it, her lips curling upwards in a weak smile. Her body was feeling weaker with each pressing second, and her vision blurred, but the world she saw before her remained clear. It was like she was standing at the gate to this peaceful world and peering in. It was comforting to think that such a world existed, so her brain let her think that. It made her death feel less agonizing than it was. She could almost feel the peace in the world she thought about, but that peace didn't come. It just clouded her from the intense pain her body was passing through. Her other senses had died out, and her sight was following along. Her vision blurred even more, and everything seemed to be completely engulfed in darkness. The icy darkness slowly enveloped her, pulling her into its depths. Her eyes closed, and Lola took her last breath. She hoped that she would finally have peace, which she couldn't have in life, in death. Her eyes fluttered for a second before finally opening. She felt stunned for a moment before she slowly adjusted. Lola felt strange. There was something off about the way her body felt, but she couldn't place her finger on it. There was a strange numbing sensation she felt throughout her entire body, but Lola was sure that was not the only strange thing. She looked around the room, and the feeling that something was wrong grew. The world looked dull to her, almost like the life had been sucked out of it. The colours looked like washed-down versions of themselves. They lacked a certain pop to them. Lola couldn't tell exactly what was wrong with them other than the dullness. The sounds she could hear sounded distant and muffled. She could hear a dripping sound coming from somewhere in the room. The room was so faded and distant, even though she knew the dripping was happening close to her. It had to have been happening close to her. The room was small, so its origin couldn't be far away. She tried to get up so she could go to investigate the origin of the dripping, but she couldn't. It felt like her body was locked into place. She tried getting up again, but her body felt heavy. It felt like she was trying to drag a huge log. She tried again, but her body was still unresponsive. This should be easy, she thought. She grunted as she finally managed to get herself moving. It was hard, and she could only move herself about an inch before her body became unresponsive again. Her movement seemed more like a twitch to her. She tried to get herself moving again, but her body wasn't responding. She stopped trying to move herself as she started to realize that this was a waste of effort. She couldn't get her body to budge no matter what she did. Confusion clouded her mind as she struggled to make sense of her surroundings. Her vision slowly cleared. She didn't even notice how blurry everything seemed until her vision cleared up. Panic gripped Lola as her eyes surveyed the room around her. It had been completely trashed. Objects had been flung, things broken, and pillows ripped. The entire room was in total disarray. Lola couldn't understand how this happened. The room was normal just a couple of hours ago. She was sure of that. Maybe Herbert came back and made this mess, she thought, but she doubted it. She had seen Herbert trash a room out of anger, and it was never this bad. Herbert usually only destroyed her things, or the house in general. He would never be able to cause the level of destruction she was seeing. Whoever had done this didn't have any particular goal in mind except destruction. But the room was the least of her problems. Something was still very wrong with her body. She just didn't know what. As her vision cleared, it seemed like her other senses did too, but they felt odd to her. Her body wasn't doing the systematic rising and falling of her chest. Her body was just still. She couldn't feel her heartbeat. Her skin felt cold, and she couldn't catch her breath. These were things that she couldn't live without, but her body wasn't doing any of them. It was like there was no need for her to breathe at all. Her nostrils flared as she tried to take in a deep breath, but nothing happened. It was almost as useless as trying to move. She tried listening, hoping that her heart was still beating and she had just guessed it wrong. She listened for all she was worth, but she could not hear what wasn't there. The treacherous hands of panic wrapped themselves around her, but even that felt distant and vague, almost like she wasn't experiencing it herself. It was like she was in the passenger seat of her own body, unable to manipulate it, doomed to watch helplessly and hopelessly as the driver did whatever. "What's happening to me?" she thought. Her body seemed to have a mind of its own, and all she could do was watch, feeling like she was watching herself from a third-person perspective. The weight of her body eased a bit, and Lola could move around. She strained for a while before she got up to her feet. Her movements were jerky and uncoordinated. Each movement felt almost like a twitch. She couldn't get her body to move properly, and she was struggling just to move it around. She took another step, feeling her body twitching violently. It felt like she was back in control, but not totally. Her body was still twitching, but she was pleased that she was able to move around again. Lola tried moving again. She raised her hands to steady herself when she saw it. Her hands had the pallor of death on them. Her nails were a darkish, almost black hue, and her skin was pale. It looked like all the colour had been sucked out of her skin, leaving it pale. Her hands almost felt like they were colder than the rest of her body. She felt that throwing them in a pit of a crackling fire would not be enough to warm them up. She stared at her hand, puzzled by it. She brought it closer to her face for examination. Her fingers were bony, flesh barely around them. They looked thin, and Lola could swear that her fingers had never been that long before. Her fingers felt stiff and clammy. She found she could move the rest of her body to some degree, but her fingers were a bit harder to move around. It felt like a struggle just to get one finger to move. Odd, she thought, as she flexed her digits in front of her. She did not like how eerie her hand looked, but she wasn't too worried by it. She was sure that a doctor would be able to tell her what was wrong. A low, guttural moan escaped her lips, and the sound of her voice made Lola jump. Her eyes searched the room, looking for what could have made that sound. She heard the sound again. It sounded close, but she couldn't make out anything that could produce such a sound. Another groan escaped her lips, and Lola realized the sound was coming from her. It was an animalistic perversion of her voice, but it was still her voice. Her eyes widened and a jolt of horror spread through her entire body. What the hell is going on? An influx of memories swarmed Lola. As she turned over and looked at the pills that littered her bed, even more memories flooded her mind. She had remembered the pills, the darkness, and the despair she felt all kept coming back to her. It was like experiencing all that sorrow again, with no end in sight. All those years of pain she had endured flashed before her eyes, each memory feeling like a painful mockery of the last. Everything she had suffered, all the pain she had endured, had all led to this. This was the outcome of her experiences. No, this can't be true. I'm not dead. This is a dream, she thought, scared that if she voiced out her words, she would hear that horrible groaning escape her lips. Lola didn't want to believe it. She wanted to cling to the hope that there was a way she could be saved, or that she was just imagining things. But even hope seemed like a distant memory now. She stood transfixed as her mind took the weight of the incoming memories. She wasn't even able to get the sweet release of death, it seemed. No, that was not true. Lola could feel it in her body. She was dead, but it was incomplete. She was no longer alive, and she knew it. The base was alive with noise and a flurry of activities. People were moving around, and each person seemed to have a purpose to their steps. It appeared to Adam that everyone was engulfed by tasks to which they gave their total attention. People were walking around with building materials in their hands. The dirt crunched under Adam's feet as he headed towards the mess hall. Amy and the rest shuffled behind him. "Do you think they'll have a variety of foods?" Adam asked. He would have been happy to eat anything at this point, but he was craving some foods in particular. "I doubt it," Amy replied. The walk to the mess hall was slow but fulfilling. They could see the soldiers moving around the base. The place was abuzz with activity. Adam and the group noticed the other survivors and wondered how long they'd been here. Had they happened to find this place early on in the whole outbreak, or had they, too, struggled to survive in their own town or city? Adam watched as the old man in the other group of survivors appeared as somewhat of a leader, maybe even mirroring Adam's position in his own group. Adam walked into the large tent that served as a mess hall. A soldier was standing behind a table littered with pots and stacks of trays. He grabbed a tray, and before Adam could utter a word, the soldier dished something onto his plate. He picked up some utensils and sat down at one of the tables in the mess hall. The survivors from his group were littered all over the mess hall as they tried to eat. Adam looked at the food on his tray for a couple of seconds. It vaguely looked like food that he'd had before. He couldn't complain. He was starving, and he would readily take whatever food he was offered. He munched down on the food hungrily before looking up at Amy, who was watching him with a smile on her face. She reached out for his hand and gently squeezed it in hers. "You could at least try to act like you've got some table manners," she said, with a laugh. Adam stared at her with a smile on his face. It had been a while since he had heard Amy laugh. It had been a while since they heard anyone laugh. It almost seemed it was an outlaw's sound, so he was glad to be the reason for Amy's laughter. He squeezed her hand in return, the surprised look on his face changing to a broad smile. "You'll want to talk. You've already scarfed down your food," he said, with a chuckle. The rest of the meal was spent in comfortable silence. A couple of survivors ate faster than the others, but they didn't leave the mess hall. Maybe it was the fact that they'd gotten out of the city together, or the unfamiliarity of the safe zone. Whatever it was, they chose to move as a group. Half an hour passed before everyone was done eating. They all stood up and started walking out together. Adam knew that their time as guests would eventually run out, and they would soon be integrated into the safe zone and its schedule, which meant they would be assigned jobs that they had to do. From the moment he had entered the safe zone, he could see how they managed to keep themselves safe. The distance from the city helped, but everyone seemed to have a part that they were playing as best as possible. It wouldn't be too long before they were assigned roles and duties that they were expected to carry out effectively. He knew they wouldn't be given jobs like defending the base or patrolling. Those would be left to the soldiers. They would probably be given menial jobs like patching up holes in the fence or helping prepare meals. Adam understood that better than most. He knew that it was essentially the operation of the safe zone, so he wanted to enjoy the few moments before then as much as he could. There was a small group of soldiers heading in their direction. The soldiers were holding weapons and their eyes seemed to move all over the place, watching and scanning. "They're patrolling," he thought. He had noticed a couple of soldiers doing the same thing before they entered the safe zone the previous day. The soldiers were patrolling the perimeter, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. Adam was sure they did that often. They were far from the city, but he had noticed the odd zombie or two when they were coming here on the bus. The sense of constant danger and threats lurking about was not gone, but it had been reduced greatly. The general sense of safety and security was fragile. Everything seemed like it was running smoothly, and the soldiers looked like they were doing a good job, but all it would take was one error. Maybe an unlocked gate, or an unpatched hole in the fence. It could be easily overlooked by the soldiers, but it would be enough for a zombie to slip through, and that would be the end of the safe zone. Despite the fragility, Adam welcomed it. It was a nice reprieve from the constant threat of zombies in the city. Adam didn't want to think about all they had suffered to get to the safe zone, but those thoughts always lingered at the back of his mind. He was sure he would never be able to get rid of them. The emotions and horrors he went through were part of him now. The safe zone looked like it was organized, the polar opposite of the chaos that had overcome the city. Adam just hoped that the safe zone remained as safe as it looked. Tom Lockland, the commanding officer of the safe zone, was a tall man with a stern and serious demeanor, but people who knew him described him as a good man with a kind heart. He was walking around the base, trying to check in on everyone and make sure that they were doing their jobs effectively. He didn't view it as a soldier's job to patrol. He felt like he also had to do it, too. He couldn't command his soldiers to do what he wouldn't. He knew about the survivors that had made it to the safe zone from the city. He felt a sense of pride and pity for the survivors. He had seen the horror that the zombies could pose, but he hadn't been inside the city. He could only imagine how bad it was. He hadn't dared to imagine anyone making it out of the city alive. So it felt like it was a miracle to hear that a whole group of people had managed to make it out without a single person showing any noticeable signs of being infected. Tom had wanted to go back and check up on the survivors, but he ultimately decided against it. He knew that the survivors had to take time to rest, and in all honesty he was too busy with the safe zone to check up on them. He was much freer that morning, so he went to check up on the survivors and give them a proper welcome, but they had already left for the mess hall. He was hoping that he would bump into them as he was walking around the base. His lips curved up in a vague smile as he spotted the group just as he was thinking of them. Adam could tell that somebody was coming his way. After spending many hours inside his undead city, his body was always alert for any signs of approaching danger. Amy was the first to turn her head in the direction of the approaching man, but Adam quickly followed. There was something about the way the man walked and the look in his eyes that indicated to Adam that the man held a significant position on the base. As he approached them, Adam could see the man's eyes watching all of them, scanning one face before moving on to the next. His face looked stern and showed no emotion, but his eyes seemed to lack the same skill that the rest of his face displayed. His eyes seemed to be assessing them with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The man watched them as he approached, his gaze never shifting off them. He stopped in front of them, and everyone in the group finally became aware of his presence. Everyone stopped and looked at the man who was watching them shamelessly. Adam looked down at the medals on the man's uniform to try to get an idea of who he might be. Adam's knowledge of the military and its ranking was limited, so he couldn't understand what those medals meant, but they looked really important. Who is this man? Adam thought, but he didn't get to ponder the question for too long. The man seemed to sense their uneasiness and immediately started to introduce himself. "Welcome to the base," Tom said, extending his arm towards Adam. Tom's voice was loud and commanded respect, but at the same time, a certain feeling of safety seemed to radiate from the man's voice. "I'm Captain Lockland, and I run this place. I'm sorry I didn't come and give you a proper welcome earlier. I wanted you to settle down and get well rested before I introduced myself. It seems like you have done just that," he said. It immediately clicked in Adam's head. He attributed the man's commanding presence to his position, and things finally made sense. He opened his mouth to say something but was cut off by the captain. "You guys made it out of the dreadful city and you are finally safe. We run a tight ship here, but we'll do our best to keep you safe, which is why the base was made in the first place," Captain Tom said. His gaze briefly trailed over the base around him. A sense of pride evident in his voice before his eyes finally landed back on the group in front of him. Adam immediately decided that Tom seemed like a competent leader. He could tell from the way the safe zone seemed to run, like clockwork, and the sense of leadership he seemed to exude. It took a couple of seconds before Adam realized that he hadn't accepted the captain's handshake yet. He immediately grabbed it, feeling apologetic, but the captain did not look bothered by it at all. The first thing he noticed once he took hold of the captain's hand was his grip. Adam couldn't help but appreciate how firm and sturdy the captain's handshake was. A grip like that showed Adam that Tom was a hard worker. He knew that only someone who did a lot of physical work would be able to have a grip like that. The handshake lasted a couple of seconds before they both pulled their hands away, feeling satisfied and impressed by the grip of each other's hands. Adam looked behind him and noticed the group still staring at the man. He knew that he had to introduce himself and the members of the group. "I'm Adam Greer, and this is Amy Jones. We've been through a lot to get here, so we're happy to be somewhere safe and protected. We'll do whatever we can to help," Adam said. The captain made no remarks, nor did his facial expression change, but Adam could feel that he was pleased with his words. Adam went on to introduce everyone in his group to the captain. He didn't expect the captain to remember all their names at once, but he did it anyway. It felt like it was the right thing to do at the time, and the captain seemed to be giving them his undivided attention. The captain waited until Adam was done introducing everyone before he spoke again. "How are you fitting in? How are you finding your quarters? Comfortable?" Tom asked. He didn't just want to welcome the survivors and leave. He wanted to check up on them and make sure they were doing okay. Adam was a little stunned by the question, but he quickly got over it and replied. Everyone in the group seemed to reply in the affirmative. After the nightmarish things they had endured in the city, sleeping on the floor would feel like a luxury as long as the place was safe. "We'd be fine sleeping anywhere," Adam said. Tom nodded down at the group, his gaze softening as he looked upon them. His voice was as kind as his face. "You won't have to do that. This may not be a 5-star hotel, and you may not receive the peaks of luxury, but we'll keep you safe and fed," Tom said. Adam was about to say something when he noticed someone coming towards them. He turned his head in the direction of an approaching man, drawing everyone's attention to him. The man was tall, and the medals that graced his uniform were similar to those of Tom. He was of a lesser rank, but Adam could tell that he still occupied a high position. "This is my second-in-command, Lieutenant Trevor Baker," Tom said, referring to the approaching man. Trevor stopped and stood next to Tom. Adam could see his tall, lean, and strong-looking body move as Trevor's eyes examined them. Trevor was a wiry man, with a perpetual look of determination. It seemed like it had been etched into Trevor's face, a testament to his will to survive and make sure everyone else did as well. Adam recognized that look. It was one he had worn often when they were in the city. It felt almost reassuring to see the look on Trevor's face. He could tell that Trevor had the same drive that had kept them going throughout the city, and that was a good thing. "He'll do what it takes to keep us safe," Adam thought to himself as he looked at Trevor. Trevor didn't seem as serious or as stern as Tom did, but he gave off the same sense of leadership, just to a lesser degree than Tom. "We'll do everything we can to help you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask," Trevor said, his voice firm. Seeing the captain and his second-in-command side by side, Adam was sure that he would never need to ask for anything. He knew that they would already provide them with everything they needed. He felt safer seeing them. They looked like they would be able to keep the zone safe and efficient for as long as possible. If these are the leaders, then we're in safe hands, Adam thought to himself, and he believed it. It did feel like they were in safe hands. Private Peter Mix stood, examining the small hole in the fence that surrounded the safe zone. There were several soldiers positioned outside the fence, watching, but he didn't want to take any chances. Some planks, barbed wire, and a handful of tools lay in a pool around his feet as he examined the fence. The hole was a couple of inches wide, and Peter didn't know how it had gotten there. Maybe an animal dug its way through, or the fences just gave way, Peter questioned. It had been a while since he had seen animals, and he wasn't sure that the woods and the other materials used to secure the fence were strong. He had tested it himself. However, that was not the most important question on his mind. It didn't matter what made the hole. What mattered was if something got through. He pushed his hand in and out of the hole and tried to get a better feel of it from touch. He still couldn't answer the question. He needed to ask someone, but he was beaten to it. "Do you think a zombie could fit through?" he heard the stern voice of Private Felix Haven ask, standing beside him. He looked closer at the hole before directing his attention Felix's way. "A child could fit through that, but I doubt any adult could. Maybe a disfigured adult zombie would be able to push himself through, but it would be really hard," he replied. "Well, let's cover it up anyway. I'm sure that there are enough zombie children out there. We should also fortify the rest of this section," Felix said, his eyes seemingly glaring at the hole. They were always going to fix it anyway. Peter picked up a couple of planks and headed over to the hole. He could hear Felix's footsteps follow behind him. He was never really into woodwork or fixing things. His father had tried teaching him but lacked the patience and skill to teach, so he never learned. The sound of the hammer slamming the nail into place was the only sound that reached his ears as he worked away. The planks and wires he fastened over the hole didn't flatter the eye, but they would hold up. He was sure of that. He took a step back and looked at the hole he'd patched up. It was some really solid work. Felix seemed to be moving his agile body in ways Peter could not. Felix's work looked far better than Peter's. He had managed to work efficiently and precisely whilst being fast. "I just have to do this a couple more times," he muttered under his breath. He walked back to the fence, but Felix stopped him and nodded towards the planks. They had run out, so he had to get more. With a sigh, Peter headed towards the supply shack. People were moving around the base, seemingly engrossed in one important activity or another. A handful of other people were also fortifying the fence and checking it for holes. The distance from the city played a part in the lack of zombies around the safe zone, but they couldn't get sloppy. All it would take was one zombie getting through, and the safe zone would crumble. Everyone understood that. They all had roles to play, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Peter walked up to the supply shack and gently knocked on the counter, drawing the attention of the military personnel inside. The person behind the desk wasn't the same person Peter had seen when he first got the materials. He chalked it up to a change of personnel. There was a young soldier standing behind the counter. "What can I help you with, sir?" the young soldier behind the counter asked, a certain formality in his voice that made Felix want to chuckle. "I need planks and barbed wire. Throw in some nails as well," he replied. "What do you need it for?" the soldier asked, his voice a little shaky. Peter hadn't been asked this question before, but he wasn't annoyed by it. They didn't have an infinite amount of resources inside the safe zone, so they had to use the resources efficiently. "Repairing a hole in the fence and fortifying the area where the hole appeared?" The soldier nodded and walked inside the shack. He returned a couple of seconds later, dragging the materials behind him. Peter hoisted these materials onto his broad shoulders and carried them back to Felix. He wasn't too far away from him, watching his friend toil away at the fence. He dropped the materials in a heap next to Felix and wiped the sweat off his face. He looked around and his eyes landed on a group of people standing next to the captain and his lieutenant, a couple of meters away. He looked at the group for a while, but he didn't recognize a single face from the puddle of people. He turned to Felix. "Who are they?" he asked. Felix looked up from the fence and followed Peter's gaze. A little laugh escaped Felix's throat before he spoke, which was an oddity for him. "I guess you've been too busy to notice, but you should have been able to tell that people were in somewhat of a joyous mood." "They're survivors. They came from the city," Felix said. "Survivors?" Peter repeated. It was like he couldn't take his eyes off them, his eyes roaming over every face in the group in surprise. He didn't think that people would survive the city, or that they would be able to make it this far. The army tried to get the word out about the safe zones outside the city to people through different media, but it didn't yield a lot of results. It had been a while since they'd seen any survivors from the city. He thought the chances of people escaping this city, any city, would be very slim. "Hey, new faces!" Peter called out with a smile on his face. "Welcome to the safe zone. I'm Peter Mix, and this is Felix Haven." Adam was startled by the sudden noise, but he soon cooled down when he realized it was human. He looked over at the source of the sound, as did everyone else. There was a man waving over at them. He was a few meters away from them, so Adam could hear him. He had a broad smile on his face, and that made Adam feel even safer than before. Adam looked over at Felix, who was also staring at the crowd, but without the smile that Peter wore. Adam could see that Felix had a serious look on his face as he watched everyone from the group. Peter started walking towards them, and soon after, Felix was doing the same. They were standing in front of the group after a couple of seconds. Up close, Felix looked less serious than before to Adam. His face didn't have a smile on it, but there was something oddly comforting about his gaze. "Survivors from the city? You must have done a lot to get here. You don't have to worry anymore. You can rest here," Peter said. Those words felt so much more real to Adam, hearing it coming from Peter's mouth. Whatever uncertainties he harbored towards the safe zone completely disappeared. Felix nodded, his expression stern but welcoming. "I'm glad you made it here. Stick close to us, and we'll make sure you're safe." There were a bunch of muffled replies from the group, but they all seemed to share the same sentiment. If these two were so confident the safe zone was safe, then it truly was. Adam's attention was quickly drawn away by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned and saw a woman walking towards them. Her face mirrored Felix's serious look, but to a somewhat lesser degree. There was also a compassionate look on her face, but this didn't completely take away the effect of the seriousness her face portrayed. It vaguely reminded Adam of a mother whose children had hurt themselves playing a game they weren't meant to, halfway between caring and stern. She stopped next to Peter and joined him in staring at the survivors in front of her. Her face didn't exactly say so, but she was glad to see more survivors. "I'm Private Stella Hart. I hope these two didn't scare you off," she said with a chuckle that lasted a couple of seconds. Her voice was welcoming, if a bit stern. The chuckle seemed to transform her face entirely, making her seem almost as friendly as Peter, but the transformation was temporary, evident after her chuckle subsided. She looked on at the survivors with a vaguely welcoming smile on her face. "You must have gone through hell to get here. You probably got some really bad wounds on your way. We wouldn't want those to get infected. That would be a serious problem. If you need any medical attention, I'm your girl," Stella said. A wave of relief washed over Adam. When he first saw the soldiers at the gates yesterday, he felt a twinge of worry. Thoughts raced through his mind, perhaps a survival instinct, urging him to stay cautious. The absence of zombies nearby might have made the soldiers complacent, and if that were true, they'd all be as good as dead. As he observed the soldiers stationed around the area, they appeared focused, but Adam hadn't allowed himself to be reassured. He had secretly harbored doubts about the safety of the zone, doubts that he hadn't shared with his group, but now those doubts had vanished entirely. After talking with the people, he could see that they were good people who were dedicated to protecting the lives of the survivors. "We are safe here," Adam thought. He could feel himself start to relax. It felt like the horrifying hours he'd spent inside the city were leagues behind him now. He could see it in the faces of all the people that were there. The same determination and zeal to survive that had helped them make it out of the city. People were muttering throughout the camp. They spoke in low tones, not entirely used to being as loud as they wanted after the ordeal they had endured in the city. The confidence the soldiers displayed was infectious, and soon it seemed that everyone shared the same confidence in the safe zone. He looked over at Amy, and she had a positive look on her face. "Well, it's good to meet you all," Adam said. "We will need all the help we can get." Despite being in the safe zone, Adam felt like he was still somewhat responsible for the group of survivors. Peter patted Adam's shoulder lightly. He had a smile on his face as he spoke. "We all need whatever help we can get. No one can survive this alone. Now, I'm sure the captain and vice captain have things they need to tend to, so you should follow Stella to get any wounds you may have treated." The captain and his second nodded politely at the group before walking off. Stella started leading the group towards the tent that contained the medical equipment. Peter returned to fixing the fence, working beside Felix. He felt more hopeful about surviving this than he had in a while. "If these people survived and were able to make it here, then there will probably be more survivors heading our way," Peter muttered under his breath. He didn't want to get his hopes up, and a part of him yelled that it wasn't likely, but he wanted to hope that it was true. With the world in shambles, hope was the only thing they had left. With the threat of zombies no longer hanging around their necks, every second didn't feel like hours, and time finally felt like it was flowing normally. The hours passed slowly, and Adam and his group moved around the base getting several things handled. They had eaten, had medical care, and now were resting. The previous day had been hell, but it all felt like a bad memory now. The picturesque image of the evening sky soon faded and gave way to darkness as night fell upon them. Adam was lying down on the makeshift bed in a room with Amy. The bed was not the softest or the most comfortable bed Adam had used, but after the discomfort of the city, the bed felt like the softest thing imaginable. He stared up at the ceiling, finding it difficult to sleep. He heard Amy's voice speak up from beside him. "Finding it hard to sleep?" she asked, but it sounded more like a statement. Adam vaguely nodded, and he could feel Amy moving around beside him. "Try harder. You don't want to spend your first official day here completely knackered," she said. "Sure," he muttered, feeling her relax again as she drifted off to sleep. With Amy in his arms and the safety he felt, Adam could almost pretend that the zombies didn't exist and that he was still back in his apartment spending time with Amy. There was a sense of normalcy that returned to him, being inside the safe zone. They would be able to rebuild here and try to live like things were normal. It almost felt like it was a return to the way things were. He could hear the sound of footsteps approaching his tent and quickly fading as they walked past it. "They're doing night patrols," he thought to himself. He had figured out that they would do that, but it was still a pleasing sound. Hearing the soldiers moving about made Adam feel even safer. The night patrols, the soldiers stationed outside the fence, and the fence itself. The soldiers were doing everything to keep them safe, and that made the place feel impenetrable. He rolled in his bed until he was on his side. He heard the footsteps approach once more before they walked past his new residence again. A couple of days ago, Adam was sure that having the constant presence of military looming over him would feel suffocating, but now it had the opposite effect. Their presence felt like a reassuring shield, like they would always be near to protect them. He could tell the soldiers were vigilant. They were always looking out for zombies, and with their weapons they would easily be able to handle what few zombies came their way. His eyes slowly closed, and Adam could feel himself slowly falling asleep, safe in the knowledge that he and Amy had managed to bring the group out of the dreadful city. The zombies could now be the last thing on their minds, and they could focus on trying to live a normal life. Those thoughts were comforting, so Adam fell asleep even faster. The first signs of dawn peeked over the trees and shone into the safe zone. People in the safe zone were still tossing and turning in their beds as they tried to cling on to the last few minutes of sleep. A couple of soldiers patrolled the fences, but their movements were dull and sloppy. Maybe it was the exhaustion or the fact that they hadn't seen any zombies in a while. The sky was filled with the sound of birds flying away and cawing loudly, an obvious indicator that something was wrong, but the soldiers took no heed. The tranquility of the base was shattered as the sound of gunfire erupted from the gates. The gunfire was a stark contrast to the calmness of the base just minutes before. The base jolted to life as the sound of this gunfire grew louder. The gunfire wasn't the only sound that could be heard. Screams, splintering wood, and the familiar but horrifying groans of the undead filled the air. Movements inside the safe zone increased as more soldiers moved toward the approaching zombies. The once organized and peaceful safe zone was now in chaos. There weren't just a few zombies, this was an entire horde. Some of the zombies were trying to get in through the main gate, which made these relatively easy to handle, but that would only last for so long. Eventually, the zombies would move and surround the safe zone. They would pick up and prod at the fences until they found a way through. Once the zombies were inside the safe zone, the occupants would have no hope of defending it. The soldiers gunning down the zombies knew this. The only way they would win was if they killed all the zombies before they spread out around the safe zone's perimeter. They all fought with the intent to do that, but it didn't seem to be working. The zombies were dragging their bullet-ridden, mangled bodies closer and closer. It didn't matter how many they gunned down. It seemed like there were more zombies ready to take their place and move closer toward the gate. Fear clutched at the soldiers' hearts, but they still held on to the hope that they could win. It was the fuel that made them stand their ground, no matter how many soldiers they saw being mauled down by the zombie horde. The bodies of the soldiers' fallen comrades soon rose, their skins pale and rotten. The soldiers had to shoot down their comrades, who had become flesh-eating beasts. With each bullet surging through the air, the chances of winning seemed bleaker. Adam was exhausted from the previous day, as was every other survivor. His body needed as much rest as possible, so when the gunfire started, it didn't immediately stir him awake. He tossed around in his bed, but didn't wake up. The loud explosion of a grenade, however, was enough to wake Adam and the survivors who weren't already awake. As the bright glare of the sunlight hit his eyes, Adam became aware of the ringing sensation in his ears. Eventually, his eyes adjusted to the brightness, but the ringing didn't stop as quickly. Once the ringing stopped, Adam became aware of the gunfire around him. Adam placed both hands over his ears as a sudden influx of noise overwhelmed him. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he turned around and saw Amy staring back at him, a worried expression on her face. "What's going on?" he asked. "I don't know," Amy said. The monotonous groaning the zombies made was growing louder than the gunfire. Everyone in the tent could hear it. It didn't take much thinking to figure out what was happening. "The base is under attack," Adam muttered under his breath, but he didn't want to believe it. But as more seconds passed, it was the only reasonable explanation. He looked over at Amy, and she had the same horrified expression that he wore on his face. The fragile sense of normalcy and safety they had been clutching onto ever since they came to the safe zone was shattered. Even if all the zombies were killed and the base was restored, Adam doubted he would ever feel truly safe at the base again. Fear tightened his stomach, and with every second that passed, Adam came to feel his heart pounding harder. The gunfire hadn't stopped, but it seemed to be increasing. That should have been a sign that the number of soldiers fighting the zombies had increased. It would have been a pleasing thought if the groaning of the zombies were dying down, but that was also increasing. "They'll beat the zombies," he said to the other survivors. He didn't believe his own words, and it looked like no other survivor did either. He shut his eyes tight and took a deep but shaky breath. He had to believe that the soldiers would win, because if they didn't, what would it mean for them? Amy reached out for Adam and they huddled together in the corner of the tent. "What should we do?" Amy asked. She was already considering the worst, but he was too. Adam didn't know what they should do. The soldiers had more experience and were armed. They didn't know how many zombies were out there, or where they were. Staying in the tent was the safest option Adam could think of. "We wait," he said. He wanted to walk toward the opening of the tent and peer out of it, so he could see what was going on, but the fear of what he might see stopped him. Then the tent flapped open, and Tom stepped in. There were a couple of soldiers behind him, some of whom Amy recognized from the previous day. All the soldiers had one thing in common, a stern and determined look on their faces. It was obvious that they were ready to protect the base, and that made Adam feel safer, but still the fear remained in him. Tom's searching eyes were moving over the survivors. He had a grim look on his face as he looked over each of them. Once he was satisfied, he spoke. "Stay here. It's not safe for civilians outside the tent," he barked, his hand tightening around his rifle. "Trevor, take Felix and Peter to the gate. Stella, stay here and watch over the civilians." The soldiers fell into action immediately, moving with a precision that could only have come from practice. Stella stepped into the tent and the survivors felt a bit safer with her around. Seeing the soldiers moving confidently and seeing Captain Tom move around with determination gave Adam a little hope. The situation seemed less grim, but he didn't want to put his total faith in Captain Tom and his soldiers, but he did anyway. He could feel the grip fear had on his heart loosen just a little. "Don't worry, they'll protect the base," Adam said, feeling more sure of his words than before. The other survivors weren't as convinced as he was, but they nodded. Adam clenched and unclenched his fists as anticipation and fear ate away at him. If they were back in the city, they would have already started trying to escape, but Adam didn't know if it was safe yet. He didn't know where the zombies were, or how many. He could walk out of the door and find himself face to face with zombies. Besides, he still had some faith in Tom. The chances of the base being saved hadn't completely diminished, so he didn't want to think about running away just yet. Despite that, Adam's hand tightened around the closest object he could find to use as a weapon, a leftover piece of metal tent frame. Just in case, he thought to himself. His eyes were fixed on the entrance of the tent, watching to see what would come in first. He hoped it would be a human, but he was ready to attack if it wasn't. The entrance to the tent would flap open every once in a while, giving them a small peek into the world outside. Mostly, they would see soldiers jogging by, guns in hand. Adam and Amy huddled with the other survivors in the far corner of the tent. Their ears were perked as they listened to the sound of the ongoing battle, each person praying that they would be safe. The sounds of the raging battle gave little sign of which side was winning. Not that Adam knew what it would sound like if the soldiers were losing. The gunfire was unending, punctured by screams and guttural moans of zombies. Those were the only sounds that could be heard. The gunfire doesn't sound anywhere near the tent, Adam thought, trying to find what little comfort he could. What are you thinking about? Amy asked. Her voice made Adam jerk, but her question came as more of a surprise to him. Adam was sure that anyone in the tent could make a decent guess of what he was thinking about, and they'd be right. As he stared at Amy, he could see the silent plea in her eyes. She wanted to talk about anything other than the zombies and the raging battle. He understood that. This happened just when things were starting to feel normal again, he said with a dry laugh that Amy returned. Amy didn't say anything else. She had a faraway look on her face. Adam didn't want to interrupt her thoughts. He didn't know what he would say to her. Besides, he was sure that before she spoke to him, he had the same look on his face. Each second felt like an eternity, and Adam could feel the minutes drag by. It had just been a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity had passed. Adam's heart was pounding in his ears. The need to know what was happening outside the tent was overwhelming. He could only figure out so much from the sounds, but he couldn't bring himself to leave the tent. The fear highlighted by anticipation gripped Adam tightly as he impatiently waited for the battle to be over. He was sure that everyone else in the tent felt the same way. The dread they had on their faces was vivid, and Adam understood why. They had all thought the safe zone would be the end of their problems, a haven from zombies where they could rebuild. He expected the occasional run-in with a zombie, but Adam didn't think anything this drastic would happen at the safe zone. "This tent isn't safe enough," Stella said, drawing all the attention to her. Her voice was louder than the chaos happening outside the tent. One look at the walls of the tent, and Adam agreed with her. The walls could easily be cut through by zombies if they tried. "We have to move to someplace safer. The central building, it's sturdier and has only one entrance, which can be blocked off," Stella said. Adam nodded in agreement. He wondered why he hadn't thought of that and quickly chalked it up to fear and the suddenness of the attack. He looked around the room and the survivors wore their emotions on their faces. Some were ready to leave the tent and make a dash for the central building, while others were anxious about leaving the tent. No one was moving. Their eyes were searching, waiting to see who would take the first step. Adam could see Stella standing next to the entrance to the tent, an impatient look on her face. She occasionally peered outside, and each time she returned, the expression on her face grew grimmer. They had to leave the tent then, or there would be no other opportunity. Adam scrambled to his feet and walked over to join Stella at the door. He could hear someone getting up to follow him and instantly knew it was Amy. He watched as Stephen got up and did the same, standing next to them by the entrance. This spurred the remaining survivors into action. They got up and walked over to the entrance one by one until there was only a handful of people not by the door. These people soon joined Stella by the entrance, ready to leave. Stella looked at Adam with gratitude, and Adam responded with a nod. He knew that some survivors were only coming along out of fear of being left behind in the tent alone, but it didn't matter to him. He sucked in a deep breath and mentally prepared himself for what he would see beyond the tent. Despite having his sleep interrupted, Adam was rested enough to do this. Stella reached for the flaps that served as the entrance to the tent and pulled them back. The sunlight stung for a second before Adam's eyes adjusted. Once he saw the state of the base, the hope he had been holding on to quickly vanished, and fear settled in its place. The main gates were where the main battle was happening, but gunfire was coming from all sides of the safe zone. The zombies at the main gate were far more than Adam had imagined. When he saw the size of the horde, the chances of protecting the base diminished in his head. Several zombie soldiers were attacking, and they had gear on that made killing them much more of a hassle than it should have been. The soldiers at the gate were unrelenting, but the zombies were too. The zombies at the main gate weren't the only problem in the safe zone. Some zombies had slipped through holes in the fences. Some soldiers were running around killing zombies before they could do any damage, but this meant that the forces that could have been at the main gate were divided. It was obvious why the battle wasn't over yet. "Over here!" Stella yelled as she ran. Adam grabbed Amy by the hand and started running after Stella. After seeing the carnage, no survivor had to be told twice before they followed. They could see impending danger all around them. Adam ran as fast as his legs could go, and Amy kept pace with him. He could see the central building drawing closer and closer each second. Safety was almost within their grasp. As they ran, they saw the other group of survivors up ahead, heading for the central building, led by the old man. A shrill cry sounded from somewhere at the back of the moving crowd. Adam pulled away from Amy, and she looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. "Follow Stella, I'm right behind you," he said. He turned around and ran back towards the origin of the sound. A little boy was sitting on the ground, his hands reaching for his ankles, with a sore expression on his face. "What happened?" Adam asked. "I fell," the boy said, on the verge of tears. Adam touched the boy's ankle, and the boy winced in pain. Whatever had happened to the boy was more than just a fall. He sprained his ankle, Adam thought. He reached down, about to pick the boy up, when a dreadful sound reached his ears. He turned and saw a zombie approaching them quickly. The boy had a frightened look on his face as they looked at the approaching creature. Adam couldn't carry the boy and run at the zombie's pace. It would catch up with them quickly. He'd rather be facing the zombie if that happened. He also knew that he couldn't leave the boy there to die. He clenched both hands into a fist and readied himself to fight the zombie. Fear was coursing through his veins as the zombie drew closer. He knew that he had a chance against the zombie, but from all his past experiences, he knew that the chance was slim. The zombie drew closer, and Adam sucked in a deep breath. He readied himself and started running towards the zombie, eager to land the first hit. He had no weapons, so he wanted to overwhelm the zombie quickly. A bullet tore through the zombie's brain, leaving it lifeless on the floor. Adam looked in the direction of the shooter and saw Trevor give him a little wave. He responded with a nod before he turned around and picked the boy up. He ran as fast as his legs would carry him, eager to get to the central building. The boy made running harder, and Adam could feel his heart pounding furiously in his chest, threatening to explode. Amy was standing by the door to the central building, her worried eyes watching him as he approached. Once he walked through the door to the building, Amy closed the door behind him and locked it. They were not out of harm's way yet, but the central building was safer than the tent. Tom's hand squeezed the trigger, and a zombie slumped to the floor. He turned and pulled again, dropping another zombie. His determination to defend the base was still burning strongly, but he was starting to tire. It didn't matter how many zombies he put down. There were 5 more zombies ready to replace it. He squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet through the zombie's brain. So far he was holding his position, but the numbers were starting to overwhelm him. There were only so many bullets, and they wouldn't be enough to stop all the zombies. But he did not retreat. He kept shooting, bullet after bullet. A scream erupted from his right. Tom quickly darted his head in that direction, in time to see a zombie sink its teeth into a soldier's neck. He raised the gun and shot the zombie in the head, but the damage had already been done. The soldier looked at Tom, a knowing expression on his face. "It's been an honor serving with you, Captain," the soldier said, his voice shaky and fearful. The soldier raised his gun and placed it inside his mouth before he pulled the trigger. Tom stared down at the body of his comrade, a somber expression on his face. His soldiers were dropping like flies, and the zombies were not. Trevor redirected his attention towards the zombies after giving Adam a wave. He shot zombie after zombie down, but the horde was still approaching. His face was devoid of emotion, but Trevor knew that the chances of winning were bleak. He turned his gun towards the zombie closest to him and shot, killing the zombie in an instant. He pressed the trigger of his gun, but no bullets came out. He muttered under his breath as he ducked to reload his gun. He pressed down into his pockets and pulled out a magazine. He slammed it into his gun and locked it into place before he stood up again. A large zombie was approaching the main gate, a zombie that would prove to be a problem if it reached the gate. Trevor was determined not to let that happen. He lined up his gun to the zombie's head, and his trigger finger slid into place, ready to shoot. He squeezed the trigger, and the bullet was sent flying through the air towards the zombie's head. At the same time, a bullet headed towards Trevor. He, however, bore a luckier fate than the zombie he killed, as the bullet hit him in his chest. He looked down in pain as his shirt turned crimson. He wasn't dead, but he was dying, and he knew it. "Damn!" he exclaimed. There was pain throbbing throughout his entire body, and his chest was in agonizing pain, but he pulled himself up to his feet. He didn't see where the bullet came from, but he was sure that it was a stray from another soldier. There was no medic around, and there would be no medic if the base was lost, Trevor knew. He was sure that he wasn't going to make it out of the fight alive, so he was determined to take down as many zombies as he could. He lined up his gun for a headshot of a zombie. He squeezed the trigger, but the bullet missed. The pain was making it hard for him to kill zombies as efficiently as before. A shot to the head would be enough to kill a zombie instantly. Other body parts would require far more bullets than Trevor had to spend, but he couldn't land headshots anymore. He felt two people next to him and turned to see Felix and Peter standing there, their guns raised as they killed zombies. "You didn't think we were going to leave you to die here, Lieutenant?" Peter asked. Trevor smiled up at the duo, feeling a sense of relief at their presence. It felt like the chance of leaving the battle with his life skyrocketed. He gripped his gun even tighter, ready to kill as many zombies as he could. Peter kept a smile on his face, but he could see that they were losing the battle. Their numbers were dwindling, and it seemed like the zombies were barely being scratched. He, Felix, and Trevor were gunning down as many zombies as they could, trying to prevent them from getting closer, but it was no use. The zombies were starting to close in on them. They couldn't try retreating. Their backs would be turned to the zombies, and this would be a recipe for disaster. However, they could continue picking away at the zombies. They were barely doing any damage, and they were losing their men. Most importantly, Peter feared that their bullets would run out before the zombies did. With each bullet he fired, the chances of winning seemed bleaker. He raised his gun and pointed towards a zombie who was an unusually fast sprinter. He killed this zombie in a second, but had to quickly redirect his attention elsewhere. The fear of being killed, or worse, was pounding in Peter's heart. He wanted to defend and protect the base, but he was only human. There was only so much he could handle. Every second he spent on a zombie, another one was drawing closer. They were on the verge of being overwhelmed and outnumbered. The sound of the zombie dragging itself across the ground couldn't be heard over the gunfire. The zombie had been shot in its spine and throat, rendering it unable to walk or groan. It, however, wasn't dead. The zombie dragged itself by its hands, going completely unnoticed. The soldiers had no idea that zombies were smart enough to think of crawling. Peter felt a sharp pain soar through his leg. He barely had a moment to react to it when he was dragged to the ground and lost his grip on his gun. He began slamming his leg into the zombie that had gotten a hold of him, but the zombie didn't ease up. It clung to Peter as if its life depended on it. Other zombies, seeing how close Peter was, moved faster. Within seconds, Peter was surrounded by zombies, each one eager to take a bite out of him. An ear-splitting scream pierced the air, but that didn't deter the zombies. They continued clawing away at Peter until there was barely anything left that could turn into a zombie. His body was a mangled mess of blood and guts that left little to the imagination. Felix's eyes widened as the zombies feasted on Peter. He shot at the zombies, swarming, but there were so many that it was pointless. Besides, he had his own problems to attend to. With Peter gone, and Trevor wounded, the zombies were barely being held back. It was up to him to step up and hold back as many zombies as he could. His bullets weren't enough, though. He reached for a grenade and pulled the pin before he threw it at the zombies. The loud explosion filled his ears, and Felix dropped to the ground. His ears were ringing and he was in pain from the fall, but he quickly rose. He couldn't give the zombies time to swarm him. He raised his gun and started firing again. The grenade had helped to take out a handful of zombies, but Felix knew other zombies would soon fill up the vacancies quickly, so he started shooting down as many as he could. A pang of hope spread through Felix. It was faint, but it was still there. He was holding back the zombies, or at least he thought he was. The zombies, however, moved faster than Felix could turn his gun, and he was soon overwhelmed again. "Run! I'll cover you!" Trevor said. Felix was shaken by Trevor's words. He didn't want to abandon the lieutenant. They were barely fighting back the zombies together. If he abandoned the lieutenant, he would surely die. "I'm not making it out of this field alive. If the zombies don't kill me, this will," Trevor said, gesturing at his bullet wound. He didn't give Felix a moment to respond before he picked up his gun and started to shoot down zombies. He wasn't aiming for the heads. He was just trying to do as much damage as possible. Felix sucked in a deep breath. He didn't want to run, and he didn't plan to. His hands tightened around his gun, and he started shooting down zombies, using the adrenaline in his body to move faster than before. Unfortunately, the boost in Felix's strength didn't do much. It only slowed down the inevitable. Soon they were surrounded by zombies with nowhere to run or hide. Felix's and Trevor's screams joined the others that filled the morning air. Their screams were brief as the zombies tore out their vocal cords. Their deaths were slow and filled with pain. Tom sucked in a deep breath as he watched Felix and Trevor die. His body shook with fury, desperation, and fear. At that point, he knew that he was fighting a losing battle. His hold on his gun tightened as he gunned down zombie after zombie. He knew he couldn't run. He was too far gone to run. He had seen several zombies slip into the safe zone, and he knew that the moment he turned his back to the zombies, he would be as good as dead. There were a couple of other soldiers who were still fighting, but Tom could see that they were either about to give up or run out of bullets. It would only be a matter of minutes before they were all swarmed. Tom reached down and picked up a grenade. He grabbed all the grenades he had on him and pulled the pins before he launched them into the midst of the zombies. The explosion managed to be louder than the gunfire and the zombies' groaning combined. Tom's ears were ringing and he had a massive headache, but he saw the first real chip in the zombies' forces. Despite this small victory, Tom still knew that they were going to lose. He had no illusions about what was going to happen next. "All together!" he barked, his words pushing the remaining men into action. They all pointed their guns at the zombies and shot down as many as they could. The bullets in Tom's gun had run out, and he had no more on him. He wielded his gun like a bat and started slamming it into the heads of zombies around him. It worked for the first few seconds until the zombies swarmed him. The remaining men on the field finally had it dawn on them that it was a losing battle, and they were on the verge of losing their lives. A couple of them wanted to die holding off the zombies as much as they could, harbouring a small hope that despite their dwindled forces, they would still be able to hold the line. It didn't matter how much they wanted that to happen, it wouldn't. They shot bullet after bullet until their guns ran out, and they started following Captain Tom's idea, using their guns as melee weapons. Once they ran out of bullets, they lasted about a minute or two before they were eventually killed, mauled and mutilated by the relentless zombie horde. There were a few soldiers dotted around who still had bullets remaining, but they soon started to run short. The rest of the soldiers, who were at their wits' end, both emotionally and physically, decided to run. It was a split-second decision born out of the need to survive. They turned around and started running as fast as their legs would carry them. It didn't matter how much work they put in or how much they wanted to survive, they were still caught in the end. Most of the soldiers who ran were exhausted from all the fighting, and they barely covered any distance before the zombies caught up with them. The number of soldiers defending the main gate had depleted so much that the remaining few posed little resistance to the zombies. The time spent on a singular zombie was enough to let several more advance. Added to this was the issue of having to shoot down their zombified comrades, fully kitted with body armor and helmets. The zombies were pouring into the base in vast numbers. The remaining soldiers were being surrounded faster than before. They had tried their best to protect the base as much as possible, but they couldn't counter the zombies' numbers. The base was lost. The last few soldiers started using their grenades at liberty, trying to take down as many zombies as they could before they died. It was all they could do. Adam and Amy huddled inside the central building alongside the other survivors, led by the old man. Adam couldn't help but think about how they had not yet been introduced, but this wasn't the time for pleasantries. They were all careful to stay away from the windows, trying to avoid being seen or heard. Adam could feel fear coursing through his veins. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he knew it was not with joy. He desperately wanted to go to the window and get a visual confirmation of what was happening outside the central building, but he knew better. The anxiety was getting to him, and he wasn't sure he could take another moment of it. "Don't. We'll be all right," Amy said, with a tense smile. Adam didn't believe it. and he was sure she didn't either. She was just trying to keep him calm. He understood and appreciated her efforts, but he doubted he would ever be able to calm down until the battle was over. With each passing second he could feel his heart pounding and fear running through his veins. He wanted desperately to hear the sound of celebrating soldiers clapping each other on the back for a job well done. The only sound he could hear was the gunfire, which had significantly reduced. It would have been a good sign that the sound of the zombies was also reducing, but they showed no signs of doing that. His hands tightened around Amy. Having her next to him was comforting, but it did little to take away the feeling of impending doom that seemed to be permeating around in the air. "What will happen if they lose?" Amy asked. Adam knew that the soldiers were probably losing, but he had refused to properly consider it. If they lost, it would mean that the base would be swarmed by zombies. They were in the building in the middle of the base. Adam couldn't imagine how they would manage to escape if they lost or where they would go. "We will escape. We escaped the city together, so I'm sure we'll be able to find a way out of here. Maybe the zombies will get bored and leave," Adam said, trying to convince himself more than he was trying to convince Amy. Stella moved around the crowd, trying to calm people down and convince them that the soldiers could still win. No one in the group was that gullible. They all knew that despite Stella's calming words of reassurance, the soldiers were losing. The groaning of zombies, which used to sound distant and far away, sounded much closer than before. Previously, they couldn't get an inkling of the battle from the sounds, but now they could. It was obvious from the nearness of the groaning and the little gunfire that the soldiers had suffered major losses and the zombies had breached the base. They didn't want to believe what they were hearing. They tried to cling to the false sense of hope that they harbored. They tried to convince themselves that there was still a chance, but they were failing. With each passing second, it was obvious that more and more soldiers were dying, while the zombies were flooding into the base. There were still a couple of soldiers left inside the base, the ones assigned to killing zombies that had got through the cracks in the fence. They were in much smaller groups than the soldiers at the main gate. They could hear the sounds of the battle happening, but were blissfully unaware of how dangerous or futile it was. They would soon learn. The zombies moved quickly through the base, destroying things as they went from building to building in search of a way to satisfy their hunger. The soldiers that were inside the base were painfully unprepared for the sudden influx of zombies. The overwhelming number swarmed them, and they fared worse than those at the main gate. They were quickly overwhelmed, and the zombies made light work of them. Some of the soldiers tried running away, intending to escape via the main gate. Once there, they happened upon the massacre that the people at the main gate had faced, and they also learned a lesson that several soldiers before them had been forced to learn. Don't turn your back to a zombie. The number of soldiers in the base was dwindling with each passing second, until the soldiers left could be counted on a single hand. "We have to find a way out," Adam whispered to Amy, his voice shaky and filled with fear. "We can't stay here. We will eventually be found by the zombies or die of thirst." Amy nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "But where will we go?" Adam dreaded that question. The safe zone had been the motivation that helped them get through and out of the city. They didn't know another safe place. The safe zone had crumbled, and Adam didn't know anywhere else that was safe. He doubted anyone else in the central building did. They all hoped that the safe zone would be the final resting spot, the place where they would drop the responsibility of having to whisper for fear of a zombie hearing the sound and live a normal life. If they knew of any other safe place, they would have mentioned it by now. The sound of the zombies groaning was louder than the sound of the gunfire, but as the last of the gunfire died down completely, the difference was as clear as night and day. The gunfire had meant that there was still someone out there fighting for them. It was a little beacon of hope that meant they could still win. As it was gone, it meant that everyone out there was dead. All the soldiers were dead, and the zombies were the only things outside the central building's walls. The realization hit them like a ton of bricks. It meant that they were completely on their own once again, with danger surrounding them. If the soldiers who were armed with weapons died fighting the zombies, how were they going to fight against them? The sounds of gunfire and the thud of boots on the floor began to fade, but the undead groans remained constant. The group stood in silence, unsure of what to say. It was starting to sink in. They were losing the battle, and there was no way they could overcome the horde outside. Amy looked around the place, trying to take into account everyone she was seeing. She could see Stephen standing in the corner with Victor and Charles. They were solemn, with no words coming out of their mouths as they listened to the struggles happening outside. Luca stood holding Mrs. Thompson on her left side, while Jonna held her on the right. Adam stared at Amy from across the building, staying still. He was thinking about the fight going on out there and the relative silence that followed it. Were they safe here? What would they do now? Would they be able to stay here for a couple more days before they left? The other survivors in the room began mumbling amongst themselves, and Adam could almost taste their fear. He wanted to assure them that things would be okay, but he knew it was never that easy. He knew that more than anyone else did. He moved across the room, closer to Amy now. He stroked her hair affectionately, kissing her on the forehead. "What do we do?" she whispered. "We get the hell out of here," he responded. "We need to find a secret exit or something to leave this place." "Secret exit?" Amy questioned. "Why would they have one of them?" "Because the higher-ups would need a way to be in and out without other people knowing," Adam said. Stephen crossed over to where they stood now. "You look like you were planning an escape," he said, "so I thought I'd come over and see what the plan is. Luca, Mrs. Thompson, Jonna and the brothers are ready when you are." Adam nodded his head. This was his team, and he would do what he could to help them get out of here. "We're thinking of a secret passage that would lead us out of here," Adam said, "but I didn't get to look at any of these structures carefully." Stephen said, putting his hands on his chin, thinking about it. He looked around the room and then he had an idea. Standing in the corner, eyes calculating, was Private Stella Hart. She looked a little distressed, but for the most part she held it together. "We ask her," Stephen said, looking across the room, and the couple followed his eyes. Amy looked at Adam, waiting for him to speak. "What if we can't trust her?" Adam asked. "No one is talking to the zombies, honey," Amy interjected. She looked over at Stella again. She was the woman who could help, but how would they speak to her? "Okay, rally the people and anyone else that would like to come," Adam said, "And I'll speak to her," Amy cut in. "It's only fair that I do that." Adam looked unconvinced, folding his arms. I don't mean to be rude, but you'd probably repel her. I'm a woman, it'll be easier to communicate with her." "Considering we're all in the same situation, anyone would be able to communicate with her," Adam said. "Stop arguing, you two," Stephen said. "Let Amy do it. She's the nicer one." Adam gave him a raised brow, but Stephen shrugged, walking towards the rest of the group. Adam turned to Amy, placing his hands on her shoulders. "You'll be fine?" Amy nodded, touching his cheek with her right hand. "Yes," she laughed softly. "It's just across the room. You'll see me." I know, but I thought I'd lost you when all of this began." "And now I'm here," Amy said. Adam nodded. Amy pulled away from him, making her way to the private. Stella sat on a crate. She had her head down, but immediately threw her head up when she saw Amy coming. "I noticed your little team making plans to escape, and they must have sent a woman to make me feel more at ease," she said matter-of-factly. "Oh, well, technically I thought it would be a good idea to come and approach you," said Amy. "But look, we need your help." "You need to escape?" Stella asked. The question was obvious and didn't really need answering, but Amy couldn't help but nod. "Okay then, you're going to need to get out of here using some secret route." "So there is one?" Amy asked. Stella nodded. "It's never been discovered, but we termed it a maintenance tunnel, which it is. But it's also an effective way for us to slip in and out." "Okay, well that sounds great," Amy said. "Also, when we get out there, we could go north. There are a bunch of safe havens up there, and we could find one." Adam got to the middle of the room, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Amy and Stella moved slowly till they were standing beside him, staring into the confused eyes of desperate souls. "Look, we have to leave this place. The zombies have attacked and we might be all that's left of this camp," Adam began, now catching everyone's ears. "We need to get out of here. There's an old maintenance tunnel we can take, and we'll be safe from the zombies, but we have to move quickly," Stella added. "So take a long, hard breath. We're going to start leaving right now." "No," the old man shouted from behind. "I came here to be safe, and I don't want to go anywhere else. We should focus on rebuilding the space so it's safer for everyone." "Yeah!" some others chorused in agreement, rallying around him. They stood behind him as he spoke. "And it's cowardly to escape. I'd understand that about the civilian Superman here," the man said. "But you, the soldier?" Stella frowned. The room was clearly divided. Those who wanted to leave stood near Adam at the center of the room, while those who wanted to stay behind stood with the old man. The scales were unequal, and Adam hoped these people wouldn't attack. He moved through the crowd towards the door, exiting the room they were currently in, and standing aside for his group to move out of the room too. He stared at the other group, frowning. He needed to speak up one last time. "We have to leave now," Adam said, his voice urgent but steady. He was pleading, though he tried to make it as logical as he could. "The zombies are closing in. The building won't hold them off, and staying here is a death sentence." The group that had chosen to stay behind stood firm, led by the older man, who seemed to embody their stubbornness. His face was lined with age, but his face was fierce, driven by a mix of desperation and misguided hope. "We're safer here," the old man argued, his voice shaking but resolute. "We've fortified this place, and we've survived this long. We can rebuild. We can make it stronger." Adam shook his head, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "You don't understand. This place is compromised. It's only a matter of time before they break through. We have a chance to escape, to get somewhere safe. You have to come with us now." The older man sneered, and behind him several others nodded in agreement. "You can run if you want, but we're staying. We are not cowards." Adam clenched his fist, fighting the urge to shout at them. "This isn't about cowardice, it's about survival. There's no shame in knowing when to run. If you stay here, you'll die." But the man and his followers were immovable, their fear blinding them to reason. Adam glanced at the others who had chosen to follow him, their faces mirroring the same desperation he felt. They couldn't wait any longer. "Fine," Adam said, his voice hardening. "We are leaving. But when the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you." Adam turned sharply, motioning for his group to follow. Amy, Stephen, Luca, Yona, and the others quickly gathered near him, their eyes filled with determination and fear. Stella, the soldier who had reluctantly joined them, stood back. Just as they began to move towards the back of the building, a loud crash reverberated through the walls. The sound was unmistakable. The zombies had found them and broken through, somehow. The first scream pierced the air as the undead began pouring through the breach. The group that had chosen to stay behind froze in horror as the creatures lunged at them with sickening speed. Chaos erupted as the zombies overwhelmed the first few people, their screams cutting through the air like a knife. "Move, now!" Adam shouted, his voice rising above the din. He pushed his group towards the back of the building where an emergency exit seemed to have been hastily constructed. Stephen and Amy were already there, working furiously to open the makeshift exit. Stephen's hands trembled slightly, but Amy was focused, her fingers working deftly despite the rising panic around them. "Hurry, Stephen!" Amy urged, glancing over her shoulder as the sound of the struggle grew closer. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and the sounds of the dying filled the space around them. Stephen nodded, finally managing to loosen the bolt holding the door shut. "Got it! Let's go!" The group began to file out, but Adam lingered, his eyes darting back to the carnage unfolding behind him. The old man who had argued so vehemently for staying was now being torn apart by the very creatures he thought he could outlast. Adam felt a pang of sorrow, but he knew there was no time to dwell on it. "Go!" Adam ordered, shoving the last few people through the exit before following them into the open air. As they spilled out into the daylight, the sounds of the massacre continued inside the building. Adam could feel the ground vibrating beneath his feet as more zombies closed in from all sides. "We need to slow them down," Stephen said, his voice breathless as he scanned the area. "We can't let them follow us." Amy's eyes scanned the area desperately for anything that could help. She spotted a fallen soldier, his body mangled and torn apart, but on his belt were 2 remaining grenades. "The building. We can use these to collapse the doorway. It might buy us enough time to escape." "Do it," Adam said without hesitation. "Stephen, Amy, get it done. We'll cover you." They nodded and moved quickly. Amy retrieved the grenades from the shoulder's belt and handed one to Stephen. Together they worked swiftly, the urgency of the situation driving them forward. Adam and Stella took positions near the intact tent, keeping watch as more zombies began to converge on the area. The rest of the group had already started moving towards the tunnel, their only escape route. "Hurry!" Stella urged. Amy and Stephen pulled the pins on their grenades and, in perfect sync, threw them toward the building's doorway. The grenades landed right on target. The moans of the approaching zombies grew louder as they closed in, their numbers swelling by the second. Time was running out. "Move, Stephen!" Amy shouted as she backed away. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, boom! The explosion erupted, achieving the intended result. Smoke billowed and the sound of collapsing materials echoed through the air. "It's worked!" Amy shouted, relief clear in her voice. "Let's go," Adam called, urging them to move. The group sprinted towards the tunnel entrance, the sound of crumbling concrete and trapped zombies' guttural moans filling the air behind them, but none of them dared to look back. The tunnel loomed ahead, a dark, foreboding passage that seemed to promise both safety and danger in equal measure. As they reached the entrance, Adam quickly ushered the group inside. "Get in! Keep moving!" he ordered. Stella was the last one to enter, her eyes scanning the horizon. She could see more zombies in the distance, drawn by the noise and collapsing of the building. They were converging on their location, too many to fight off. "Adam," she called, her voice tense, "we need to seal this entrance. If they get in here, we are trapped." Adam looked at the tunnel's entrance, then back at the approaching horde. "You're right. We need to bring this whole thing down." Stella nodded. "I've got explosives in my pack. It'll be enough to collapse the entrance, but we need to move fast." She dropped her pack and began pulling out the necessary equipment. Adam stayed by her side, watching the zombies grow closer. The group had moved deeper into the tunnel, unaware of the danger still looming. "Stella, how much longer?" Adam asked, his voice strained with urgency. "Just a minute," she replied, her fingers working quickly to set up the charges. "But when I set this off, we won't have long to get clear." "Got it," Adam said, glancing back at the tunnel. "Everyone keep moving. Get as far into that tunnel as you can." The group obeyed, disappearing into the darkness. Adam turned back to Stella, who was just finishing setting the charges. The zombies were almost upon them now, their decaying faces twisted in mindless hunger. "Okay," Stella said, standing up and backing away. "We need to go, now." The two of them bolted into the tunnel, running as fast as they could. Adam could hear the growls of the zombies right behind them, feeling their presence closing in like a cold, dark shadow. They rounded the bend, and Stella skidded to a halt. "This is far enough," she said, turning to face the tunnel entrance. She held the detonator in her hand, her thumb hovering over the button. Adam nodded, taking a deep breath. "Do it," he said. Stella pressed the button, and the explosion rocked the tunnel. The ground shook beneath their feet, and a deafening roar filled the air as the entrance collapsed. Dust and debris rained down on them, and for a moment Adam thought the whole tunnel might come down. But as the rumbling subsided, they realized that the tunnel held. The entrance was completely sealed off, cutting them off from the outside world and from the zombies that had been so close to catching them. Adam exhaled, his heart still pounding in his chest. Stella lowered the detonator, her expression grim but relieved. "We did it," she said, her voice echoing slightly in the enclosed space. Adam nodded, turning to look down the dark tunnel ahead. "Yeah," he replied, his voice quiet, "but this is just the beginning." Together, they turned and began to walk deeper into the tunnel, joining the rest of the group. The darkness swallowed them as they moved forward, leaving behind the chaos and destruction of the world above. "We going to be okay?" Amy asked Stella. "Yeah," she replied, coughing into the sleeves of her military uniform. "We just keep moving forward and we'll be fine." "Okay, let's keep following the private then," Adam announced. "Stick together." The air in the tunnel was thick with dust and the damp scent of earth, mixed with the stale stench of decay that seemed to permeate everything in this godforsaken world. Stephen's breath came in ragged gasps, his lungs burning from the effort of running, every sense heightened. He could hear the steady drip of water somewhere in the darkness, and the echo of their footsteps as he, Amy, and Adam pushed forward, desperate to find a way out. It wasn't until now that they realized the others had moved ahead, following the quick pace set by Private Stella, but they weren't worried. They'd catch up soon enough. The tunnel was narrow and claustrophobic, the walls damp and slick with moisture. Faint beams of daylight filtered through the cracks in the ceiling, casting eerie patterns on the ground. It should have been a relief to see the light after so long in the darkness, but all it did was remind them of how far they still had to go. Stephen wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. His knife was clutched tightly in his other hand, the blade slick with zombie blood from their last encounters. The silence around them was oppressive, broken only by their laboured breathing and the occasional groan of the tunnel as it settled, sending shivers down Stephen's spine. How much further? Amy asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. She was walking just behind Stephen, a knife she had found on the dead soldiers held at the ready. Not far, Adam replied, to the rear, his tone strained but steady. We should be near the exit soon, just keep moving. Stephen nodded, though the tension in his gut told him it wouldn't be that simple. They were in too deep, the walls of the tunnel pressing in on them from all sides. Every step felt like it could be their last. Suddenly there was a low rumble above them, the ground beneath their feet vibrating with a sickening intensity. Stephen stopped in his tracks, his heart leaping into his throat. He looked up just in time to see a section of the tunnel ceiling beginning to crumble, large chunks of earth and rock breaking away and crashing down in a deafening roar. "Get back!" Stephen shouted, grabbing Amy and pulling her to the side, just as the tunnel partially collapsed in front of them. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a terrifying moment the world was nothing but noises and darkness. When the dust finally began to settle, Stephen realized they were trapped. The tunnel had collapsed in the middle, cutting them off from the way they'd come. A pile of rubble blocked their path going forward too, but there was still a narrow gap at the top, just wide enough for them to crawl through. "We can make it," Adam said, his voice tight with urgency, "but we need to move fast before it gets any worse." Stephen nodded, his throat dry. He helped Amy to her feet, and the three of them carefully made their way to the gap. The air was thick with tension, every movement cautious, as if the slightest sound could bring the rest of the tunnel crashing down upon them. Amy was the first to climb through, her slim frame slipping easily through the rubble. Stephen followed, the jagged edges of the rocks scraping against his clothes and skin. He winced as a sharp piece of stone cut into his arm. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward. They couldn't afford to slow down now. As he reached the other side, Stephen turned to help Adam, who was struggling with the last bit of the climb. Just as Adam was about to pull himself through, Stephen heard a low, guttural growl that made his blood run cold. He whipped around, his eyes scanning the darkness behind him. A zombie, drawn by the noise of the collapse, had found its way into the tunnel. Its rotting face was twisted in a grotesque snarl, its eyes clouded with hunger as it staggered towards them. The sound of its laboured breathing and the sickening squelch of its feet on the wet ground sent a shiver down Stephen's spine. "We've got company," Stephen hissed, his grip tightening on the knife. Adam cursed under his breath as he clambered the rest of the way through the gap. "We can't let it make any noise," he said, his voice urgent but quiet. "If it draws any others, we're done for." The zombie stumbled closer, its groans growing louder as it sensed fresh meat. Stephen and Adam exchanged a quick glance, a silent agreement passing between them. There was no room for hesitation. Stephen moved first, stepping in front of the zombie and slashing out with his knife. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, burying itself into the zombie's shoulder. The creature let out a wet, choking sound as it lurched forward, its rotting hands reaching for Stephen. Adam was there in an instant, taking the knife from Amy and driving it into the zombie's side. The creature twisted in pain, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. It swung a decayed arm at Stephen, who barely ducked in time, the wretched stench of its breath making him gag. The fight was a brutal, desperate struggle, the confined space of the tunnel making every movement a dangerous gamble. Stephen could feel the walls pressing in around them, his senses screaming that the ceiling could come down at any moment, but they had no choice. They had to kill this thing before it brought more of its kind down on them. With a grunt of effort, Stephen shoved the zombie back, slamming it against the wall. It let out a garbled snarl, its teeth snapping dangerously close to his face. Stephen drove his knife into its chest, feeling the resistance of bone and flesh as he twisted the blade, trying to find the heart. Adam was at its side, slashing at the zombie's arms and legs, trying to weaken it, but the creature was relentless, driven by an unnatural hunger that refused to die. It kicked out, its foot catching Adam in the shin and sending him stumbling back. "Adam!" Stephen shouted, fear lacing his voice as he struggled to keep the zombie pinned. "I'm fine," Adam panted, regaining his balance. He darted forward, plunging his knife into the zombie's neck. Black, foul-smelling blood oozed from the wound, coating Adam's hand and splattering the wall. The zombie's movements became more frantic, its growls rising in pitch. Stephen's muscles burned with the effort of holding the creature down. He could feel its strength waning, but it wasn't enough. They needed to end this quickly or they'd be swarmed. "On 3, Adam said, his voice strained. 1, 2, 3! Stephen yelled, driving his knife into the zombie's skull with all the force he could muster. The blade punched through bone, and for a brief moment the creature's eyes seemed to go wide in shock. Then, with a sickening crack, its body went limp, collapsing against Stephen in a dead weight. Stephen shoved the corpse off him, breathing heavily as he staggered back. The tunnel was silent again, save for the sound of their laboured breathing. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart still pounding in his chest. "Is it dead?" Amy questioned, tense with worry. Stephen glanced down at the unmoving corpse, then looked up at Adam. "Yeah," he said, his voice rough. "It's dead." Adam nodded, wiping his knife on his trouser leg before sheathing it. "We need to keep moving," he said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion in his eyes. "That thing might have been alone, but we can't be sure." Stephen couldn't agree more. The fight had been too close, too risky. They had to get out of this tunnel before their luck ran out. "We'll be out of here soon," Stephen said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Amy gave him a small, tightly lipped smile in return, her eyes full of determination. The three of them pressed on, moving through the tunnel with a renewed sense of urgency. The air felt heavier now, each step more difficult than the last. The light filtering through the cracks in the ceiling grew brighter as they neared the end, but it did little to ease the tension that hung over them like a shroud. Stephen's thoughts were a jumble of fear and exhaustion, but he forced himself to focus. They were so close, he could feel it. If they could just reach the exit, they might stand a chance of surviving this nightmare. They rounded the final corner and saw Private Stella and the others, their faces a mix of confusion and relief. They must have wondered where they'd been. Beyond them, Stephen spotted the tunnel's exit, a narrow opening bathed in daylight. Relief washed over him, but it was quickly overshadowed by caution. The exit led straight into the open, where they'd be exposed and vulnerable. They would need to proceed carefully. "We'll go one at a time," Adam said, his voice low. "I'll go first and check the area. If it's clear, I'll signal for you to follow." Stephen nodded, his nerves on edge as he watched Adam approach the exit. Adam moved slowly, carefully, his knife held at the ready now. He peeked through the opening and then stepped out into the light. There was a tense silence as Stephen, Amy and the others waited, every second stretching into an eternity. Then Adam's hand appeared, motioning for them to come. Stephen exhaled, a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Let's go," he said to Amy, his voice barely above a whisper. They moved quickly but quietly, making their way to the exit. Stephen went first, slipping out through the opening and stepping into the blinding daylight. The sudden brightness was almost overwhelming after the darkness of the tunnel, but he quickly adjusted, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "Wow!" Yonna exclaimed. They took in the buildings. They were somewhere in town. Stephen let out a sigh. He was relieved to be alive, but he didn't know if he liked the idea of being back in town again. It reminded him of the family he'd left behind, and it was something he wasn't sure he wanted to think about. "So what the hell are we looking for?" he asked, looking to Adam to give some guidance. His question had everyone looking at Adam for the next steps, and Adam became a little tense. He'd gotten them this far. He wasn't about to disappoint anyone now. "Private Stella," he called out. "What is it the military would do when they got here?" Stella had been catching her breath, trying to keep up with the intense action that had been taking place. She definitely needed a minute or two to put herself together. She rose from the position she was in, hands on her knees, slightly crouched to speak to Adam. "We would find our way to the nearest store or any place where we could find goods." Adam thought this was a great idea. He didn't know how he would get there because the shopping malls he knew of were pretty far away, and they would have to go on foot, but he didn't mind, as long as they were safe. "The sun will be setting soon," Adam said. "If we find a good place to rest our heads, it'll do us wonders." "What about the zombies?" Yonna asked. "What if they find us?" "The chances are high, but we could take them, can't we?" Adam could spot a couple of heads nodding in agreement. "Let's go, people," he said. The night was falling fast as Adam and the group trudged through the darkened streets, the remnants of the once thriving city looming around them like silent sentinels. The wind howled through the empty alleyways, carrying with it the distant groans of the undead that had been their constant companion for days. The group moved cautiously, every noise setting their nerves on edge, every shadow a potential threat. "Keep close," Adam whispered, his voice barely audible above the wind. He glanced over his shoulder, making sure everybody was still with him. Amy was just behind him, her face pale and tired, but her eyes sharp and alert. Stephen was beside her, his hand resting on the knife he'd brought along for this whole adventure. Stella brought up the rear, ever watchful. The group had been on the move since the tunnel, their escape from the safe zone and narrow victory. They'd made good time, but exhaustion was starting to take its toll. They needed a place to rest, if only for a few hours, before they could continue this journey. The city was vast, and the thought of finding shelter seemed more like a fleeting dream with each passing hour. Just as Adam was about to suggest they stop for a moment, Stella's voice cut through the darkness. "Over there," she said, pointing to the left. "Look." Adam followed her gaze and saw it, a large building looming in the distance. At first glance it looked like just another ruined structure, but as they got closer, Adam realized what it was. The direction they'd walked in and the streets around them had not seemed familiar after the chaos and destruction had changed them. They had not realized that they'd been walking into the centre of Hanley. "The shopping centre," Amy said, her voice tinged with disbelief. "It's still standing." Indeed, the building appeared intact, a stark contrast to the other structures around it, their windows broken. The glass doors at the entrance to the shopping centre were still in place, though a little cracked, the sign above declaring it to be the Potteries Centre. "It looks like it's been untouched," Stephen observed, a note of hope creeping into his voice. "Maybe we can rest here for the night?" Adam nodded, feeling a glimmer of relief. "Let's check it out," he said, "but stay alert. We don't know what might be inside." The group approached the shopping centre cautiously, weapons at the ready. Adam was the first to reach the doors, his heart pounding as he pushed them open with a creak. The inside was dark, the only light coming from a faint glow of the setting sun through the skylights above. They stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness of the centre. The place was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt oppressive, as if the building itself was holding its breath. "Stay close," Adam said again, his voice low. They moved deeper into the shopping centre, their eyes scanning every shadow for movement. The shops were all closed and the metal shutters pulled down, but there was no sign of recent activity, as if time had simply stopped here. They reached the middle of the shopping centre, where a large open area was surrounded by escalators leading to the upper floors. The escalators were frozen in place. "It's clear," Stella said, after a thorough check. She looked around, taking in the desolate surroundings. "Looks like we're the first people here since the outbreak." "Maybe we got lucky for once," Stephen said, his voice echoing slightly in the emptiness. He set down his pack, clearly relieved. "We should rest while we can." Adam agreed. "Let's settle in for the night. We'll take turns keeping watch." He turned to Stella, who had been unusually quiet. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Stella hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There's a military outpost not too far from here," she said. "It's a bit of a trek, but it's our best shot at finding supplies and maybe even some answers about what's going on." Adam considered her words carefully. "How far?" "Day's walk, maybe a bit more," Stella replied. "It's near to Stafford, but outside the town, so it's out of the way, but it should be secure. At least it was the last time I heard." "Then we head there tomorrow," Adam decided. "We'll rest tonight and start fresh in the morning. If we can reach the outpost, we might be able to regroup and figure out our next steps." Amy, who had been listening intently, nodded. "It's a good plan. We need a place to stay low, somewhere safe. Maybe we'll find other survivors. Or at least some supplies," Stephen added. "We are running low on just about everything." The group set about making camp, laying out their sleeping bags on the cold, hard floor of the shopping centre. There was something comforting about the solid walls around them, even if the place was filled with shadows and memories of a world long gone. Adam found himself a spot near one of the escalators, his back against the cold metal. Stella sat down beside him, the others were close by, the exhaustion evident in their faces. "I'll take first watch," Stella offered, her voice steady. "Get some rest, Adam. You've been pushing hard." Adam shook his head. "I'm fine. We'll take it in shifts." "All right," she agreed, not pursuing the issue. "But don't hesitate to wake me if you need to. We're in this together." Adam appreciated her calm demeanour, the way she seemed to take everything in her stride. It was a trait he had come to admire in her, especially in a world where everything was uncertain, where the only constant was danger. As the night settled in, the shopping centre became even more oppressive, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The faint glow from the skylights was gone, leaving them in near total darkness. The only light came from a few flickering lanterns they had set up around their camp. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of the building settling in, or the distant moan of the wind outside. Every noise made Adam's heart race, his senses on high alert despite his exhaustion. After a while, the others began to drift off to sleep, their bodies giving in to the fatigue. Adam remained awake, his eyes scanning the shadows, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. Stella sat beside him, her posture relaxed but alert. She glanced over at him, her expression unreadable in the dim light. "You think we'll make it to the outpost?" she asked quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Adam sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I hope so. It's our best chance. But if we've learned anything, it's that nothing's guaranteed anymore." "True," Stella agreed, her gaze distant. "But we've made it this far. That counts for something." "Oh, it does," Adam said, nodding. "We've survived when a lot of others didn't. We have to keep moving, keep fighting. It's the only way we'll get through this." Stella looked at him for a moment, her eyes searching his face. "You're a good leader, Adam," she said finally. "You keep everyone together, keeping them focused. That's not an easy thing to do in times like these." Adam wasn't sure how to respond to this. He didn't feel like a leader most days. He felt like he was barely holding on, making decisions on the fly, trying to keep everyone alive. But he appreciated her words, the way she seemed to believe in him when he wasn't sure he believed in himself. "Thanks," he said, simply. "But it's not just me. We're a team. We wouldn't have made it this far without each other." Stella smiled slightly, a rare expression for her. "You're right," she said. "But it helps to have someone to follow, someone who can make the hard calls." Adam didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded, grateful for the quiet companionship. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of the world around them pressing down, but in that moment it felt a little lighter. Eventually Adam's eyes began to droop, the exhaustion catching up with him. He fought it off for as long as he could, but Stella noticed and gave him a gentle nudge. "Get some sleep," she said, softly. "I've got this." Adam wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. He needed to rest if he was going to lead them to the outpost tomorrow. He nodded and shifted into a more comfortable position, his body sinking into the makeshift bed. As he drifted off to sleep, his last thoughts were of the journey ahead, of the dangers they would face, and the hope that the outpost would offer them something, anything to hold on to. But for now, they were safe. They had shelter, they had each other, and for tonight, that was enough. Stella remained awake, her eyes scanning the darkness, her ears attuned to every sound. The others were asleep, their breathing slow and steady, a small comfort in the stillness. She remained ready for whatever might come, but hoping that, for once, they would have a quiet night. As the hours passed, Stella kept watch, her mind drifting to thoughts of the outpost, of what they might find there. She knew the risks, knew that it could be a dead end, another disappointment in a world full of them. But she also knew that they had to try. It was the only way to keep going, to keep surviving. The night wore on, and Stella's watchful eyes never wavered. The shopping centre remained silent, the shadows still, and for that brief moment in time, it felt like they had found a small bit of peace in a world gone mad. But even as she watched over them, Stella knew that this peace was temporary, that the fight for survival was far from over. Tomorrow they would set out again, heading for the outpost and whatever awaited them there. But for tonight they could rest, and that was enough. The dull rays of dawn peeked into the shopping centre from the little cracks and holes in the materials that boarded up the windows. It was still the early morning hours, but the world seemed to have stirred to life already. The sounds of chirping birds could be heard, although they were far quieter than before. Rats scurried about inside the shopping centre, grabbing what food littered the ground before running back to the holes in the walls. Amy was already awake. Her eyes shone brightly, looking about the place. Adam was lying down on the floor, snoring loudly as he slept. Amy was exhausted from the events of the previous day, but she couldn't bring herself to sleep in like everyone else was. She had just slept enough to gain back her strength, and she was using the extra time she had before everyone woke up to examine the shopping centre. They looked around the previous day and combed through every inch of the centre to make sure it was safe, but Amy couldn't shake off the fear that clutched at her heart. Her eyes drifted everywhere, giving spots covered in shadows even more attention. She took a deep and shaky breath as she tried to relax. The shopping centre was safe, she knew this, but she still couldn't stop herself from searching for the dreadful zombies, especially after the safe zone. She doubted that she would ever truly feel safe again. Who boarded up the windows? Where are they? She thought, going through it over and over again. At that point, she already had an idea of what happened. A survivor probably boarded up this place when the zombies first showed up, and they likely left soon after, Amy reasoned. The idea that there were more survivors out there who were still alive felt reassuring to Amy, gave her a small sliver of hope that maybe humanity would bounce back from the zombie apocalypse. That hope was all she could hold on to. The sound of items beginning to move around reached Amy's ears. She turned around to see Adam stirring for a few seconds before finally getting up. She pushed all her thoughts and worries to the farthest parts of her mind so she could focus on Adam instead. As long as he was by her side, she was sure she could survive this. Adam stretched out in his makeshift bed, turning and twisting until his back didn't feel sore anymore. His body hung low with exhaustion. All the activities of the previous day had caught up with him. Every part of his body seemed to be throbbing. It wasn't exactly surprised that he felt this way, that he had to push his body to its limits just to escape the safe zone. A cold shiver ran down his back just thinking about the place. All the lives lost and the feeling of hopelessness, knowing that he couldn't do anything but listen as the soldiers died. He knew that the zombies killed people. He had heard people screaming in pain, but those screams weren't always so distant. Hearing the agonizing scream of the soldiers yesterday was an experience that Adam would never forget, no matter how much he wanted to. He could still hear the screams as if it were happening all over again. Something moved in front of him, and for a split second he thought it was a zombie. His heart stopped racing when he looked up to see Amy staring at him. Her alertness made it obvious that she'd been up for a while, and Adam had a good idea what she was doing. However, he didn't want to make a fuss about it. They were all dealing with the massacre at the safe zone in their own ways. It was supposed to be the end of all their zombie problems, so Adam was sure that everyone was taking it hard. He planned on talking to her about it in later days, when they were much safer. At the moment, he was just focused on staying alive. It was all that mattered. "Morning," Adam greeted, quietly, sitting beside her. "How you holding up?" Amy offered a weak smile. "As well as can be expected. We need to keep moving. The longer we stay in one place, the more dangerous it gets." Adam nodded. "I know. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready." He got up from the makeshift bed he was sleeping on and started walking towards the other survivors. He could feel Amy's presence moving behind. He looked around and it was evident that everyone else had the same idea. They were all gathering in the main atrium. It was the best lit room in the shopping centre that could still hold all the survivors, so it was the obvious pick for a meeting. Mrs. Thompson, Luca, and Stephen had arrived before Adam and Amy and were talking amongst themselves. Luca appeared to amuse himself with his own imagination as the adults talked. With those people was Stella. She had a map in her hand that she paid the utmost attention to. Adam walked up and sat down beside her. "Morning," Amy greeted as she sat down beside Adam. Stella looked up from her map for a moment so she could give Amy a nod before she returned to it. Adam looked at the main atrium, checking out the state of every survivor. Stephen walked over and handed him a couple of granola bars. He gave some to Amy and Stella as well. Granola bars weren't Adam's ideal breakfast, but it was better than starving. "We went around the building collecting any food that we could find and distributed it to the others. It's mostly junk food or canned food, though," Stephen explained. Adam nodded in silence, crunching down on his breakfast. Stella dropped the map down on the floor so the majority of survivors could see it. Victor, Charles, and Yona had joined them by now in the atrium. The room fell silent. The only sounds that were heard were the slow movements of chewing mouths. They all knew that they were about to be told where they were going next. "The military outpost is on the outskirts of Stafford. We'll need to take this path to—" Stella started saying, gesturing down at the map. She briefed them on the route to the military outpost, highlighting possible hazards and alternate paths. Adam quickly absorbed the information that Stella had dished out, his eyes following her fingers as they moved. The path that Stella had chosen was the safest possible one to the military outpost, and it consisted of back roads and alleys where the chances of running into zombies were slim. The chosen route would lead them to the railway tracks, which they could then follow out of Stoke-on-Trent towards Stafford. In exchange for safety, the route they were going to be using was the longest one. It would take hours or maybe even an entire day before they would get to the military outpost. Adam didn't want to take the risk of being out in the city at night. The zombies would be hard to spot, their only giveaway being the unearthly groaning that they made. He was certain that there was a route that would perfectly balance safety and speed. He just had to find it. "We need to stay off the main roads," Stella concluded. "The zombies are drawn to noise and movement. We can't afford to be caught in the open." Eyebrows furrowed in concentration, Adam looked down at the map, searching for the route he wanted. It took a lot of searching before he found it, but luckily he'd grown adept to reading the map since the zombies showed up. He placed his finger on a route and looked up at Stella. "How about we follow this road right here? It's always been mostly quiet for as long as I can remember. We can head on to Sun Street and then use the industrial estates. I'm sure it'll be safer. There might be some supplies we can use. It might even be shorter than the other route." Stella stared down at the map, her eyes scanning it. Adam could see that she was considering what he said, weighing if it was worth the risk. Adam was sure that it was, and he knew that Stella would see it too. The industrial district was quiet for months before the zombies showed up, so the chances of running into them was slim. And there were a few places that were abandoned. Those places would have resources that could be easy to get and would benefit the group a lot. Stella nodded her head as she looked at Adam. "It's risky, but it could be worth it. We'll need to move quickly and quietly." With the plan set, the survivors started readying themselves both physically and mentally to step out there again. Some survivors still quivered at the thought that they were going to have to go back to avoiding zombies and being as quiet as possible, but they had no other choice. Staying at the shopping centre would only work for a day or two at best until the food ran out or a zombie spotted them. The doors to the shopping centre creaked open and the survivors stepped out into the street. They moved in the shadows and stuck to the back streets. Adam walked quickly as he moved, as did the other survivors. The streets were free from zombies, but they were still cautious. There was the occasional guttural moan of a zombie, but it sounded so far away, and they were used to it at this point. Glass crunched under someone's feet, and Adam froze, his breath caught in his throat. They had barely run into any zombies despite not having reached the industrial district yet, so Adam was sure that the zombies would respond to the sound. The groan was faint, but close. Adam's eyes widened with fear, his facial expression matching everyone else in the group. "Move quickly," Adam whispered. The road didn't have any cars, so the only spot that offered safety was the alleyway, and Adam dashed into it. Everyone else in the group followed his footsteps, moving quickly but quietly. Adam tried to slow his breath down and calm himself. There were no large rubbish bins here, nothing that they could hide behind, but the alleyway was completely shrouded in darkness, so they would be hard to spot. "Just move on," Adam thought to himself as he watched. The zombie dragged its rotten, mangled body over to the spot in the alley. The creature stood there like an expectant child on Christmas morning. Adam offered a silent prayer, begging the zombie to move on without noticing them. There was no way they could all move deeper into the valley without making a noise. All they could do was wait for the zombie to leave. His heart was pounding in his chest. The alleyway was a dead end. The zombie wasn't moving. Adam looked away and turned back to see the zombie staring into the alley with its soulless eyes. He tried to follow the zombie's gaze so he could see what it was looking at, and that's when it happened. His eyes locked with the zombie, and he clenched both fists waiting for the attack. But nothing happened. The zombie just stood there, staring at Adam. For the briefest of seconds, Adam could swear that he saw some semblance of life behind those eyes. He felt more confused than anything. The zombie had seen him, so he wasn't sure why it wasn't attacking. He considered the possibility of the zombie being a human in disguise, but the exposed ribcage proved otherwise. There was a hint of sadness in the zombie's eyes when Adam looked at it. A thud erupted from somewhere down the street, and whatever life Adam thought he saw quickly disappeared. The zombie turned around and started running toward the origin of the sound, leaving Adam confused but happy to have avoided conflict. He wasn't sure he would have been able to hold that zombie off. "Come on, the industrial district is right around the bend," Stella urged. She ran back towards the road and paused. Adam walked up to her quickly and peered down the street, seeing exactly why she stopped. There was a horde of zombies gathered around a fresh body, ripping it to shreds. Adam had to stop himself from gagging at the horrific image in front of him. He had witnessed many things by now, but it was his first time seeing a zombie rip a body to pieces. He had only heard it happen. Seeing it felt more horrifying. The urge to throw up welled inside him, but he forced it down. He couldn't do anything that would attract the zombies' attention. He watched as organs got pulled out before getting gobbled up by one of the zombies. If they didn't move quickly, they would all suffer the same fate. He turned around and gestured for the group to come closer. He was going to create an opening for them to move, but that would only work if the group was ready to move once the opportunity presented itself. Adam bent down and picked up a rock in his hands. He waited for a second before he threw it across the road as hard as he could. The rock slammed into a window, breaking it instantly and having the desired effect. A cluster of zombies turned their attention to the window and started running towards it. Adam crept out into the street and started walking as fast as he could. The group poured out into the street behind him, doing their best to avoid making a sound. They were so close to the industrial district, but the danger was looming just behind them. Adam moved even faster until he was finally inside the industrial district. The quiet abandoned buildings and the empty streets were a stark contrast to the chaos of the city. Moreover, the absence of zombies was duly noted. "The real journey starts here," Amy said. Adam nodded in response. He didn't want the apparent safety of the industrial district to make the survivors lower their guard. The safe zone taught him that nowhere was safe. As they walked through the industrial district, Adam's eyes searched the surroundings for any signs of zombies or life in general. The district was devoid of life, so they couldn't even hear the occasional sound of a zombie's groan. Stella was walking at the head of the group, a determined look on her face as she led them through the buildings. They hadn't run into anything since they'd entered the industrial district. Despite his best efforts, Adam could feel his guard relaxing, and he started to feel safer. That safety quickly disappeared when the sound of a zombie groaning reached Adam's ears. The groan was too close for comfort, and it sounded aggressive. He quickly turned around and searched the streets for any sign of zombies, but it was clear. The zombie was close. The more he listened, the more sounds Adam heard. He could hear the sounds of a man grunting in pain, things being clashed around and thrown. There was a struggle going on, and it was nearby. Adam turned around and signaled for the group to wait while he went to see what was happening. He walked towards the origin of the sounds, his heart beating in his chest with each step. He wanted to see how many zombies and survivors were fighting. Mostly, he needed to know if it was safe for the group to move across, or if they could help the people fighting the zombies. Maybe they're holding the zombies back, he thought. But from the sounds he was hearing, the survivors were on the losing side of the fight. He pressed his back against the side of a building and gathered his courage. The struggle was happening on the other side of the building. Being closer, the sounds of the struggle were more vivid than before, and Adam could hear bones being crunched and flesh being ripped apart, but the loudest sound was the screaming. The groaning of the zombies was louder than Adam previously thought, and he knew instantly it was a gigantic horde of zombies attacking what sounded like a very small group of survivors. Adam felt anxious about having to peer at the other side. He knew that the image he would see would be horrifying, and he didn't want to risk being spotted by the zombies. That would only lead to his entire group being chased down by those zombies, and he knew they couldn't survive that. He drew in a deep but shaky breath as he tried to calm his nerves. He swallowed up his fear and peered around the corner, and his breath caught in his throat at the image he saw. The scene was worse than whatever image Adam had pictured in his head. It could barely be called a struggle. It was more like a massacre. The zombies were more than Adam thought, and the zombies were about 5 in number. They were armed with blood-stained makeshift bats they used to push the zombies back. However, the weapons were proving useless. The zombies were too many in number, and fighting back was just prolonging their deaths. The zombies had the survivors backed into a corner, and they were attacking them non-stop. The survivors were putting up a fight, but it proved futile. They were being ripped apart. They all had deep wounds and cuts in their bodies, and blood flowed freely. It took a while, but Adam's eyes moved, and he saw the bodies on the floor, probably belonging to the people in the survivors' group. The bodies were beaten until they were unrecognizable. Some were missing parts, but all had the same signature bite marks all over the body. Tears welled up in Adam's eyes at the sight. He could almost imagine him and Amy being one of those people left to rot. Everywhere felt so unsafe at this point, knowing that they could have ended up like that. He looked back at the survivors, and one was staring directly at him. She looked like she was still in high school. Her weapon had been knocked out of her hand, and several zombies were sinking their teeth into her skin. Tears were rolling down her face as the zombies feasted away at her, but no scream escaped her lips. Adam wasn't sure she was staring directly at him, so he moved a bit, and her eyes followed. She was watching him. He didn't know what to say about her. He could only see the pain clearly in her eyes, and he breathed in, unaware that he'd been holding his breath. "Please help me," the girl was pleading. The initial shock from seeing the carnage wore off, and Adam felt the need to help those survivors. He wasn't sure what he would do against a horde of zombies, but he wanted to at least try and help. He needed to help. Adam was sure saving someone would make the future feel less grim. Besides, he felt like that girl had her whole life ahead of her. His fingers grasped the rock from the floor, and he readied himself to throw it when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He had been so involved in his thoughts that he didn't hear Stella walk up to him. "What's the issue?" she whispered, just before she peered around the corner. Adam watched as the colour drained from her face when she saw the massacre that was happening. He was sure that she was going through the same emotions that he was. Slowly, Stella looked back at Adam, but she wasn't staring at his face. Adam followed her eyes and saw that she was staring at the rock he clutched tightly in his hands. He couldn't tell her emotions as her face was still drained of colour, but he did get the general idea that she wasn't pleased. He could understand why, but it didn't matter. He still wanted to save the girl. He looked back at her, her pleading eyes still watching him. She looked like she was on the verge of dying, and Adam was sure that if they attacked immediately, then they might still be able to save her life. His grip on the rock tightened, and he got ready to fling it again. "We need to move," Stella whispered. Adam could hear the urgency in her voice and understood it, but still he couldn't drag himself away. The desperation in the girl's eyes was begging him to help her, and he couldn't ignore it. He could still feel the need to save them brewing inside him, and Stella thought it too. "We can't do anything for them. The zombies are too many. Trying to save her would only result in all our deaths," Stella whispered. "Besides, she's been bitten already, and you know what that means for her." Reluctantly, Adam found himself nodding with Stella. He wanted to save the girl, but there was nothing he could do. The zombies were giving the remaining group of survivors their entire attention, and it would be easy to sneak past them, so long as they didn't make a sound. Adam turned around and gestured for the group to come closer. The quiet movement of the group as they approached was drowned out by the sounds of the zombies and the screaming people. He sucked in a deep breath before he dashed out from the alley and hid behind a large piece of rusted machinery. Adam waited here to see if the zombies would come after him, but nothing happened, just like he expected. He used his hands to gesture toward the remaining survivors to do the same, and one by one they all crept over, careful not to make a sound. They needed to get across the road before they would be safe from the zombies. The zombies were focused on the struggling people who were still trying to escape, but it would be too risky to walk out in the open. All it would take was one zombie to spot them, and they would be done for. They were much bigger than the group being eaten, but Adam feared they wouldn't fare any better. Lucky for them, broken equipment was littered all over and acted as the perfect cover for their escape. As Adam moved with the group, he couldn't get the image of the girl's pleading eyes out of his mind. He felt guilty leaving her back there, but he knew there was nothing he could do to save her. The sounds of the attack faded as they moved further away. The sounds were now so distant that the danger of the horde of zombies was no longer an imminent threat. However, Adam couldn't shake the feeling of weight off his shoulder. Leaving those people to die reminded him that, despite all they had done and survived, they were still at the mercy of the zombies. Silence now reigned over the group. They had left the industrial district and made their way through the empty streets of Shelton. The ducking and diving into quieter streets whenever zombies were heard had added time to their journey, but Adam felt it was still quicker and safer on this route. No sound could be heard except for the quiet footfalls of the group right now. Witnessing those people die must have happened nearly an hour ago, but the tension still stayed with Adam. Adam's eyes drifted over every building, examining the shadows for any signs of movement. The emptiness of the streets offered them safety, but with it came uneasiness. It was like at every corner they turned, Adam was expecting a zombie to pop out of nowhere and devour them. He looked up at Stella, walking at the head of the group, before turning his gaze to Amy, who was walking by his side. He breathed a sigh of exhaustion as he continued walking. He had taken a good look at the map before they started on the journey, so Adam was sure he knew how far they had to walk along the railway tracks to get to the outpost. That knowledge, however, did little to lessen the exhaustion he felt. The hours passed away slowly, and despite the fear of the zombies being ever present, he felt bored and exhausted. Adam turned the corner and came to a halt. The railway station was in sight. Amy wrapped her hand over Adam's and walked with him. His eyes kept darting around at the surrounding buildings, searching for any sign of zombies. A faint growl reached his ears, and his heart stopped in his chest. The members of the group mirrored the same horrified look Adam had on his face. They all huddled in the middle of the street as they tried to search for the origin of the growl. It was obvious that there was only one zombie around, but that could also pose a problem to them. Adam searched desperately for this zombie, his worry driving him. His eyes went over every building, trying to spot any signs of life. It was for just a brief second, but he thought he could see a flaring arm. He focused his gaze on that direction until he could see the zombie perfectly. The zombie was inside a car, seemingly trapped by the seatbelt, but it still posed a problem to them. The groaning could attract other zombies, and Adam didn't want that to happen. He walked over to this groaning zombie, watching as it flailed about, trying to get hold of him. Adam grabbed a piece of splintered wood and held it tightly. "You have to do this," he thought to himself, as he raised the pointy edge of the wood and slammed it into the zombie's head. It moved around a bit, groaning in pain, and it did it for a couple of seconds before its movement eventually slowed down, and it died for the second time. Adam dropped the wood and walked back to the group, eager to get to the train tracks and on their way out of the city. The group soon found themselves on the tracks and were following them south towards Stafford. The walk along these tracks was spent in silence. No one uttered a word or made a sound, trying their best to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. Stella had tucked the map away and started walking without it. Walking along the tracks now, soon they would be on the outskirts of the city. Slowly, the abandoned buildings and rusted equipment faded away as the group ventured deeper into the countryside, following the train tracks. As they walked on, the military outpost lay ahead of them. Visible now in the distance, it was a reminder of the days that still lay ahead, and the hope that they would be able to return to normalcy at the military outpost. No words were spoken as they approached the outpost, but there was a general sense of happiness at reaching it safely. The happiness that seemed to be floating around was replaced by dread the closer they got to the outpost. The grass around it was stained with bodies and littered with body parts, although no body was in sight. The gates to the military outpost were wide open and stained with blood. The remnants of a recent battle hung all over the place. No one uttered a word as they moved closer and closer. Adam felt his heart sink as it became increasingly obvious that this military outpost had been compromised. It didn't take a genius to know that the soldiers stationed here had suffered the same as the ones at the last safe zone. Adam couldn't handle it. He hoped he would finally be able to rest and settle down here. He knew that he wouldn't have felt entirely safe, but he had hoped they would be able to get back to some normalcy that the previous safe zone had offered him. "They're all dead," he muttered under his breath. Everyone else in the group seemed to have the same idea. If the soldiers had survived, they wouldn't have left the gate open. That would only lead to more zombies getting in. Stella stopped at the gates to the base, and everyone else did too. Adam walked up to her, contemplation written all over his face. They had finally gotten to the military outpost, and in the state it was in, they didn't know where to go next or what their next actions would be. "There could be some resources inside the base. We can't stay out here. The zombies that did this might still be around," Amy said. "We'll need to be careful," Stella warned. "There might still be survivors inside, but we can't let our guard down." Adam understood that. The chances of running into survivors at this base were high, but so were the chances of running into zombies. He couldn't hear the groaning the zombies usually made, but he didn't want to assume that the military outpost was completely free from zombies. Doing that could lead to their doom. The group walked past the gates and into the outpost, their guards raised. The outpost was a bit bigger than the safe zone, so it would take an hour or more if they tried to go through everything as a group. "Split up and be careful," Adam said. Amy and Stella were at his side as they walked towards one of the buildings. Adam's cautious eyes were searching for any sign of life, human or otherwise. The base seemed empty, save for the occasional distant moan of a zombie. The groans originated a good distance from the base, but they helped remind Adam of the constant danger that lurked around every corner. The dull light of the flashlight Adam gripped in his hands moved over what was inside the small building they were in. Amy and Stella wore frustrated looks on their faces as they tried to find anything of importance. The building they had gone through was empty. There were no resources or people inside. It was completely stripped, and it seemed like everyone else was having the same luck. A few people seemed to have found resources in the buildings, but nothing that would make their journey here worthwhile. The military outpost looked grimmer with each passing second. There were signs of a large fight, but no bodies could be found. They've probably become zombies, Adam thought. The realization made him shudder. Fighting off one zombie was hard enough as it was, but trying to fight a zombie in combat gear was even harder. He just hoped that the zombies were long gone from the outpost. The main building. It's the only one that hasn't been searched yet, Amy said. They walked towards this main building, the dirt crunching underneath their feet. Adam walked up to the door and tried to open it, but it felt stuck. He placed his shoulder on the door and pushed with all the energy he could muster, but the door didn't budge. Amy and Stella soon joined him at this door to break it down. After several hard pushes, the door finally came down with a loud thud. Adam's shoulder felt sore, but he didn't notice it. This was the first building that had been hard to get inside. It was strange, but he quickly brushed it from his mind. The lights inside the main building were dim and flickering, leaving some parts of the building cloaked in darkness. Adam moved away from the others, intending to search this building by himself so he could search faster. The stairs creaked under his feet as he ascended them and made his way to the second floor. It was much darker up there, and Adam had to depend on his torch as the only source of light. He moved quickly through the rooms, searching for life or anything that could be useful. There were a few crates of resources, but the only signs of life Adam spotted were the rats running around on the second floor. He walked up to the last door on this floor and reached for the knob. He tried it, but like the door downstairs, it was locked. His brow furrowed in confusion. Why was this door locked? What was so important about this building and this room that it was kept locked? He placed his ears at the door and slowed his breathing, trying to hear what was happening in the room. For the first few seconds, Adam heard nothing and he was starting to feel silly. He pulled his ear away from the door, intending to leave, when he heard it. It was faint, but Adam was sure he'd heard movement coming from inside the room. The building was ridden with rats, so it could just have been that, but Adam wasn't willing to take any chances. He pulled away from the door and readied himself to break it down. This door wasn't as sturdy or as firm as the door to the building, so all it required was one kick before it dropped to the floor. He could hear Stella and Amy walking up the stairs as he entered the room. His torch shone around this dark room, and soon he spotted the cause of the sound. Several rats were crawling around a small group of dead bodies huddled inside this room. The sorrow was clear on Adam's face as he noticed how closely they were huddled. It appeared to be a small family, a mother and 2 children, by the looks of them. Adam's gaze followed the rats who raced away from the gruesome scene. He saw the cause of the deaths, pills laying on the ground, along with a small pistol. The gunshot wounds now clearly seen on their heads, their expressions mirroring the one on Adam's face. Adam felt a mixture of pity and sadness for the family. He couldn't imagine feeling that way, getting so desperate that the only hope was suicide. Having Amy by his side was the thing that kept him going throughout all of it. He stepped back out of the room silently, and Stella and Amy followed. Adam didn't know where they were going to go next, or what they were going to do. He should have felt disheartened and lost, scared even, but for some reason he still had strength in him. He looked over at Amy, his resolve strong. "We'll make it," he said, taking her hand. "Together, we'll find a way." The heatwave was very intense, but no one was willing to complain. They were still recovering from the disappointment that was the outpost. Trudging through the streets, they were far away from the town, somewhere past the outskirts now. "How close are we?" Luca whined. "My grandma needs something to drink." Stephen frowned. He was ready to let the kid have it, but it took one look in Adam's direction, and he knew immediately that he shouldn't say anything. "We don't know what we're looking for," Amy said, "but we'll have to pause to look for a place to get you a drink." "Thanks," Luca said. Stephen rolled his eyes. Maybe the heat was getting to him and he needed a minute to cool off, too. "Hey, isn't there a campsite or something like that along this route?" he asked. "I used to make plans with my cousin to come here, but I never did." "Why didn't you?" Charles asked. He'd been silent for a huge chunk of the trip. The action was just too much for him. He leaned on his brother Victor as they dragged their feet across the road. The other survivors trudged behind him. "Well, I just had other things to do," he replied. "Like being indoors?" Adam interjected, chuckling. Amy shot him a glare. "It's not like I was spending my entire time indoors. I got to a lot of places I wanted to see," Stephen said, attempting to defend himself. "Don't take that to heart," Amy said. "This one wouldn't move unless a pig flew over his house." "I was going to that sports thing." "Oh, come on, Adam. Wasn't that the day this apocalypse began?" She folded her arms, staring at Adam. He threw his head the other way, flushed. Everyone burst out laughing, finding the interaction adorable. "So where's this place?" Stella asked. "Do you remember it?" "Oh, I don't know what it looked like because I never got to go." "Oh, so we're stuck," Victor groaned. "No, we aren't." "Guys, this campsite, would it be really big but on a lower ground than ours, covered by a few trees in the distance?" Luca said, grabbing everyone's attention. They turned their heads in the direction he was staring at. Through a bunch of trees, they could see the campsite in the distance. "Who wants to have a drink?" Stephen asked, "because we're going to drink and fill up our bottles." "Yeah, but Stella, stay with the rest of the survivors so we can go figure stuff out," Adam said. Stella nodded. She understood. The sun had long since dipped below the trees, casting the world in shades of blue and pink as Adam led his team towards the campsite. The campsite, once a place of laughter, peace and joy, now stood a ghostly reminder of the world that had been lost. They moved quietly, the crunch of gravel beneath their boots the only sound breaking the silence. Adam signaled for the group to stop, his hand raised in the air. "We need to find the main water source," Adam whispered, his eyes scanning the darkened site. "We're low on supplies and we can't risk dehydration. Plus, we could all use a shower." Amy, who was standing beside him, nodded. "Do you think it's still operational?" "Only one way to find out," Adam replied. "Stella, you and Stephen check the perimeter. Make sure there aren't any unwanted guests. Charles, Victor, you're with me." The group split up, moving with the practical ease of people who had long since learned to navigate the dangers of this new world. Adam led the brothers towards the center of the campsite, where an outside tap could be seen. "This should do," Charles said, eyeing the tap, "but we need to see if it's still working." Victor nodded in agreement, his sharp eyes scanning the nearby area for zombies. "I'll head over now and give it a try." Victor headed over and gave the tap a twist. A shake of his head and a look of disappointment told the others all they needed to know. "There must be other water taps around here," Adam said. "Let's keep looking." They navigated through the campsite, passing by some abandoned camper vans that were emptied of fuel. Clearly, other survivors had siphoned off what they could for their own journeys to safety. Finally, they reached a small walled-off area with the words "drinking water" displayed. They tried the tap, and the water began to flow. They filled up all the water containers they had with them and made a mental note of their location so they could bring the others from the group to the tap. "Let's check these storage houses. We might get lucky," Adam said, pointing over at some nearby structures. The darkness seemed to press in on them as they walked. The distant sounds of the undead a constant reminder of the danger that lurked in every shadow. The storage houses were small concrete buildings near the edge of the campsite. The door was slightly ajar on the first building, and a faint creak echoed as they pushed it open. Inside, rows of metal shelves lined the walls, cluttered with tools and equipment and old cleaning supplies. "Spread out," Adam whispered. "Look for anything that could be useful." 3 of the men began searching, sifting through the mess of forgotten tools and discarded junk. The building was thick with dust, and the smell of mildew hung heavy in the air. Victor rummaged through a pile of old uniforms, while Charles checked a nearby cabinet. "Anything?" Adam asked, glancing at them as he pushed aside a stack of cardboard boxes. "Nothing yet," Victor replied, his frustration evident. Just as Adam was about to suggest they search another building, Charles froze, his hand hovering over a dusty workbench. "Guys," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. "Look." Adam turned, his eyes following Charles's gaze to the far corner of the room. There, slumped against the wall, was a figure, emaciated and rotting, its clothes in tatters. It was a zombie, but it wasn't moving. It appeared to be asleep, its chest rising and falling with shallow, laboured breaths. Adam's heart raced. This thing was too close for comfort. "Quietly," Adam mouthed, his voice barely audible. He gestured for them to continue searching, but to keep their movements slow and deliberate. Victor, his face pale, nodded and resumed his search, his hands trembling slightly as he rifled through a drawer. Charles did the same, his eyes darting nervously towards the sleeping undead every few seconds. Adam moved cautiously toward a metal locker near the zombie, every step measured and careful. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cold, rusted handle. Slowly, he pulled the door open, wincing at the faint squeak of the hinges. Inside, hanging on a hook, was a bag of groceries. Adam's heart leapt with hope as he carefully reached in and took the bag, his eyes never leaving the sleeping zombie. He began to back away, his muscles tense, ready to bolt at the first sign of movement from the creature. As he turned to signal the others, his foot caught on a loose tool that clattered to the floor with a sharp metallic clang. The sound echoed in the small building like a gunshot, and the zombie's eyes snapped open, a guttural growl rumbling from its throat. "Shit!" Adam hissed, grabbing his knife from his belt. The zombie lunged forward, its bony fingers grasping at the air as it snarled and snapped, its milky eyes locked on Adam. Victor and Charles reacted instantly, drawing their weapons and rushing to Adam's side. The three of them fought together, slashing and stabbing at the creature as it flailed wildly, its decaying flesh tearing under the force of their blows. But the zombie was relentless, its hunger driving it forward despite the damage. It knocked Victor to the ground, its teeth gnashing just inches from its face. Charles swung his crowbar with all his strength, connecting with the side of the zombie's head and sending it reeling backward. Adam seized the opportunity, plunging his knife into the creature's skull with a sickening crunch. The zombie let out a final, gurgling hiss before it went limp, collapsing in a heap on the floor. The room was silent again, the only sound their heavy breathing as they stared down at the lifeless corpse. Victor scrambled to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow with a shaking hand. "That was too close," he muttered, his voice laced with fear and adrenaline. "You okay?" Adam asked, his eyes scanning Victor for any signs of injury. Victor nodded, though his hands still trembled. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's just get the others to that tap and get the hell out of here." Charles, who had been leaning against the wall to catch his breath, pushed himself upright. "I second that. Let's move." They left the storage house, leaving the dead zombie behind. The night air felt cool against their skin as they made their way toward the rest of the group, rounding everyone up. Charles and Victor nodded in agreement, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. For now, they had what they needed. The water would sustain them for a while longer, the small bag of groceries Adam had found would sway the hunger, and the bath, brief as it was, helped wash away some of the exhaustion that clung to them like a second skin. As they finished up, the team regrouped, their spirits lifted by the success of their mission. They had taken a risk coming here, but it had paid off. They had water, they had food, and for the moment, they had hope. "Let's get out of here," Adam said, leading the way back toward the exit. "We've got what we came for, time to move on." They left the campsite behind as they made their way back up to the path. The sky became a dull grey, a thick canopy of clouds blotting out the sun as the group made their way along the forest path. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling in the leaves of the towering trees that surrounded them. It was a stark contrast to the chaos they'd just left behind at the campsite, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins, but the quietness of the forest offered a brief respite from the horrors of the world. Adam led the way, his eyes scanning the path ahead for signs of danger. Behind him, Amy walked, her hands tucked into the pockets of her jacket, her gaze fixed on the group as if lost in thought. Stephen trailed a few steps behind her, his shoulders slumped, while Mrs. Thompson, Luca, Yonna, Charles and Victor brought up the rear, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. It was a silence that invited reflection as they walked. The weight of their recent experiences hung heavily over them. Amy was the first to break the silence. "Do you remember when we used to talk about getting married?" she asked quietly, her voice almost lost in the stillness of the forest. Adam glanced back at her, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Yeah, I remember," he replied, his voice soft but steady. "We used to talk about it all the time. You always wanted a big wedding and I wanted something small, just the two of us." Amy chuckled, the sound bittersweet. "Guess it seems so trivial now, doesn't it? All those plans we made." Adam slowed his pace, falling in step beside her. "It doesn't seem trivial to me," he said, his tone serious. "It was important, it still is. Just because the world's gone to hell doesn't mean that what we wanted, what we had, wasn't real. She looked up at him, her eyes searching his face for reassurance. Do you think we'll ever have that chance? To get married? To have a life together? He reached out and took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. I don't know, he admitted. But I do know that as long as we're both still here, there's always a chance. And that's worth holding on to. Amy squeezed his hand in return, a smile breaking through the worry on her face. You're right. We're still here, we're still together, and that's something. They walked in silence for a few moments longer, the memory of their past life hanging between them like a thread connecting them to a time that now seemed so distant, so unreachable. Stephen, who had been listening quietly, cleared his throat. I was supposed to be on vacation, he said, his voice breaking through the quiet. I came out here to take a break from the work. I was planning to quit my job, actually. Yonah looked at him, her brow furrowed. Really? Why were you going to quit? Stephen shrugged, his expression a mixture of resignation and sadness. I was just tired, you know? Tired of the grind, tired of working my life away for a company that didn't care about me. I wanted to do something different, something that actually mattered, but, well, I guess that decision was made for me. The group nodded in understanding, the sentiment all too familiar. In the world they now lived in, the choices they once had seemed almost laughable. Jobs, vacations, plans for the future, none of it mattered anymore. Not in the way it used to. Yonah sighed, her gaze distant. I wish I hadn't run away from home, she said, her voice heavy with regret. I wish I'd spent those last days with my family, instead of being stuck in a place I hated. Amy looked at her, empathy in her eyes. It's not your fault, Yonah. None of us could have known this would happen. We all thought we had time. Yonah nodded, but the regret didn't leave her face. I just wish I'd done things differently. I wish I'd told them I loved them more, that I hadn't let the little things get in the way. Now it's too late. Victor, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his tone surprisingly calm. I don't think my life would have changed much, he said, his voice steady. Charles and I, we were always just drifting, you know, moving from place to place, never really settling down. The world changed, but for us it was just another thing to adapt to. Charles nodded in agreement. Yeah, we were always good at surviving, making do with what we had. It's not that different. The stakes are just higher. The group continued to walk, the conversation weaving between them like a thread, connecting their shared experiences and the lives they'd left behind. The path grew narrower, the trees pressing in on either side, but the forest still offered a strange sense of comfort, a reminder that not everything had been lost. After a while, the conversation shifted back to their current situation, the challenges they'd faced, and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The forest path seemed endless, but the group was grateful for the reprieve it provided from the dangers that lurked beyond the trees. I don't know how much longer I can keep going like this, Stephen admitted, his voice heavy with fatigue. Every day it feels like we're just barely surviving, just one step away from something terrible happening. Amy glanced back at him, concern etched on her face. We're all scared, Stephen, she said gently, but we're still here, and that means we're doing something right. Stephen shook his head, his expression conflicted. Oh, it's not just the fear, it's the feeling of being so close to losing everything. I keep thinking about my cousin, about whether he's still out there, and if I'll ever get the chance to find him. Adam slowed his pace, turning to face Stephen. You've been looking for your cousin this whole time? Stephen nodded, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. Yeah, we got separated when everything went to hell. I've been hoping, praying that I'd find him, that he'd somehow make it to one of these safe zones. But with each day that passes, it gets harder to believe he's still out there. The group fell into a somber silence, each of them grappling with their own thoughts, their own fears. The forest path seemed to stretch on forever, the weight of their journey pressing down on them with every step. Finally, it was Amy who spoke, her voice firm but kind. We're all scared, Stephen. We're all trying to figure out just how to survive this new world, but we're not alone. We have each other, and that's something. Stephen looked at her, gratitude flickering in his eyes. I know, and I'm thankful for that, more than you can imagine, but if there's a chance, even a small one, that my cousin is still out there, I have to keep looking for him. Adam nodded, understanding the need to hold on to hope, even when it seemed impossible. We'll help you, Stephen. When we get to the next safe zone, we'll ask around, see if anyone's seen him. We'll do what we can to help you find him. Stephen's eyes softened and he nodded, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you, Adam. Means a lot. The group continued on in silence for a while, the the forest path narrowing even further as they passed deeper into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting and reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The air grew cooler, a mist beginning to settle over the path, adding to the eerie atmosphere. As they walked, Yona's thoughts began to drift, her mind wandering back to her own regrets, the decisions she had made, and the ones she hadn't. She thought about her family, about the last time she'd seen them, and the words she'd wished she'd said. "I miss them," she whispered, more to herself than the group. "I miss my family." Amy, walking beside her, heard the quiet confession and placed a comforting hand on Yona's shoulder. "We all miss someone," she said, gently, "but we have to keep going for them. We have to survive." Yona nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. "I know, but it's hard, knowing I'll never see them again, never hear their voices, never get the chance to say goodbye." Amy squeezed her shoulder, her own emotions bubbling up as she thought of the people she'd lost, the lives that had been cut short. "It is hard," she agreed, "but we carry them with us, in our hearts, in our memories, and as long as we do that, they're never really gone." Yona managed a small smile, appreciating the comfort, even if it didn't fully ease the ache in her chest. "Thank you, Amy. I needed to hear that." As they walked on, the mist thickened, and the path grew even narrower, the trees closing in around them. The conversation dwindled, each person lost in their thoughts, the weight of their past and present pressing heavily on their minds. Eventually the path began to widen, and the trees started to thin out, revealing glimpses of open sky above. The mists began to lift, and the air grew warmer, the forest slowly giving way to a more open landscape. The group paused for a moment, taking in their surroundings, the tension that had been building up slowly dissipating as they realized they were nearing the edge of the forest. "We're almost out," Victor observed, his voice breaking the silence. Charles nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but we need to stay vigilant. We don't know what's waiting for us on the other side." The group nodded in agreement, the reality of their situation settling back in as they prepared to leave the relative safety of the forest. But before they continued, Stephen turned to face the group, his expression serious. "I just want to say, I'm glad I'm not going through this alone. I know we've all lost a lot, but having you all with me makes it a little easier to keep going." Adam smiled, a rare sight in the midst of their struggles. "We're a team, Stephen. We look out for each other. No matter what happens, we stick together." Amy nodded in agreement, a sense of determination settling over her. "We'll survive this, we'll make it to the next safe zone, and we'll keep going, for the people we've lost and for ourselves." Mrs. Thompson, Luca, Yona, Victor and Charles all voiced their agreement, and the shared resolve brought a renewed sense of purpose to the group. And with that, they set off once more, leaving the forest behind as they ventured out into the unknown, their hearts heavy with the memories of the lives they had lost, but their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they still had each other. The group emerged from the forest into a wide open clearing. The air was clear, and the sky was now a washed-out blue, the sun struggling to break through the thin clouds. Ahead of them, nestled at the edge of the clearing, stood an old farmhouse. It was a simple two-story structure, with weathered wooden walls and a sagging roof. The windows were dark, the glass cracked in places, but the building stood strong, a solitary beacon in an otherwise barren landscape. Adam slowed his pace as they approached, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of danger. "Looks clear," he said, though his voice held a note of caution. Amy stepped up beside him, her gaze fixed on the farmhouse. "Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while," she observed, "but we should still be careful." Stephen, always the pragmatist, nodded. "We need to check it out to see if it's safe. If it is, we can fortify it and stay here for a while. We all need the rest." Yona let out a sigh of relief, exhaustion evident in her voice. "I don't care what it looks like. As long as we have a roof over our head, it's good enough for me." Victor and Charles exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. "Let's do this quickly," Victor said. "We don't want to draw any attention." The group moved cautiously toward the farmhouse, their footsteps soft on the grassy ground. Adam reached the front door first and paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob. He glanced back at the others who had formed a loose semicircle around him, their weapons at the ready. "It goes nothing," Adam murmured, before turning the knob and pushing the door open. The door creaked loudly on its hinges, the sound echoing through the silent house. Adam stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under his weight. The interior was dimly lit, dust notes dancing in the weak light that filtered through the cracked windows. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of decay and neglect. The group fanned out, moving through the small rooms on the first floor, their weapons held at the ready. The farmhouse was sparsely furnished, the the remnants of a life long abandoned scattered throughout the rooms. A broken chair lay overturned in the living room, a faded rug covering the worn wooden floor. In the kitchen, a table sat in the centre of the room, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. The cabinets hung open, their contents long since looted or spoiled. "There's nothing here," Amy said, her voice carrying a note of disappointment as she rejoined the others in the living room. "No food, no supplies." Stephen shrugged. "We'll have to make do with what we have. The important thing is that the place is secure. We can work with that." Charles, who had been quietly inspecting the walls, turned to the group. "The structure seems sound. If we reinforce the doors and windows, we should be able to hold up here for a while." Victor nodded, already moving toward the door. "Let's check out the rest of the house, then we can start fortifying. We don't want to waste any time." The group split up, with Adam and Stephen heading upstairs, while Amy, Yona, Victor and Charles remained on the ground floor to check the back rooms and basement. Mrs. Thompson and Luca both took a rest. The journey had definitely felt more strenuous for them. Upstairs, Adam found 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom. The rooms were bare, the beds stripped of their linens, but otherwise the space was clear of any immediate threats. They returned downstairs to find the others gathered in the kitchen. "There's a cellar," Amy reported, pointing to a door in the corner of the kitchen. "But it's locked from the outside. We couldn't get it open." "Could be something useful down there," Stephen said, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Or something dangerous." Adam nodded. "We'll deal with that later. First, let's make sure the rest of the house is secure." The group set to work, scouring the farmhouse for anything that they could use to fortify the structure. In the barn out back, they found a stack of wooden planks, along with some metal sheets, a toolbox full of nails, and a few hammers. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. They returned to the farmhouse, dividing up the materials and setting to work on the windows and doors. Amy and Yona took the front door, reinforcing it with the metal sheets and a heavy wooden beam they'd found in the barn. Adam, Stephen, Victor and Charles focused on the windows, nailing the wooden planks over the glass to prevent anything, or anyone, from breaking in. The sound of hammers hitting nails echoed through the clearing, the repetitive thudding a small comfort in an otherwise silent world. Each swing of the hammer, each board nailed into place, felt like a step forward towards safety, a barrier between them and the dangers that lurked outside. As they worked, the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. The group worked with a sense of urgency, knowing that nightfall would bring with it new dangers. Finally, as the last nail was driven into place, Adam stepped back to survey their work. The farmhouse was far from impregnable, but it was as secure as they could make it with the limited resources they had. It would have to do. They gathered in the living room, the day's exhaustion settling heavily on their shoulders. The fire they had started in the old wood stove crackled softly, the warmth a welcome relief from the chill that had begun to creep into the night air. "We should take shifts," Stephen suggested, his voice low but firm, "just in case. For now, we stick together and rest, and after that we can travel south." Everyone looked to Adam as he spoke. "Okay, that sounds like an idea, but why?" Stella came forward. "There'll be a number of safe havens that way," she said. "The military will be trying to get this whole situation under control, and they'll need outposts all over the place. I know the most likely sites." The group nodded in agreement, the reality of their situation never far from their minds. Even in this moment of relative safety, the world outside was still a threat, still a constant danger. As they settled in for the night, the weight of the day's events pressing down on them, the uncertainty of tomorrow lingered in the back of their minds. But for now, they had a roof over their heads, walls to protect them and each other. And in this new world, that was more than they could have hoped for. The night was still, the only sound the crackling of the dying fire in the wood stove. The farmhouse was dark, save for the faint glow of the embers casting eerie shadows on the walls. The group had settled into an uneasy sleep, each person wrapped in their own thoughts and fears. Adam lay on the floor, his back against the wall, trying to force himself to rest. His mind raced with the memories of the day, the close calls and the near misses that had brought them to this point. He was just beginning to drift off when a scream shattered the silence. His eyes snapped open, heart pounding. The scream was distant but filled with terror. He shot to his feet, the sound triggering his instincts. He wasn't alone. Stephen was already up, grabbing the rifle from the wall of the house and heading for the door. "Did you hear that?" Stephen's voice was low, urgent. "Yeah," Adam replied, already pulling on his boots. He grabbed his own weapon, a heavy wrench he'd found in the farmhouse. "Let's go." They moved quickly, not wanting to wake the others. The front door creaked open, and they stepped out into the cold night. The air was heavy with moisture, the mist swirling around them as they moved toward the sound of the screams. It didn't take long to find the source. In the clearing, just beyond the barn, a man was struggling with 3 zombies. The man's screams were a mix of pain and desperation as the undead tore at his flesh. Blood spattered the ground as the zombies clawed and bit at him, their hunger insatiable. Adam and Stephen froze for a moment, the horrific scene playing out in front of them. The man was doomed, there was no saving him now, but they could at least take down the zombies before they became an even bigger threat. "We have to stop them," Stephen hissed, his grip tightening on the rifle. Adam nodded, his expression grim. "Let's go." They moved in quickly. Stephen raised his rifle and took aim at the nearest zombie. The gunshot echoed through the night and the zombie's head snapped back, a dark spray of blood marking its demise. But the noise only drew the attention of the other 2 zombies, who turned their bloodied faces toward the newcomers. "Damn it!" Stephen muttered, realizing they'd just made themselves the new target. The remaining 2 zombies lunged toward them, their snarls filling the night air. Adam swung his wrench, smashing it into the skull of the first zombie. The impact sent a sickening crack through the air as the creature crumpled to the ground, twitching before it went still. Stephen fired again, but the 3rd zombie was fast, moving in jerking, unpredictable ways. The bullet grazed its shoulder, but it didn't slow down. The zombie slammed into Stephen, knocking him to the ground, its teeth snapping inches from his face as he fought to keep it at bay. "Get off him!" Adam roared, swinging his wrench down into the zombie's back. The blow caused the creature to falter, giving Stephen the chance to shove it off. He rolled away and scrambled to his feet, quickly leveling his rifle and putting a bullet through the zombie's head. The silence that followed was deafening. Stephen stood there, breathing heavily, as the last zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Stephen checked the rifle, and upon realizing it was now empty of bullets, he threw it to the ground. The man they had tried to save lay in a pool of blood, his body still and lifeless, and eyes wide open and unseeing. The zombies had done their work well. Adam wiped the blood from the wrench on his trouser leg, his hands trembling slightly. He looked down at the man, guilt gnawing at him. They'd been too late. Stephen shook his head, his expression one of anger and sorrow. "Poor bastard," he muttered. "There's nothing we could do." Adam nodded, but the guilt didn't go away. "We need to check the area, make sure there aren't any more of them," he said, his voice rough. Stephen agreed as they moved cautiously around the clearing. The mist made it difficult to see the shadows playing tricks on their eyes, but after a tense few minutes they were convinced that the immediate area was clear. As they returned to the farmhouse, the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving Adam with a cold, empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. They had fought off the zombies before, but something about this felt different. They were supposed to be safe here, at least for a little while, but the world outside was relentless, always finding a way to remind them that safety was just an illusion. Back at the farmhouse, the others had woken, drawn by the sound of the gunshots. Amy was the first to meet them at the door, her face pale with worry. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. Adam glanced back at the clearing, the image of the man's lifeless body still fresh in his mind. "There was a man out there," he said, quietly. "We couldn't save him. Zombies got to him first." Amy's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. "Is it safe out there now?" Stephen nodded, though his expression was grim. "For now, but we need to be on our guard. They're getting closer, and we can't afford to let our guard down." Yonna and the others gathered around, fear evident on their faces. They all knew what this meant. No matter how well they fortified their little haven, the world outside was always waiting to break in. They were never truly safe. "We'll take shifts," Adam said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. "Someone needs to be on watch at all times. We can't let this happen again." The group nodded in agreement, their expressions somber. The sense of security they'd felt just hours before was gone, replaced by the cold reality of their situation. The farmhouse was just another temporary shelter in a world that had no place for safety. As they settled back inside, Adam took the first watch. He sat by the window, his eyes scanning the darkness outside, the wrench still clutched tightly in his hand. Every rustle of the wind, every creak of the old house set his nerves on edge. The night stretched on, long and cold, with the memories of the man's screams echoing in his mind. This was their life now, a constant battle against the darkness, a fight to hold on to whatever scraps of humanity they had left. But as Adam sat there, staring out into the night, he couldn't help but wonder how much longer they could keep fighting. How much longer could they survive in a world that seemed determined to destroy them? sound of pebbles and dirt crunching underneath his feet was the only sound Adam could hear, although he strained his ears to listen for more. The sound of the breeze, the quiet murmurs of people from the group, and the distant guttural groan of the undead were the only other sounds that drifted through the air. Adam felt comforted and pleased that they were away from the city and the constant risk that the city posed, but the problems that the zombies posed still hung present. The ever-so-distant groan of a zombie helped keep that on his mind. It had been a while since they'd run into any zombies, but Adam wasn't going to take any chances. They were back on the train tracks now, following them south towards Stafford. There was no use changing direction now. That would only cost them more time or put their lives at risk. The group was exhausted, and if zombies stumbled upon them now, no matter how small the herd, they would be done for, and Adam knew it. Everyone seemed to have a vague idea of that as well. Adam's inquisitive eyes darted around their surroundings, constantly checking for any sign of life. So far, he hadn't seen anything, but he didn't plan on stopping. "We're almost there," Stella said, offering the group words that would encourage them. Adam understood why she did it. They had been on the tracks for hours, and the journey seemed to have no end in sight. He knew that they didn't know how long the journey would actually be, and although they did hazard a guess at 7 or 8 hours, there was no sure way of determining that. They were just moving south, based on what Stella had told them about the military. It could be entirely possible that they were heading in the wrong direction, or that the outpost they were heading toward had already been compromised, or worse. It could just be a rumor. Adam didn't want to think about that. He pushed those thoughts to the furthest parts of his mind and focused solely on walking and searching for zombies. Amy was walking next to him, and it seemed like she was doing the same. She probably knew all the risks that the journey posed and was trying not to think about them. However, her eyes still bore a determined look in them. Adam searched the shrubs and tall grasses surrounding the train tracks for zombies as the city became a backdrop. They were further from the city than they had ever been since the zombie epidemic started. Buildings became rarer to spot, but the surrounding area wasn't dominated by trees. The landscape changed, becoming more isolated and rural. The sense of isolation was both a blessing and a curse, offering respite from the horde of zombies, but also the inconsistent fear of unknown threats. Despite the drastic change in the city, the faint cries of zombies could still be heard. They were never close enough to pose any real problems, but served as a constant reminder of the danger that lurked about. He couldn't bear to ease up or relax because the zombies could strike at any time. Maybe it was because of this resolve that Adam heard it. He strained his ears and listened in to the distant sound that was only growing closer, the sounds of several footsteps approaching. He thought it might be another group of survivors. Meeting another group would be reassuring. He opened his mouth to tell the group of the approaching footsteps because it seemed like no one else had heard it other than him. Before he could utter a word, though, another sound joined the approaching footsteps, a sound Adam knew all too well. The groans that the undead made lasted for a moment or two, but everyone in the group seemed to have heard it. Their faces helped confirm that. Panic and fear settled into the group, and Adam could see worry ablaze in everyone's eyes. The approaching horde sounded smaller than most they'd run into, but this time they were at a loss. The feeling of safety and isolation that the rural countryside had given them came with costs. There were no hiding places where the group could go. There were no buildings in the surrounding areas, and the last building they had passed was so far back that trying to go back there would probably attract the zombies' attention. They had to think, and they had to do it fast, or they would become another group that had fallen to the zombies. Adam couldn't imagine what the zombies were doing out here. A couple of the buildings they'd passed looked like they were recently abandoned farms. They didn't try going inside for fear of running into zombies. He figured that the approaching horde was probably made up of people from those farms. "Duck into the bushes and lay down flat," Adam commanded. Everyone in the group seemed like they were dazed for a second before they quickly responded to Adam's orders. Their bodies sprang into action as they immediately began entering the bushes and tall grasses that surrounded the train tracks they'd been on just moments before. Charles and Victor put in an extra effort of coating themselves in dirt so they could mask themselves from the zombies. As the sounds of the approaching herd grew stronger, Adam could feel his heart pounding in his chest. He closed both eyes and tried to stifle any movement he might have been making. He knew that the tall grasses hid them perfectly. They wouldn't be spotted unless they made a sound. But still, all it would take was a single sound or a zombie wandering too far from the herd and they would be found out. At the top of Adam's mind was little Luca. But as he looked on, he could see that Mrs. Thompson was keeping him calm, quiet, and hidden from the horde. All those thoughts faded away as the horde of zombies passed by them, oblivious to the group inside the bushes. Adam could see their rotten, dying flesh just inches away from him as they walked by. The herd was smaller than he previously thought, and that offered him some comfort. However, the group's exhaustion meant that trying to fight them would only lead to their deaths. The herd of zombies dragged their mutilated and gory corpses further from Adam and the group. It seemed like the zombies were heading toward the city, but that didn't worry Adam. They were far from the city, but he privately wished any survivors still there the best of luck. They were gonna need it. The zombies had moved on from their immediate surroundings, but the group remained crouched down in the bushes. They didn't want to risk it. Adam could feel the minutes slowly tick by as they remained hidden. He was sure 20 minutes had gone by. He stayed hidden in the bushes until the zombies had moved so far away that their groans couldn't be heard anymore. He stood and wiped the dirt off his body. Slowly, other people stood up as well, sensing that the danger wasn't imminent anymore. "We have to keep moving," Stella said, as she moved back onto the tracks, triggering everyone else to do the same. The sky was a dark red mixed with shades of pink and purple as evening settled upon them. It was a beautiful sight to witness, another stark contrast from the city. However, Adam didn't pay any heed to the sky. He was too caught up in his thoughts. The darkening of the sky only meant one thing to Adam, that night was approaching. They couldn't travel in the darkness of the night. It would only make the path more dangerous and make spotting threats harder than it should be. "Let's set up camp here," Amy announced, seemingly having the idea before Adam. The group headed off the tracks to find a partially wooded area to set up their camp that somehow felt safer than sleeping out in the open. The group split up, each person doing something to help set up camp. Stephen was gathering up loose sticks to use as fuel for a fire. Mrs. Thompson and Luca were setting up makeshift beds, and Victor, Charles and Yona were already trying to sleep as much as possible, as they would have to stand guard some time during the night. Adam and Amy were gathering up resources and passing out what would serve as a meal. They still had resources from the city and the campsite and planned on picking any fresh fruit they found, so meals weren't shabby. The job didn't require Adam's total concentration, so he tried to listen for the sounds of life in the progressively darkening surroundings, the sound of leaves being dug through, the crackling of a fire, and the soft, almost inaudible crunching of dirt under someone's feet. His head shot up at the last sound, and his eyes began searching. The members of the group always stayed in view of each other, and that sound was too far away to have come from one of them. Adam's eyes glistened with fear, and perspiration trickled down his forehead as he searched. Eventually, his eyes landed on the 3 people standing a few feet from them. They were completely covered in shadows, so no one else had noticed them. Adam couldn't hear the sound of zombies groaning, but he didn't want to take any chances. He picked up a flaming stick from the fire and walked towards the other group. As he grew closer to them, the light from the burning stick chased away the shadows, revealing the strangers. They were exactly 3 in number. It was comforting to see, because it meant that this group could protect themselves, if the need arose. Adam wanted to get close enough so he could be sure they weren't zombies. He held the stick in front of him, so he could attack if the need arose. At this point, everyone in Adam's group had noticed him and the group he was approaching. They all watched tensely, praying in earnest that it would turn out to be another group of survivors and not zombies, although no one stopped to wonder why the zombies hadn't attacked yet. The light from the burning stick Adam held in his hands glinted off something metallic that all 3 members of the other group held in their hands. The members of the other group all had guns. They held them tightly, without pointing them at Adam, offering a silent warning. Fear immediately evaporated from Adam's face as he realized that the other group weren't zombies. He could almost laugh because of how relieved he was. Amy and the others also bore relieved expressions as they too saw that the other group wasn't zombies. That relief was short-lived when they spotted the weapons. Everyone was tense as both groups stared at each other suspiciously. Adam understood the reason the members of the other group all held their guns tightly. They were a much smaller crowd, even though they were armed. Adam's group might have been afraid of the guns, but this smaller group were probably more afraid of them. Holding the burning stick in a threatening manner wasn't helping ease tension. Adam raised both hands in a peaceful gesture, letting the stick drop to the ground and go out. He walked closer to the group with both hands still raised. "We're not looking for any trouble," he said. "We just want to pass through." His words broke the silence in the air, and he was close enough that he was sure the other group heard him, but they gave no response. They stood there in tense silence. Adam readied himself to repeat his words while hoping that the other group would respond quickly. If this group chose to attack them, things would be catastrophic, but allying with people who had guns would prove to be useful. Adam knew that. The leader of the other group, a grizzled man with a weathered face, eyed them suspiciously. "How do we know that you're not going to turn on us?" Adam knew that this group wasn't going to attack, but he didn't know how to convey that message. Because of the zombie epidemic, he imagined that trust was becoming a fragile thing that could be rarely given. He didn't know how he would be able to gain the trust of this other group, and it seemed like they wouldn't ease their grip on their guns until they were certain it was safe. He was so focused on the people ahead of him that he didn't notice Stella walking towards him. She approached the new group in a similar manner to Adam's, with both hands raised in a sign of peace, careful not to appear threatening. The last thing Stella wanted was for the members of the other group to think that she was about to attack them and make use of the guns they wielded so tightly in their hands. She stepped beside Adam. "We've no reason to. We're all trying to survive. Maybe we can help each other?" Adam turned and looked at Stella, standing next to him, before giving the other man a nod. The tense silence settled again. The two groups sized each other up, trying to sense how much danger they might be in. It seemed like the other man was considering it, but at a slow pace. Adam wanted him to think about things faster, but he didn't voice that out loud. The camp was almost completely set up, but it wasn't done yet. Adam's group still had work to do, but nobody wanted to return to work unless they were sure that this new group didn't pose a threat. Adam could see that the leader of the group was considering it. It was written all over his face. However, he couldn't tell if the man was agreeing to the deal or not. Tension gripped his heart, and time seemed to slow down to a stop. Each second felt like an eternity and caused the tension to rise. Adam considered talking again, but he didn't. He didn't know whether his words would push the man to agree or drive the man away. Finally, the man looked up at them with a settled look on his face. He nodded to Adam and Stella, seemingly in agreement with what they said. His grip on his gun eased before he spoke. "My name is Marcus. These are my sons, Jake and Will," he said, gesturing toward the two younger boys who formed the other members of this group. The tension that resided within both groups disappeared with this man's words. Adam's group relaxed and slowly but surely returned to setting up the camp. Adam turned around and walked back towards the camp, hearing the sound of the newcomers' footsteps behind him. He returned to Amy's side and went back to dividing up their resources into meals. Marcus walked up to Adam and pulled the backpack from his back. He handed over the bag to Adam, who stared at it with an inquisitive look on his face. "It's all our resources," Marcus explained. Adam didn't need much more of an explanation to understand. He nodded at Marcus, who then turned around and walked back towards his sons. From where he was sitting, Adam could see Marcus and his sons moving around the campsite, talking to Stephen, Yona, and the others. He was sure that proper introductions were being made. The two groups slowly integrated as they merged for the night, sharing their food and resources. Stephen was now setting up a large campfire in the middle of the campsite. Adam was sure that zombies wouldn't think to head toward the smoke, so they wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. Marcus and his sons were seated alongside the campfire with Victor and Charles, who had finished their tasks in setting up camp. Adam could see that Marcus was telling the story of how he had made it out of the city. He looked like he was relaxed, the tension from when the two groups first met completely disappearing. Trust was a fickle and fragile thing that could easily be broken, especially in times like these, but necessity forged alliances. Adam knew that his group was happy to see other humans that weren't zombies, and he was sure Marcus felt the same way. He didn't follow them on their journey to this place, but from his journey through the city, Adam knew that seeing anything that wasn't undead was difficult. The joy and relief of running into humans and not the abominable mockery of them made both groups feel at ease quickly and function as one unit. The heat from the campfire spread through Adam's body, warming him up. The sky was a darker hue than before, and the winds seemed colder. He could feel Amy sitting next to him as he ate what counted as dinner. The rest of the group were sitting around the massive campfire also eating. Marcus's voice boomed over everyone else's as he recounted the tale of how he went through the city. Everyone listened attentively. They all knew the horrors of the city, but hearing it from another person's perspective made it feel even more horrifying and brought a deep sense of gratitude for being able to make it out of there alive. Adam, however, wasn't paying attention to what Marcus was saying. He was enjoying the feeling of safety and glee that meeting new survivors brought to the camp. Marcus and his sons all had guns, and that helped increase the feeling of safety that had settled in the survivors, especially since Marcus looked like he knew how to use one. Fighting against zombies was hard, especially if they were in a large mob, but with guns, handling much smaller groups of zombies should pose no real problem. He took another bite of his meal and settled by the campfire. For the first time in a long time, his eyes weren't constantly darting around searching for zombies. He couldn't even hear the occasional distant groan of zombies that always seemed to be happening in the background. Marcus's voice rose louder than ever, attracting his attention. "And we've been on the road for days. Heard about a safe zone in the south, but it's been tough getting there," Marcus said. "We thought maybe travelling along the train tracks would be easier and quieter." Adam's face lit up at those words. He had been doubting the existence of the safe zone, but hearing it from someone else took all his doubts away. There was still a chance that it could have been compromised, or it could just have been an elaborately spread rumour, but it didn't matter to Adam at the moment. "That's where we're headed to. Maybe we can travel together, at least for a while. Moving on your own will only make the journey harder," Adam said. Marcus seemed to think about it, and Adam readied himself for Marcus to spend a long time thinking about it. "Sure," Marcus responded. With that, both groups merged into one, sharing resources and food amongst each other. With the size of the group increasing like this, and Marcus joining the group permanently, the sense of safety that settled amongst the group felt permanent. Adam felt safer, but he didn't want to be tricked into dropping his guard. He always had to be aware of the constant threat that zombies posed. However, his determination to get to the safe zone rose. He was certain that they would be able to make it there in one piece. The campfire had long since died, and the last fragments of its smoke drifted up into the sky. However, the heat and light that the campfire provided were no longer needed as the sun rose and its bright rays dominated the sky. What few animals that roamed the rural countryside awoke as the sun did and embarked on their searches for food, making sounds as they moved about. The bright golden rays finally settled on the survivors lying around the makeshift beds that surrounded the campfire, stirring them to life. The campsite became abuzz with activity, the makeshift beds being packed up, people waking up to join the survivors that were already awake, and people preparing for the journey that lay ahead of them. "Morning," Amy quietly offered Adam with a smile. Adam stared back at her, his face lighting up with a smile as he returned the greeting. He stood amongst the group of survivors watching everyone ready themselves for the journey that lay ahead of them. He was already prepared for it, mentally and physically. He wanted everyone else to be as well before they set out on the journey. "Are you ready?" he asked Amy. Amy nodded in response as she stood next to Adam and watched the members of the group pack their resources and ready themselves for the day's journey at a slow but steady pace. Eventually, all the members of the group were ready, and the combined group set out, their enlarged numbers giving them strength. A groan escaped Adam's lips as he started up the path they were on. They had headed off the train tracks in the night to set up camp in a partially wooded area. The path they were now on had gotten muddy and harder to walk on. The journey was still dangerous, but the added manpower and resources were a boon. The group moved in silence as they walked, trying to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. Now and then Adam would hear the vague sound of a zombie groaning somewhere in the distance, his eyes searching the surroundings, but no sign of life appeared other than the odd rodent or two. Marcus and his sons were distributed throughout the group. Marcus walked at the head, next to Adam and Stella, holding his gun tightly in his hands. Will walked around the middle of the group, with the same stance as his father, while Jake walked at the rear. They were the only people in the group who wielded guns, so they were spread out in case of an attack from zombies or otherwise. Adam walked with his eyes peeled, constantly searching for zombies. He knew that Amy was doing the same thing next to him, but he couldn't bear to ease up on the search. He knew that a single mistake would lead to the death of everyone in the group, and he was trying vehemently to prevent that. Adam was determined to make sure that every member made it out to the safe zone alive. A gunshot sounded through the area, and Adam's eyes darted in the direction of the sound. He was standing next to Marcus, and he knew he hadn't used his gun. He slowly turned around and made his way through the group until he landed next to Jake, who had a zombie lying at his feet. Adam looked around, searching for any signs of any others, but he didn't see or hear anything. He had only run into hordes of zombies for a while now, so he had forgotten that some would move around alone. "Good job," he said, tapping Jake's shoulder. The zombie at Jake's feet wasn't dead, but it made a move to stand up. The zombie groaned as it tried to move closer to Adam. Adam guessed that the bullet had hit its spine, paralyzing the zombie but not killing it. Jake raised his gun again, aiming for the zombie's head, but Adam stopped him. He didn't know how many bullets Marcus and his sons had, and he didn't want to waste one that could aid them later on in the journey. He raised his foot over the zombie's head and sucked in a deep breath. He slammed his foot into the zombie's skull over and over until the zombie stopped moving. He was careful to avoid getting any of the zombie's blood on his clothes. He looked away from the gory mess of blood and bones before walking back to the head of the group. If that zombie had managed to bite even a single person, then everyone was as good as dead. Adam felt a sense of relief that Jake had managed to stop the zombie, but also fear that the zombie had managed to get that close without being noticed. The group continued moving, not letting the singular incident slow them down. The hours passed away slowly, and the journey seemed to drag on for as long as it could. The further they moved, the more the landscape changed and became more rural. The rural side faded away and became more rugged and wooded. A sudden increase in trees cast shadows over the surroundings, and the sound of zombies groaning seemed to increase. The threat of zombies was ever present, but they managed to avoid the large groups, moving cautiously, quietly. The shadows the trees cast were both a curse and a blessing, as they offered them a place to hide whenever zombies were nearby, but it also did the same for the zombies. The heated rays of the sun shone down from the densely packed trees that formed the forest. Adam walked ahead of the group, feeling the excessive strain and tiredness in his legs. They had been moving for days now, and he was starting to feel the strain of their continuous movement. His curious eyes were looking all over the place, searching for zombies. Every tree seemed like it was a zombie from far away, or could house one in its shadows. Adam could feel his heart pounding the further they moved. They had been in the wooded area for hours, but he still hadn't gotten used to the darkness the trees cast, or how close zombies sounded. His grip on a tree branch tightened as he used it to steady his movement. Everyone else in the group seemed to share the same exhaustion and dread that he did. "Over here!" Amy called out. Adam turned his head and started walking in the direction of her voice, and so did every other member of the group. There was a certain excitement in her voice that made everyone want to see what she'd found. However, Adam just wanted to know that she was okay. He rushed towards the origin of her voice until he finally saw Amy. He looked beyond her and he could see why she was excited. She had stumbled upon a small abandoned village with a handful of buildings. From the looks of it, the village looked like it had been abandoned recently, as it showed signs of recent occupants. There were smothered out fires that could have died a few days or hours ago. There were recent footprints and a bunch of other signs of life. "Go through the buildings carefully and search for resources. Remember to be careful," Adam said. With that, the group disbanded into smaller groups and started going through every house, trying to be as careful and as quiet as possible while scavenging for supplies and checking for resources. "What made the people of this village leave?" Adam muttered to himself as he walked towards an empty building alone. As far as he could see, there were no signs of a struggle. It looked like the people in the village had just gotten up and left. They could have been heading somewhere, or they could have gotten attacked while they were away from the village. There were so many possibilities, but Adam had little information. He tried to stop thinking about the fate of the previous residents and chose to focus his attention on the house he was about to search. It had only one story and looked relatively small, so he was able to go through it quickly. The door to the house opened with an ominous creak, and Adam stepped inside. "Whoever lived here must not have cared about maintenance," he muttered as he examined the messy house. He rummaged through the mess, searching for any resource that could be useful to them. On the surface, he found nothing that matched that description. He went through the small rooms of the building, searching intentionally for resources and any signs of life, neither of which he found. There weren't even rats or rodents running around. The building was empty. Adam turned around ready to leave the building and considered it useless when his eyes landed on something in the corner of the room. He walked towards it with a hopeful look on his face, praying that it was what he thought it was. He picked up the object from the clutter and wiped the layers of dust off it. He saw a radio staring back at him. "This is useful," he declared, with an upbeat tick in his voice. He started examining the radio to find out if it was working. He turned the dials, expecting to hear the sound of someone's voice, but nothing happened. He turned the dials again, trying every combination he could think of, hoping for even static, but the radio wasn't alive. He pulled the radio away from his face and examined it one more time. From what he could see, There was nothing wrong with it. No cracks or dents or poking wires. It was in perfect working condition. Adam removed the batteries inside the radio. They looked relatively new. But could they be the problem? He shoved the batteries into his pocket and started rummaging through the mess again, frantically searching for others. The batteries that were in the radio looked relatively new, so Adam was sure that there must be an entire pack of them somewhere in the house. He just hadn't spotted them yet. He searched the small rooms, determined to find the batteries and get the radio working. He turned everything upside down, but there was still nothing. He turned his attention to the cabinets in the house, going through the contents of each cabinet one by one. His heart was pounding in his chest, and his disappointment was welling up with each cabinet that contained nothing of use. He had gone through the majority of the cabinets in the house and had found nothing. He opened one of the few left remaining, expecting to be disappointed again. Smack bang in the middle of this cabinet was a pack of batteries. He picked it up immediately and rushed towards the radio, excitement causing his heart to race. He grabbed 2 fresh batteries out of the pack and slammed them into the radio. Excitement surged through him as he fiddled with the dials trying to find a signal. He was hopeful, praying that it was the batteries that were dead. He turned the dials against the loud static that filled the air. A smile settled on Adam's face as he examined the radio. It was finally working. He wanted to go out and show his discovery to the other survivors, but he needed to make sure it was actually of use. He needed to find a working signal. With his mind set, Adam started turning the dial over and over, but he still was met with a disappointing crackle of static. It didn't matter how many times he turned the dials, he still didn't hear anything. A disappointed sigh escaped Adam's lips as he turned the dial. He dropped the radio down in frustration and took in a deep breath. It seemed like he wasn't going to find anything, no matter how much he tried. He wanted to calm himself before he continued the mind-numbing process of turning the dial over and over, hoping to find a signal. Once he was feeling calm, he picked up the radio again and turned the dials. The sound of static came on before it was followed by the faint and crackling voice. Adam's eyes widened in excitement, and he stared at the radio in disbelief. For a brief moment, he almost thought he had made up the sound in his head. He placed his ears next to the radio and listened. A faint crackling voice was definitely coming out of the radio. He wasn't imagining things. The voice on the radio was delivering a message, but it was too faint for Adam to hear the words properly. He cranked up the volume dial to its highest. The faint crackling sound increased, but just a bit. He still had to train his ears before he was able to hear the voice properly. "If you can hear this, there is a safe zone in Stafford. We have food, water, and protection. Stay safe and God bless," the voice declared, before repeating the message over and over in a never-ending cycle. Adam's heart leapt at the words. He had been hoping for days that they would be able to find confirmation that there was a safe zone in the direction they were heading, and he finally found it. He figured that the people who lived in this village left for the safe zone. It would explain why there were no signs of a struggle around the village. But the people were missing. His grip on the radio tightened. The village had proven to be more useful than he had previously thought. He had gotten a pack of batteries and a radio, confirming that there was a safe zone in Stafford. They had been journeying for days, so Adam was sure that they were close to the military base. "Did you hear that?" he called to the others, momentarily forgetting that he was in the house alone. "There's a safe zone in Stafford. We're close." He looked around the room, and it dawned on him that he was alone. He rushed out of the house, eager to share his discovery with the rest of the group. The other members of the group could see the visible excitement on Adam's face and started walking towards him, eager to see what was causing it. He walked up to Amy and Stella, holding the radio out to them. Silence dawned upon them as they listened to the audio that the radio blared out non-stop. "Did you hear that?" he said to the others after the radio had repeated the audio a couple of times. "There's a safe zone in Stafford. We're close." It took a second before the group of survivors responded, but eventually the excitement and glee written all over their faces was vivid. They might have had to endure a lot of things to get to this point, but they were almost at the safe zone. The news filled their spirits, giving them renewed energy for the journey ahead. Adam felt his determination to get to the safe zone enlarge now that he had an actual goal to set his eyes on. The group all shared that determined look. The safe zone was within reach. All they had to do was endure a few more hours of journey, which they could do. They had strived so hard to get to where they were, so nothing was going to stop them from getting to the safe zone. Once everyone had heard the message and gone through all the houses, finding resources and no signs of life, they packed up their supplies. Adam had originally thought about staying at the village so they could rest up, but everyone seemed to have gotten a sudden surge of energy once they had heard the message. They couldn't rest yet, not now their goal was within reach. The group moved cautiously as they approached the outskirts of Stafford, now walking along the train tracks again. The tall fencing on either side of the tracks caged them in. They'd considered that taking the tracks could have been a mistake, but it was the straightest route into Stafford. The town had been a quiet place before the outbreak, but now they could imagine it was a ghost town. The wind whistled through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of rot and death. Adam led the way, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of movement. They were all on edge, their nerves frayed by days of relentless travel and constant danger. The group could see the tall building in the distance, Stafford's train station, the tracks leading the way towards it, cutting through the landscape like a scar. The outpost couldn't be far now. They saw a train on the tracks in the distance, but as they neared it, they saw that it had derailed across the tracks, its rusted cars lying in a tangled heap, leaving no gaps at either side. It was a hulking metal beast. The train was the only thing standing between them and the town. They needed to get to the other side, but the sight of the massive wreck sent a chill down Adam's spine. "That's one hell of a blockade," Stephen muttered, his voice low. Amy nodded, her face pale. "How are we going to get past that? We can't climb the fencing at the sides, it's way too tall, with no footholds." Adam studied the train, his mind racing. The cars were twisted and piled on top of each other, forming an almost impenetrable wall. But there were gaps, places where they might be able to climb through or over. The problem was that the area was crawling with zombies, their lifeless bodies strewn about the tracks and surrounding area. Some were dormant, lying still, as if dead, but Adam knew better. They were in a state of hibernation, conserving energy until something woke them up. "We have to cross," Adam said, his voice firm. "There's no other way. We need to move quietly, stay low, and get to the other side before they notice us." Stella, who'd been standing a few paces behind Adam, stepped forward. "We'll have to be fast. If they wake up, we'll be surrounded." Adam nodded, his jaw clenched. "Let's move." The group edged closer to the train, their footsteps muffled by the grass and leaves. Adam led the way, carefully picking a path through the wreckage. He could feel the tension in the air, every creak of metal or snap of a twig making his heart race. They were so close to getting out of this mess, so close to reaching a place of relative safety. But one wrong move, one loud noise, could bring everything crashing down. They reached the first gap in the train, a small opening between two cars where the metal had buckled, creating a narrow passage. Adam gestured for them to go through one by one. Stephen went first, squeezing through the tight space with surprising ease. Amy followed, her breath hitching as she wiggled through the gap. Stella was next, her movements precise and controlled. Marcus and his sons passed through the gap, following Victor, Charles, Yona, Mrs. Thompson, and Luca. Adam waited until everyone was through before he stepped up to the gap. He moved slowly, carefully, his body tense as he maneuvered his way between the sharp edges of the twisted metal. As he emerged on the other side, he saw that the others were already moving towards the next car, their eyes scanning for other openings. They were almost halfway across the train when it happened. Amy, in her haste to keep up, stumbled on a loose piece of debris. She tried to catch herself, but her foot came down hard on a metal pipe, sending it clattering to the ground with a deafening crash. The sound echoed through the still air like a gunshot, shattering the silence. For a moment, everything was still. Then, as if on cue, the zombies began to stir. One by one, they lifted their heads, their eyes snapping open, fixated on the source of the noise. A low, guttural growl rose from the mass of the undead as they began to shuffle towards the group, their movements slow but purposeful. "Run!" Adam shouted, the urgency in his voice spurring everyone into action. The group bolted, sprinting toward the next gap in the train. The zombies were waking up all around them, their once dormant bodies now animated by the sound of potential prey. Adam could hear their groans growing louder, the shuffling of their feet as they picked up speed. They reached the next gap, but it was much narrower than the first, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Stephen went first, struggling but managing to slide through. One by one, the group followed in quick succession until it was Amy's turn. She hesitated, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced back at the approaching horde. "Amy, go!" Adam shouted, grabbing her by the shoulders and pushing her toward the gap. She nodded, tears streaming down her face as she forced herself through the narrow opening. Stella followed, her movements quick and efficient. Adam could see the zombies closing in, their dead eyes locked onto them, their hands reaching out as they snarled and snapped. As Stella squeezed through the gap collapsed slightly, the metal bending and creaking under the pressure. Adam cursed under his breath and tried to widen this gap, but it was no use. It was too tight. He would have to find another way round. "Go to the other side," Adam shouted. "I'll find another way through." "No," Stella shouted back. "We're not leaving you." Adam ignored her and turned to run, searching for other openings in the twisted wreckage. He could hear the zombies right behind him, their breath hot on his neck. He heard gunshots and turned to see that Marcus and his sons were giving him some cover fire. Adam didn't have time to show the appreciation he felt. He spotted a small window in one of the cars, the glass long since shattered, leaving a jagged hole. It was his only chance. He leapt up, grabbing the edge of the window, and pulled himself through. The glass sliced into his hands, but he didn't care. He tumbled into the car, landing hard on the floor. Through the haze of pain, he saw the others waiting for him on the other side, their faces pale with fear. Suddenly, Stella appeared on the opposite side of the train, having squeezed back through the gap to follow Adam. The zombies were too close now. There was no time. "Go!" Adam shouted, his voice hoarse. "Get out of here!" Stella shook her head, her eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not leaving you." "Stella, go!" Adam yelled. "That's an order." But Stella didn't budge. Instead, she pulled a lighter from her pocket and held it up, locking eyes with Adam. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Before Adam could react, she flicked the lighter on and tossed it into a nearby puddle of glistening petrol that had leaked from one of the train's tanks. The flames erupted instantly, a wall of fire surging between Adam and the approaching zombies. With the heat intensifying and the flames roaring, Adam managed to pull himself up through the train window to where Amy and the other survivors were waiting. The fire consumed the train and everything around it, a blazing barrier that offered them a brief moment of safety. "Stella, no!" Adam screamed, trying to reach through the flames, but it was too late. The fire was spreading too fast, cutting off any chance of escape. Stella stood on the other side of the flames, her face illuminated by the fire. She looked at Adam, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and sorrow. "I had to," she said, her voice barely audible over the roar of the fire. "I had to save you." Adam's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the flames consume the train, the heat forcing him to back away. He could see the zombies on the other side, their bodies igniting as they stumbled into the fire, their screams mingling with the crackling of the flames. "Stella!" her voice breaking as she watched her fellow survivor disappear behind a wall of fire. There was nothing they could do. The fire was too intense, the heat unbearable. The only thing they could do was run. "Go!" Adam shouted, his voice thick with emotion. "We have to go!" The group turned and ran, their hearts heavy as they left Stella behind. The fire raged behind them, lighting up the night sky as they sprinted towards the other side of the train. The sound of the flames and the screams of the zombies filled the air, a haunting symphony of death and destruction. They reached the edge of the train, the border of Stafford just ahead. The streets were empty and silent, but it was their only hope. They had to keep moving. Adam was the last to cross, his heart breaking as he looked back at the flames. He could still see Stella's face, the determination in her eyes as she made the ultimate sacrifice. She had saved them all, but the cost was too high. The group was already moving, their faces pale and drawn, as they ran toward the town. Adam took one last look at the burning train, the flames licking at the sky, before he turned and followed them. They ran through the streets of Stafford, the fire behind them casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. Amy's sobs echoed in the silence, her grief overwhelming as she struggled to keep moving. Stephen had his arm around her, trying to comfort her as his own heart broke. Mrs. Thompson had shielded Luca's eyes from the dreadful sight, leaving him a little puzzled over what had unfolded, but he could sense that whatever had happened was not good. Adam's mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. Stella was gone. She had sacrificed herself to save them, to give them a chance to escape, but the guilt weighed heavily on him. He had been the leader, the one responsible for getting them all out alive, and he had failed. They reached the edge of town, the sound of the fire fading into the distance. Adam slowed to a stop, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. The others gathered around him, their faces etched with grief and exhaustion. We have to keep moving, Adam said, his voice rough. We can't stay here. The fire will attract more of them. But no one moved. They were all too shell-shocked, broken by what they had just seen. Adam could see the pain in their eyes, the disbelief. Victor, Charles, and Yona all stood, teary-eyed and unable to speak. Amy, Adam said, his voice soft as he turned to her. We have to go. But Amy shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. We left her, she whispered, her voice trembling. We left her to die. She saved us, Adam said, his voice thick with emotion. She did it to save us. But why? Amy cried, her voice breaking. Why did she have to do it? Because she was brave, Stephen said, his voice barely audible. She was brave, and she wanted us to live. We didn't know her like you guys, but we could tell that she was made of the good stuff, Marcus added, his sons Jake and Will both nodding in agreement. Tears welled up in Adam's eyes as he looked at the others, his heart breaking for them. They had been through so much, lost so many people, but they had to keep going. They had to survive, for Stella's sake. Let's move, Adam said, his voice firm. We have to keep going. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. They began to move, their steps heavy as they walked through the streets of Stafford. The fire behind them still burned, a blazing reminder of what they'd lost. But they had to keep going. They had to survive. As they walked, Adam couldn't stop thinking of Stella, her brave face, her determined eyes. She had been a warrior, a fighter until the end, and he would make sure that her sacrifice meant something. He would lead them to safety, no matter what it took. But the guilt and the grief weighed heavily on him, a burden he would carry for the rest of his life. He had lost so many people, made so many mistakes, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it, not now, not when they were still in danger. Stafford was a ghost town, the night air cold and still. The world around them was silent, but Adam knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. The fire would draw more zombies, more danger. We'll find a place to rest, Adam said, his voice low, and then we'll figure out our next move. The others nodded, their faces grim as they trudged forward. Adam took one last look at the burning train in the distance, the flames still visible against the night sky. The crackling flames behind them lit the night, casting long wavering shadows as Adam and the group tore through the darkness, leaving the burning wreckage behind. The roar of the fire was soon drowned out by the relentless growls and moans of the zombies that had managed to break through the inferno. Despite Stella's sacrifice, some of the undead had survived the flames, now pursuing the group with a renewed, horrifying hunger. "Keep moving!" Adam shouted over his shoulder, his voice ragged with exhaustion and grief. The others were right behind him, their faces pale and slick with sweat, eyes wide with fear. The group ran through Victoria Park, dodging around swings and slides and other playground structures. It was now dark, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Beneath their feet, the ground was soft and uneven, littered with the remains of those who'd fallen long ago. The air was thick with the smell of decay and death. "Stay together," Adam called out, glancing around to make sure no one had gotten separated. They left the park and continued on to the alleyways of the town, attempting to evade the chasing horde. They could hear the zombies behind them, the sound of bodies crashing into playground obstacles, snapping twigs and crushing bones underfoot. The terrifying growls and snarls were growing louder and closer. "Adam," Amy gasped, her voice filled with panic. "They're right behind us." "Just keep moving," Adam urged, trying to keep his own fear at bay. He had to stay focused. He had to keep them alive. They pushed through the streets of town, stumbling over barely visible obstacles due to the darkness, their breathing coming in ragged gasps. Adam's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the darkness ahead. The street seemed endless, stretching out in every direction, but then, there it was. A faint, shadowy outline in the distance. A wall, towering and solid, cutting through the darkness. "Over there!" Adam shouted, pointing ahead. "I think that's it! The outpost!" The group surged forward, hope giving them a renewed burst of energy. The wall grew clearer as they neared, a massive structure of concrete and metal standing as the last line of defense against the horrors that roamed the world. Adam could see the glints of spotlights mounted on the top, sweeping across the landscape. But the zombies were closing in, their growls growing louder, their grotesque forms visible now due to the lighting from the outpost. Adam knew they wouldn't make it to the wall in time. The undead were too close. He spotted a metal pipe lying on the floor and grabbed it, ready to defend the lives of his group. He stood his ground here, and the others followed suit. Marcus, Jake, and Will, seemingly out of bullets, were holding their guns like baseball bats, ready to swing. Mrs. Thompson stood behind the rest of the group, holding Luca tightly. Victor and Charles were on the other side of Yonna, and Amy stood close to Adam, with Stephen just behind them. Adam knew they couldn't hold out against such numbers, not out here. Was this really how their story would end? Would they all die so close to a safe place? Just as the first of the zombies began to reach the group, gunfire erupted from the wall. The sharp crack of rifles split the air, followed by the dull thud of bullets hitting flesh. Adam risked a glance towards the wall and saw flashes of muzzle fire as the guards on top rained down death on the horde. The zombies let out blood-curdling screams as they were cut down, bodies collapsing in heaps as the relentless barrage continued. The guards were well trained, their aim precise, and every shot was finding its mark. But the undead kept coming, wave after wave, driven by a mindless hunger that knew no fear. Adam and the rest of the group dropped to the floor, hands automatically shielding their heads. "Stay down!" Adam hissed, keeping his head low as bullets whizzed overhead. The zombies continued to come, some falling dead just feet away from where they lay. Amy clung to Adam's arm, her body trembling with fear. "Will they get us?" she said, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "They won't," Adam reassured her, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. "Just stay down." The gunfire continued, the guards on the wall determined to hold the line. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the stench of death. The night was alive with the sound of battle, the cries of the dying, the relentless moans of the undead, and the constant deafening roar of gunfire. It felt like hours, though it was only minutes, before the tide of zombies began to thin. The gunfire slowed as the guards picked off the last of the stragglers, their shots echoing across the empty field. Adam kept his head down, listening intently as the sounds of battle faded into silence. When he was sure the immediate danger had passed, he slowly raised his head, peering at the street. The street was littered with bodies, the undead still lying in the moonlight, their grotesque forms twisted and broken. The guards on the wall had done their job well. There was no sign of movement among the dead. "We're clear," Adam said, quietly, helping Amy to her feet. The others slowly rose from the floor, their faces pale and drawn with exhaustion. "Is it over?" Stephen asked, his voice hoarse. "For now," Adam replied, though he knew better than to believe that they were truly safe. "Not yet." The group moved cautiously toward the wall, stepping over the bodies of the fallen as they went. The sight was gruesome. Limbs twisted at unnatural angles, faces frozen in eternal screams, the ground slick with dark, congealing blood. But they'd seen worse. They'd survived worse. As they neared the wall, a spotlight swung round on them, the bright beam of light blinding them for a moment. Adam raised his hands to shield his eyes, squinting at the guards above. "Identify yourselves," a voice called down from the wall, sharp and commanding. "Adam Greer," Adam shouted back, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. "We're survivors. We're looking for shelter." There was a brief pause, the spotlight lingering on them as the guards conferred. Then, the massive gate set into the wall began to creak open, the sound of metal grinding against metal filling the night. "Come on," Adam urged, leading the way through the gate. "Let's get inside before anything else happens." The group hurried through the opening, the gate closing heavily behind them, sealing them off from the horrors outside. Inside, the atmosphere was starkly different, still tense, but with a sense of safety they hadn't felt in days. They found themselves in a large courtyard, surrounded by high walls and watchtowers. Soldiers in uniform moved about, some tending to the wounded, others standing guard with their rifles at the ready. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and burning fuel. A man in a captain's uniform approached them, his expression serious but not unkind. "You made it just in time," he said, his voice rough with years of command. "We saw the fire on the horizon. You're lucky we spotted you." "Thank you for letting us in," Adam said, his voice heavy with gratitude. "We've been on the run for days." The captain nodded, his eyes scanning the group. "You look like you've been through hell. We'll get you some food and water and find you a place to rest, but I'm going to need to debrief you, figure out where you came from, what you've seen." Adam nodded, too tired to argue. "Of course." The captain gestured to a soldier nearby who stepped forward and motioned the group to follow. "This way," the soldier said, leading them across the courtyard towards a large, squat building that served as the barracks. The group moved slowly, their bodies heavy with exhaustion and the weight of all they'd lost. The relief of finally reaching safety was tempered by the memory of those they'd left behind, and the knowledge that the fight was far from over. As they entered the barracks, the warm, dry air wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. The room was simple, with rows of cots lined up against the walls and a few tables scattered throughout. It wasn't much, but it was safe, and right now, that was all that mattered. The soldier directed them to a row of cots, and the group gratefully collapsed onto them, their bodies aching from the relentless days on the run. Amy sat on the edge of her cot, her hands trembling, as she finally let herself feel the full weight of their ordeal. "I thought we were done for," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I really thought we wouldn't make it." Adam sat beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "But we did," he said, softly. "We made it. We're safe now." "For how long?" Stephen asked from across the room, his voice tinged with bitterness. "We've been safe before, and look where that got us." Adam didn't have an answer for that. He knew Stephen was right. Safety was a fleeting illusion in this world, but he couldn't let the others lose hope, not now. "We'll figure it out," he said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "We always do." Marcus and his sons gave Adam a thumbs up, smiles on their weary faces. Luca could be heard speaking with his grandma, asking if the nightmare was over. Victor and Charles just lay down, staring at the ceiling, while Yona cried, thankfully. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their journey settling over them like a shroud. The horrors they had witnessed, the friends they had lost, it all hung heavy in the air, an unspoken burden they all shared. After a while, the soldier returned with a tray of food and a jug of water. The group began to dig in, enjoying food they hadn't had in a long time. As the group sat together in the barracks, the silence between them was a comforting lull after the chaos they'd endured. The warmth of the room and the taste of the simple meal they shared eased some of their tension, though the weight of their journey still hung heavily on their minds. Amy leaned back on her cot, her hands wrapped around the tin cup of water she had been sipping from, her thoughts distant. Across from her, Adam stared at the group, deep in thought, his brow furrowed in a way that was becoming all too familiar. Stephen was already lying down, his eyes closed, but his chest still heaving with the remnants of adrenaline. The others sat nearby, each lost in their own reflections. A knock on the door broke the quiet, causing everyone to jump slightly. Adam was the first to rise, moving toward the door as it creaked open. A guard stood there, a young woman in uniform, her face serious but not unfriendly. "The captain wants you all to head to the medical zone," she said, her voice steady. "We need to decontaminate you and run some tests to make sure you're all clear." Adam nodded, understanding the need for caution. In this world, where infection could spread faster than fire, there was no room for mistakes. "Of course," he replied, turning to the others. "Let's go." The group rose slowly, their bodies heavy. They followed the guard out of the barracks, stepping into the cool night air. The sounds of the safe post were a stark contrast to the silence outside the walls. Voices calling out orders, the hum of generators, the clank of metal as soldiers moved supplies. It was a semblance of normalcy in a world that had gone mad. The medical zone was a short walk from the barracks, a large building marked with the familiar Red Cross symbol. The guard led them outside where the harsh fluorescent lights flickered above them, casting a sterile glow on the white-tiled floors and walls. The smell of antiseptic was overwhelming, reminding them of the importance of this place. A nurse approached them, her face partially hidden behind a surgical mask. "We'll need to decontaminate you first," she said, motioning for them to follow her to a set of cubicles lined with showers. "Please remove your clothes and place them in the bins provided. You'll be given new clothes afterwards." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but complied. They knew they had to trust these protocols, knowing that a single mistake could mean the difference between life and death. After stripping down and depositing their worn clothes into the bins, they stepped into the showers, the cold water shocking their tired bodies awake. The water washed away the grime, the sweat, and the blood, but it couldn't cleanse the memories of what they'd seen, of what they'd done. As Adam stood under the stream, he closed his eyes, letting the water cascade over his face, trying to drown out the images of the burning train, of Stella's final moments, of the zombies tearing through the streets after them. When the showers ended, they were handed simple, clean clothes, grey shirts and trousers that smelled of soap and bleach. Once dressed, they were led into a separate room, where another nurse awaited them with a tray of medical supplies. "Just a quick blood test," she explained, her tone clinical, but not unkind. "We need to make sure none of you are infected." One by one they held out their arms, wincing slightly as the nurse drew blood. The process was quick, but the tension in the room was palpable. They had all seen what happened to those who were bitten, who turned. The thought of any one of them being infected was a terror they hadn't dared voice. After the samples were taken, the nurse instructed them to wait in a small room filled with metal chairs and a few tables. They sat in silence, the ticking of a wall clock the only sound as they waited for the results. Finally, the door opened, and the captain entered, his face stern but not hostile. He held a clipboard in his hand, glancing down at it before addressing them. "You're all clear," he announced, a note of relief in his voice. "No signs of infection." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, tension releasing like a taut string finally cut. Adam nodded, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, even if only slightly. "Thank you," Adam said, sincerely, meeting the captain's gaze. The captain gave a curt nod. "We'll assign you rooms for the night. You'll be safe here. We'll talk more in the morning about what comes next." With that, they were led to another wing of the building where individual rooms awaited them. The rooms were small but clean, each with a single bed and a small window that looked out over the compound. It was the first time in days they'd been afforded any semblance of privacy, and for a moment it felt almost alien. Adam stood in the doorway of his room, looking out into the hallway where Amy was waiting. She caught his eye and gave a small, tired smile. "Want to take a walk?" she asked, her voice soft. Adam nodded, stepping out into the hall and closing the door behind him. The two of them walked side by side through the quiet building, the sounds muted by the thick walls. They found a door that led outside to a small courtyard, where the night air was cool and the stars above were bright and clear, unaffected by the horrors below. They walked in silence for a while, the events of the past few days weighing heavily on them. Finally, Amy spoke, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Do you think this will ever end?" she asked, her voice fixed on the stars above. Adam was silent for a moment, considering her question. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I'd like to believe it will, that we'll find a way to stop this, to rebuild." Amy nodded, her expression contemplative. "What if it doesn't? What if this is it? What do we do then?" Adam looked at her, seeing the worry etched on her face. He knew the question had been gnawing at all of them. The hope that things would get better was what kept them going, but the reality of their world was a constant reminder that hope was fragile. "I guess we just keep fighting," Adam said, finally, "for as long as we can, for as long as it takes." Amy's gaze dropped from the sky to meet his, her eyes searching his face for answers he wasn't sure he had. "And if fighting isn't enough?" Adam took a deep breath, reaching out to take her hand in his. "Then we do what we can to help others survive. If this is the world we're stuck in, we make sure it's one worth living." Amy squeezed his hand, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I've been thinking about that. If things stay like this, I'll want to help. I want to get out there and find other survivors and bring them back to safety. I don't want to just hide behind these walls, waiting for the world to change." Adam looked at her, seeing the determination in her eyes, the resolve that had kept her going through everything they'd faced. It was one of the things he admired most about her, her unwavering strength in the face of the unimaginable. "I'll come with you," he said, his voice firm. "Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'll be there. We'll help them together." Amy's smile widened, and for a moment the weight of the world seemed lifted, leaving only the two of them in that quiet courtyard, a shared understanding between them. "You mean it?" she asked, her voice soft, almost vulnerable. Adam nodded, stepping closer to her, his hand still holding hers. "I mean it, Amy. I'm not going anywhere without you." For a long moment they stood there, the night air cool against their skin, the stars shining down on them like silent witness to a promise made. Adam could feel the closeness between them, the bond that had grown stronger with each passing day, forged in the fires of survival. Without thinking, he leaned in, closing the distance between them. He pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle at first, tentative, as if they were both testing the waters. But then it deepened, fueled by the shared experiences, the loss and the hope that kept them going. When they finally parted, Amy's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright with unshed tears. She looked at Adam with a mixture of surprise and something else, something deeper. I didn't expect that, she admitted, a soft laugh escaping from her lips. Adam smiled, his heart pounding in his chest. Neither did I, he confessed. It's been so long since we've been able to do that. Amy looked up at him, her expression tender. I agree. They stood there in the courtyard, the world outside the walls momentarily forgotten, lost in the warmth of each other's presence. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was a sense of peace, a moment of calm in the storm that had become their lives. As they walked back towards the building, hand in hand, Adam knew that whatever the future held, whether the world would ever return to what it once was, or if they were destined to live this new reality forever, they would face it together. And for now, that was enough. Mark's eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he noticed was the grip beneath his cheek, the cold, unforgiving pavement pressing against his skin. His head throbbed like a war drum, each beat making him wince. The alley was cloaked in darkness, the only light a faint, distant glow from a street lamp at the far end. He groaned, his body aching as he tried to push himself up, only to find his hands slick with something, damp, sticky, and rank. Blood? He blinked rapidly, disoriented, trying to shake off the fog clouding his mind. How did he get here? He forced himself upright, swaying on his feet, his knees buckling before he caught himself on the grimy brick wall beside him. The cold seeped into his bones, the smell of rot and garbage assaulting his senses. His clothes were filthy, caked in mud and grime, his hands trembling as he wiped his face, only to smear more dirt across his skin. Where was he? A gust of wind howled down the alley, making the trash bags rustle and sending a shiver down his spine. Mark's breath came in ragged bursts as he stumbled towards the mouth of the alley, each step a battle against his spinning head and unsteady legs. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to lie down, to give in to the black void threatening to swallow him whole. But something tugged at his mind, a gnawing sense of urgency that kept him moving. A distant moan broke through the fog of his brain, low and guttural, like an animal in pain. Mark froze, the sound triggering a flash of memory. Broken glass, screaming, blood. The moan came again, closer this time, a scraping sound accompanying it, like nails on concrete. His heart raced as he glanced over his shoulder, his instincts urging him to run, but his body was still sluggish, still fighting to remember how to function. The shadow emerged from the darkness of the alley's entrance, shuffling slowly, its form barely recognizable as human. Mark's breath caught in his throat as the figure limped into the dim light, revealing its grotesque features, a face twisted in death, skin hanging loosely from bone, eyes milky and vacant. The zombie's mouth opened, jaw unhinging as it let out another moan, louder this time, the sound grating on Mark's nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Run! The thought screamed in his mind, but his legs wouldn't move. The zombie staggered closer, its movements jerky and unnatural, arms outstretched as if to grasp him. Mark's heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline finally snapping him out of his paralysis. He turned and bolted, his feet pounding against the pavement, the alley's walls closing in around him as he raced toward the other end. But the alley wasn't empty. Mark skidded to a stop as another figure emerged from the shadows up ahead, blocking his escape. This one was faster, its movements more coordinated but no less terrifying. Panic surged through him as he realized he was trapped, cornered by two undead monsters with nowhere to go. Mark's eyes darted around, searching for anything he could use as a weapon. A discarded metal pipe lay near a rubbish bin, half buried in debris. Without thinking, he lunged for it, his fingers closing around the cold, hard surface, just as the first zombie lunged at him. He swung the pipe with all his strength, the impact jarring up his arms as it connected with the zombie's skull with a sickening crunch. The zombie staggered back, but it didn't fall. Its head